Part 41. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Mao. Chapter 402. In the living room, still. Two people persuade two people to listen. It's just that the people who persuaded before became listeners, and the people who listened became persuaders. Wrong's father's face turned pale. The entertainment industry is so chaotic, and she is a girl. Ji's father handed him a cup of tea. Calm down and calm down. The entertainment industry has been cleared up now, and it's not as chaotic as it was back then. Father Wrong slapped the table. Then she can't make her own decisions. How can we rest assured about a child of such an age? Ji's father, let's calm down, let's drink a cup of tea to calm down. Anan is also in her 20s and has grown up. Yes. Ji's mother also advised, when the child grows up, it is always time to let the water go and let her fly on her own. Ji's father said, Anan is very good like this. She is motivated and is better than studying hard. The two of them sang together, but Wrong's father still had an angry look on his face. Don't try to persuade me. I think we have spoiled this unfilial daughter. She still wants to be a heroine or a star. I will lock her up right now, see how she behaves. Old Wrong, calm down, stay calm, don't be so impulsive, think carefully about what we advise you. Wrong's father waved his hand. What are you thinking about? Don't think about it anymore. These are all empty talk. Locking her up first is the most important thing. When Ji's father saw him getting up and walking out, he quickly stopped him. Calm down, you have to calm down. I can't calm down. You should think it over carefully. No. Don't try to persuade me. I don't want to hear anything right now. Seeing that he couldn't stop him and was afraid that he would go up and conflict with Wrongan, Ji's father became anxious and blurted out, Isn't this what I'm trying to advise you? Are you trying to persuade me just now? Wrong's father paused. After recalling what Ji's father said just now, they indeed sounded very familiar. The scene suddenly fell into embarrassment. Wrong's father, who had been urging Ji's father to be calm and open-minded just now, became the one who couldn't think about it the most. But Ji's father, who had been angry and full of indignation, suddenly calmed down at this moment. Anan is a girl. She has been so well behaved and sensible since she was a child. She might listen if you tell her nicely, but if you make such a big fuss and lock her up at home forcibly, no matter how good-tempered she is, she will definitely feel the same in her heart. There should be complaints. How else to say that bystanders know better? No. My own child, Ji Fuzi. Shang came back immediately. Girls want to save face. You just dismissed her words in front of us without asking a question. I saw her eyes were red. If you go up and make another argument at this time, she will definitely will you be angry. Angry? Just angry. Wrong's father was furious. Is the entertainment industry a place where she can go? It's so dark. You've seen those media reports before. What gangs and what? Shooting people there. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Ji's father's face looked awkward and at the same time showed some worry, and his rationality returned a little. Ji Chang and Zek are still there. Father Wrong. He could only awkwardly change his words. Of course, I am talking about celebrities, especially female stars, like Nagasawa, who is both a man and a director. The problem must not be big. After finishing speaking, seeing that the worry on Ji's father's face had not gone away, Wrong's father hurriedly continued, and those reporting news are not from the mainland. The entertainment industry here is still relatively strict. So many horrific incidents. Apart from anything else, the government definitely does not allow the existence of gangs. In the past, a group of people were eliminated in the crackdown on crime. If the entertainment industry, which is stared at by many media, dares to create a gang, then what? Definitely a target of public criticism. When he said this, the worry on Ji's father's face eased a little, and he sighed, "Actually, I understand what you said, but I always feel that Nagaze is still a person. My child, when I think of him being alone outside here, I feel." Rong's father, who is familiar with the family, continued to persuade, "I told you that he is not a child at this age. It seems that at such an age, they should go out and make a living. I still envy you." Halfway through, he suddenly remembered that his daughter also wanted to go out and make a living. "Father Rong. It's not right. Isn't he the one who's angry? Isn't it Lao Ji who persuaded me? How could he unknowingly be the one persuading people again?" Moreover, he wanted to continue his anger on the previous topic, but ended up reacting after the words were already on his lips. All those words were blocked by his own words of persuasion. The logic is quite rigorous. That's nonsense. Teacher Rong took a few deep breaths and finally concluded, "Girls and boys are still different. I will never agree to an going to the entertainment industry." He was not polite to Ji's father and said directly, "Old Ji, call Chang's now and ask him not to recruit Anan as the heroine. Just tell him that I let him. I don't think anyone wants her to act. How can this girl go to the capital?" Ji's father also understood what Rong's father was worried about, and nodded in agreement without any hesitation, "No problem, don't worry, Chang's is also the one who looks like he has grown up, and he will definitely be willing to give you this face." In a small courtyard in the capital, Ji Chang stayed by the phone since he finished calling Rongan, holding a bowl and slurping noodles while he was eating. Kuiju passed by several times and saw him sitting next to him without moving. He came over curiously and said, "Boss, what are you sitting here all the time? What are you doing?" Ji Chang's finished his meal quickly and put down his bowl, waiting for the call. "Have you made an appointment with someone to call?" "Roughly the same." After saying these words, Ji Chang's took out the pen and paper on the table next to him and calculated. He estimated that it was almost time and looked up at the phone that had been sitting there quietly. Within 5 seconds, the phone rang. He immediately adjusted his facial expression. The original expression of "the weather is so good today, life is so good, it's so nice to be lazy" quickly changed to a dejected look, with a look of hopelessness in his eyes. After a few more dry coughs, he weakly picked up the phone and said in a tone as if he had experienced a huge setback in life and hadn't eaten for 800 years, "Hello? Who is this?" "Oh, who is Dad?" "You, cough, cough, me. I'm fine. It's just that the crew has a lot of things to do and I'm a little annoyed lately." "Well, it doesn't matter, I'm not sick." Kuiju, who was standing aside, was almost dumbfounded as he watched Ji Chang's change his face. From the time the other party led them to improve their acting skills, he knew that Brother Zi's acting skills were definitely no different. "But I never expected that it would reach such an awesome level." If someone who hadn't seen the whole process of Ji Chang's face changing came here, he would probably think that their thriving crew was bankrupt. Just when I was thinking about this, I heard Ji Chang say something in a tone that sounded like he had experienced deep frustration, doubting life, and being sad. It's not as serious as the bankruptcy of the crew. It's just that I can't support it financially." "No, not that boastful. Zhang, Dad, you don't need to give me money. It's not to the point where I can't eat. I just didn't expect that filming would be so expensive. I didn't have enough money prepared before. Now I have to make all the props for the filming myself, so I'm a little tired. That's all." Kuiju. He looked at a batch of movie props he bought yesterday and was being moved there by a few boys, and he felt that he still needed to improve his acting skills. Ji Chang's didn't even notice that Kuiju was in a daze and was shocked and ran to practice his acting skills. He was still showing that he was tired. "Currently, I think the money I have will last until the end. It's no problem. It's just that I need to save money. Suddenly I have to cut back on food and clothing. I need to help make decisions on a lot of things in the crew, so I'm just a little tired. Even though his son said this, G's father still asked worriedly, is it really no big problem? If you don't have enough money, you can stop filming now. Anyway, there will be a long time ahead. Ji Chang's tired voice came from the phone, how can we stop? The most taboo thing about making a movie is to stop in the middle of filming, because you miss this time and think about it next time. Maybe we won't be able to gather the people who were there before, and by then half of the people who were there will be scrapped. By the way, Dad, you called suddenly. What's the matter? Ji's father looked at Rong's father, yes? Your Uncle Rong, he has something to tell you. Uncle Rong. Ji Chang's voice became a little more energetic, I just happened to want to call him to thank him. Grateful? What? What thanks? Ji's father was a little confused, but he still handed the phone to Rong's father. As soon as Rong's father listened to his words, he could tell that Ji Chang's was not in a good condition. He had been prepared for it, but when he suddenly heard the energetic and weak voice, it was as if he had just gotten up from the hospital bed. At that time, he was still a little confused. Chang's, why does your voice sound like this? Are you sick? No, yes. The crew is a little short of funds, so a lot of things need to be adjusted. I'm just a little tired after just finishing it. Ji Chang's voice was full of gratitude. I also said that I would call my uncle and aunt tonight to express my gratitude. I didn't expect that, Uncle, you called me first. Rong's father was caught off guard by his sudden weakness and the gratitude in his tone. He even forgot what he had thought before. As soon as he answered the phone, let Ji Chang's fire Rongin. Did he follow Ji Chang subconsciously? Zi's rhythm goes, what kind of gratitude do you express? Ji Chang's hasn't been home for a long time, and the couple didn't give any help to this boy they had grown up with. Thank you Anan for being the heroine. Without waiting for Rong's father to react, Ji Chang Zi began to talk a lot, our crew is at the end of its rope now. Although we can barely sustain it, a slightly larger expense will be enough to overwhelm the entire crew. Before, I couldn't eat well and couldn't sleep well. I was just wondering how to solve this problem. I had almost taken care of other expenses and didn't have to worry about it. However, the choice of the heroine has never been decided. Now, labor is the most expensive in the entertainment industry, and a young leading actor can directly buy our entire crew for the price he asks for. But the equipment has been bought and the other actors are in place. It will definitely not work without the heroine at this time. If you pay to hire one, you will go bankrupt. No one will come if you don't spend money. If Anan is not willing to save in this case, not to mention the collapse of my crew, all the money I invested must have been wasted. For fear of being interrupted, he finished speaking very quickly and concluded, so uncle, you think I am? No. I should thank you. If Anan hadn't come to the rescue, I would be in a mess right now. If Anan was willing to help, it would have saved more than 100 people on our crew. After clearly explaining Rong An's importance to the crew, he pretended to be confused and asked, by the way, uncle, my dad just said you were looking for me. What's the matter? Just ask. As long as I can help you, I will definitely help you. Father Rong. Even after Ji Chang's finished speaking, he still talked nonsense. He looked next to him. Rong's mother and Ji's father and mother were still waiting quietly for him to speak. In the end, Rong's father could only say dryly after Ji Chang's gave a lot of words of gratitude and praise, you're welcome, it's all due. Hang up the phone, he looked at the three of them. The three of them also looked at him. Rong's mother asked in disbelief, is this the end? Rong's father still said dryly, it's over. Rong's mother, aren't you going to tell Chang Zi that he doesn't want Anan to be the heroine? Father Rong. Ji Chang's has no money to hire a female lead, so only the free Rong'an can save him. If he forces Rong'an to stay at home, where can Ji Chang's find a female lead to fill the gap? If so? Yes. Fang had said all this before he asked Rong'an to be the heroine. Rong's father would not let his daughter agree even if he felt guilty. But the question now is, Rong'an has already agreed. The child Ji Chang's also happily thought that this problem had been overcome, and he was grateful to the entire Rong family. Rong's father was held up high, so naturally it was not that easy to get down. It's better not to really let the child who he watched grow up be trapped in a dilemma where everything is ready, but the heroine can't find it. Wait a minute, Chang Ziyi is still happy for Anan to be the heroine. It's not easy to tell him all at once. Let's think about how to tell him tactfully first. Rong's father neither wanted his daughter to enter the entertainment industry, which in his eyes was full of chaotic relationships, nor did he want to affect him. Looking at the grown-up Ji Chang's, he hesitated for a moment and came up with a pause. Conclusion. Compared to her husband, Rong's mother is less repulsive to her daughter's entry into the entertainment industry. Seeing that Rong's father's attitude slowed down, although it seemed that he was just suspended, there was no objection. Okay, let's discuss it when we get back. Seeing that both of them had calmed down and didn't look like they were going to rush up and lock Rong'an in the room to prevent him from coming out, Ji's father and Ji's mother also breathed a sigh of relief. Then think about it again, go back and have a good discussion with your child. Don't get angry. Angry. What's the first thing to do? It's not easy to talk about anything. Father Rong listened to Father Ji's nagging and waved his hand. Okay, now is not the time for you to go to the capital to capture this person in anger, as if you were calm before. Ji's father was not annoyed even after being laughed at. He looked at Rong's father with a smile. Then Rong's father easily remembered that he was also the same. Okay, I'll shut up. Or go up and do some research on how to get the best of both worlds. It's beautiful. The couple went upstairs in silence, thinking about the best plan. As a result, Rong'an obtained permission to go to the capital that night. The reason was of course not that Rong's parents, who had always rejected the entertainment industry, suddenly figured it out, but that Grandpa Rong'an fell ill and was rushed to Shan City Hospital. Also coming with Grandpa Rong'an were Rong's father's elder brother, sister-in-law, and their 2 sons. It was said that they planned to come up to serve Grandpa Rong'an. There are only 3 rooms in the Rong family. If Rong'an is here, he will definitely not be able to sleep. Another problem is that Rong's father's 2 nephews have always been the kind of little gangsters in the village. They used to be. He said he even molested a little girl. Father Rong knew very well that these 2 nephews were not good birds, but because of their close relationship and concern about Grandpa Rong, he only muttered in his heart. Originally, 1 nephew was already a disaster, but now 2 of them came together, and Rong Anchen was as beautiful as a flower. Although they are cousins, Rongfu has been a teacher for many years and knows that people of this age can do anything, so he is naturally wary. In addition, Ji Chang's previous misfortune was not for nothing. He has been hinting to his future father-in-law that he is the top leader in the crew, and the entire crew is under his control. Compared to his 2 nephews, Rong's father naturally believed more in Ji Chang's, whom he regarded as the elder. After all, they were childhood sweethearts, and he and Rong'an had a good relationship. It was definitely better than staying at home with these 2 cousins who didn't look like good people at first sight. Rong'an didn't know what his parents were thinking. She didn't get along much with her 2 cousins, and although she hated the way they looked at her, she couldn't see them twice in a year, and her parents were always by her side every time they met. She didn't expect it to be so profound. After visiting my grandpa, I found out that his illness was not very serious and he just needed to be observed and recuperated in the hospital, so I felt relieved and got on the train. Ji Chang's bought the ticket for her with his own money and lied to her that this was a benefit that every actor in the crew had. Wrong and had never traveled far and did not know the price of the ticket, so he sat at ease. Look at the scenery outside. The dream of becoming an actor that he has pursued since childhood is about to come true, and Wrong and cannot control his inner joy. She has been paying attention to this, and when she got the chance, she also kept asking about how various actors in the entertainment industry worked and lived. She didn't drink much chicken soup, but she saw a lot of poisonous chicken soup. For example, extra actors are not respected and looked down upon. Those who do not have lines are looked down upon and bullied by those who do. Another example is that the filming conditions for the crew are difficult. Sometimes they live directly in the mountains and forests. If they encounter any small difficulties, the entire crew may not be able to have a hot meal. Diao Yadiao's body was black and blue, and the filming scene, by the end of the filming, my whole body was sore. Didn't Wrong and only pay attention to how beautiful the celebrities are and how many people like them. She also didn't miss those celebrities who looked beautiful and unrestrained. They suffered a lot and suffered a lot along the way. She thought, she is not afraid of this. It's okay to work hard. If you want to accomplish something, you must endure some hard work. And now she is doing much better than she once expected. Her first movie was filmed on her boyfriend's set. Even if it is filmed in a small crew formed by my boyfriend, it may not be released, but at least the first step has been completed. Wrong and admired the scenery outside, took out a book from his bag and read it carefully. Nagaze is very serious about the crew, and she cannot be compared to her. Ji Chang's is very serious. He picked out the props very seriously. Does this mean that the heroine has just entered the upper class society and saw that people can eat hundreds of thousands of props in one meal, so you just do this? Even if we can't get abalone, lobster, etc., the show is about an old man celebrating his birthday. Since the quality is not good, we will prepare more dishes and make 88 dishes. The effect of the filming will definitely shock the audience. Those who are really rich may not be able to fool them, but it is more than enough to deal with ordinary viewers. Lao Wu listened with pain on his face. Boss, say goodbye. 88, how much will it cost? If we buy the real thing, it will be a waste. If we buy the fake one, we will only use it once and then never use it again. It is such a loss. Otherwise, he deserves to be the golden abacus of the crew. Even during the filming, he did not forget to calculate the expenses for the crew. Our expenses today have already exceeded. Even with Mr. Jin's support you can't be so lavish. Boss, listen to me. Ji Chang's pretended not to hear. He turned to the boy who managed the props and said, go buy food and let the chef cook it. It doesn't matter whether it tastes good or not. It must look good. Lao Wu muttered, waste, waste. Ji Chang's felt that his younger brother was loyal, but sometimes a little brainless. We employ more than 100 people inside and outside the crew. These 88 dishes can be eaten directly for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Is it possible that we can't finish them all? He took the abacus in Lao Wu's hand and crackled, it costs this much to buy a lunch box, and this much to buy food by yourself. It's a good deal in itself, not to mention saving a fortune on props. Come on. Go on, what else do you want to say to me? Lao Wu looked at the abacus and was silent for a few seconds. I'll help with the cooking. In the end, the 88 dishes were fried, put on beautiful and elegant plates, and placed on a beautiful long table. The camera kept filming for 5 hours, and Ji Chang's nodded with satisfaction. Maybe these detailed angles that I took can be used in other scenes. Okay, let's get ready to eat. When he gave the order, a group of people immediately ran to serve the meal, howling like tigers coming out of their cages. They were already so greedy. It was such a hot summer day. If Ji Chang's hadn't made homemade ice cubes to maintain the winter in the drama, this dish would have gone rancid long ago after being filmed for 5 hours. Ji Chang scolded, straighten your backs. Even if you have a break these days, don't forget to exercise your elite temperament. Time is short to begin with, so you must seize the time if someone doesn't act well and wastes filming time, ugh. None of the boys dared to say a word and hurriedly straightened their backs. Those crew members who were hired for unknown reasons didn't know why they were so scared. Naturally, they felt that Ji Chang's was not the one. People who are easy to offend should quickly shut up and dare not speak. Anyway, following the crowd is definitely. That's right. So when he was thinking that the crew must be a small team, all the members were pitifully eating mustard steamed buns, and when the gray-faced Rongan opened the door and walked in carefully according to the address, he saw this, such a picture. On the long, luxurious-looking table that was specially rented, there were stacks of beautiful-looking dishes. Countless well-dressed actors were sitting upright on the chairs, playing business elites, and their postures while eating were all elegant. Extremely good, trained by Ji Chang's. It doesn't look like filming is happening here, it just looks like a large business banquet. Rongan. She looked down at the address, and then at the group of business elites who were drinking and drinking. Oops, I got to the wrong door on my first day in the capital. But in the capital, the business gatherings of the upper class used to be held in this kind of inconspicuous little courtyard. It's quite chic. As expected of the capital, it is trendy. The author has something to say, it's still a day of hard work and updates. Thank you little angels, good night, Lily is free and the fastest update, no anti-theft, no anti-theft. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 403. The elites who were eating and drinking noticed that there was someone else at the door, and they all turned to look. Everyone was stunned when they saw Rongan. Brother 1, it looks familiar. Second brother, I think I've seen him somewhere. I've seen him before. The third younger brother said, and we only met him not long ago. Rongan didn't hear what they said, but saw more and more people seeming to notice her as an uninvited guest, and turned to look at her. I disturbed someone else's dinner party and even opened the door to someone else's yard without authorization. Now being stared at by so many people, shame and embarrassment welled up in my heart. Rongan quickly apologized. Sorry, I went to the wrong place, I'm sorry. Just as he was about to go out, Ji Chang's, who had just bought a plump chicken drumstick from the kitchen, strolled out. He was holding the drumstick in his right hand and a plate of small cakes made by the chef in his left hand. Just as he put the chicken drumstick to his mouth and planned to take a bite, he saw his little girlfriend who was carrying luggage and looking at him blankly. Ji Chang's was also stunned for a second. Another second later. He looked at the chicken drumstick in his hand and silently put it behind him. Anan, why did you come here by yourself? Isn't the train supposed to arrive in an hour? He was also thinking about finishing the chicken drumstick and picking him up. As a result, before the chicken legs were even chewed, the person arrived first. Wrong Anjian? When she arrived at Ji Chang's, she knew that she had found the right place, but everything in this small courtyard was completely different from what she imagined her boyfriend would be like, living in poverty and eating pickled mustard and steamed buns every day, and everything was dilapidated and miserable. For a moment, I was still a little confused. The train arrived early. I thought you were busy too, so I found a car and took a taxi. While Rongan was still in a daze, Ji Chang's waved his hand behind his back. However, with a group of idiots, it can sometimes be troublesome. For example, at this moment, none of the younger brothers could understand Ji Chang's hint. Brothers. They whispered, what happened to Big Hand? Are you cramping? It doesn't look like it. No wonder that person looks familiar. Isn't that the heroine of our movie? I saw the photo from Brother Zee and said it was for publicity. At this moment, it shows how important it is to have a younger brother with a little bit of intelligence. At least while the other boys were still speculating about whether Ji Chang's hand was cramping, Kuiju, who had half eaten the shrimp in his mouth, had already reacted. Although he used to only study hard, these days he has been following Ji Chang's from east to west. He was also deliberately cultivated. Life is much smoother now than before. When he heard Brother Zi calling Rongan and calling Anan, he immediately remembered it. The heroine Rongan, he has seen the photo on the promotional poster. Ji Chang's has always told the crew that the young heroine is his girlfriend. Of course, a man wants to appear as refreshing as possible in front of the girl he likes. The chicken legs look so greasy. After quickly understanding Ji Chang's behavior, Kuiju hurriedly ran to him and took away the chicken legs he was carrying on his back. By the way, he also brought a piece of paper to wipe Ji Chang's hands. Don't forget to flatter me at the end. Brother Zi, is the sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, right? She's so beautiful. You and Brother Zi are a perfect match. It can be said that he is a very skilled and perfect little brother. Rongan was stunned when he heard this, and looked at Ji Chang's in surprise. After all, it was the other party who had always said that they wanted to hide their relationship. How come this young man could talk about their relationship smoothly? Didn't Nagasawa say that the couple's relationship cannot be revealed to the outside world before they graduate? Seeing Rongan's confusion, Ji Chang smiled and said in a natural manner, I'm just afraid that our parents won't agree. Of course, we don't have to hide it from others. He also made a joke, what's more, forget it at home. Here in the capital, there are many discerning people. If you are so good, I'm afraid that if you don't tell the world, people will want to poach me. It was obviously his decision to hide the relationship, and it was his decision to declare the relationship, but when it came out of Ji Chang's mouth, it seemed particularly natural and normal. Rongan blushed when he was praised, and glanced at Kuiju sheepishly, stop talking. This is in front of others, how can you have the nerve to say such things? Ji Chang's glanced at Kuiju. Kuiju immediately understood and tried his best to speak kind words to Brother Zi, sister-in-law. Don't feel embarrassed. Brother Zi talked about you a lot when you weren't here, and he always praised you. You have a good personality, high talent, hard work and diligence, and very good grades. You are so outstanding. He joked, but Brother Zi didn't tell us before, sister-in-law. She turns out to be so beautiful, she's no worse than Xiao. Ji Chang's, do you still need me to talk about things that are obvious? You will know it at a glance. He was very satisfied with Kuiju's success. As expected, everyone has to be taught. Kuiju took over the job from him. It shouldn't be far. Thinking that he would be able to relax soon, Ji Chang's felt relaxed in his heart. He put the cake on the table aside and stepped forward to help Rongan take the cake he was carrying and salute. You are carrying such a heavy thing, you should let me pick you up. It's okay. It's not very heavy. I just brought some clothes and books. Rongan replied, looking at the younger brothers who were stretching their necks to look at the gossip, are these? My brothers had just finished filming a scene. We were afraid of wasting these dishes, so we ate them together. Regardless of Rongan's refusal, Ji Chang's helped her get her bag and said in a positive tone, you must have not eaten on the train. I will take you to your room to put your luggage first, and then come back to eat something. After saying that, he looked back at his brothers and said, leave some dishes for us. Don't worry, Brother Zi. We must keep it for my sister-in-law. The younger brothers were laughing and joking, and every word revealed that Ji Chang's had never concealed their relationship from them. While Rongan felt ashamed, he also felt a little more at ease in his heart. After all, no matter how legitimate the reasons Ji Chang's used before, girls in this era are definitely not used to the kind of hidden love life. Rongan didn't say anything, but in fact he always felt insecure. She even vaguely felt that Brother Nagasawa did this not to protect their relationship, but to give him the feeling that he could withdraw at any time without letting others know. This thought only vaguely flashed through, and was quickly suppressed by Rangan. How can that be possible? She thought that she and Brother Nagasawa were childhood sweethearts who grew up together, and he would not lie to her. And now, she looked at Ji Chang's, who was smiling openly at the younger brothers who called her sister-in-law, and a slight smile appeared on her face. Sure enough, she thought too much. Rangan's arrival put the crew on track. Filmmaking actually takes a lot of time. The problem for Ji Chang's and the others is that they are still students. Once school starts, the main staff will have to go back to school. There's no other way but to take advantage of the summer vacation to make a show of it. They are not short of money now, after all, they have a wealthy man like Mr. Jin behind them, but in order to save time, many plots can be shot in a small yard as much as possible. Ji Chang's also discovered a very weird shooting method. He had some scaled-down residential props customized, then selected a location to place them, and then made some reference materials. And then shoot through the angle. The props, which were originally very small, were photographed so deliberately, and the resulting image was just like a normal house in reality. Because he has mastered this method, Ji Chang's has to do this every time he takes a long shot or a bird's eye view. After all, the plot of the movie is about a little girl born in a poor family who gradually grows up, slowly awakens her talent as a businessman, starts her own business and reaches the pinnacle of her life step by step. The little girl is 5 years old when she first appears, but the timeline is set this year. Setting this year as the timeline in the show is a bit difficult for other movies, especially entrepreneurial movies like this. To start a business, you need to have a general direction. Some people have the ability but are unlucky, and they may still be photographed. Some people are not very capable but are lucky, and they can still take advantage of the general direction of the times to soar. Mr. Jin can be used as an example here. Therefore, most entrepreneurial movies and TV series tell stories from the past. In this way, the screenwriter has control of the major events in the previous timeline, and it is also convenient for the protagonist to follow the plot. And from the beginning of this timeline, it proves that everything in the future needs to be compiled by the screenwriter himself. What a waste of brains. If you don't tell me, you might even fabricate a future full of mistakes. It's just like growing vegetables. Give a person a cabbage seed. Let that person grow cabbage, and give a person a cabbage seed. Tell that person that the cabbage will grow into peppers in the future, and let that person plant it into peppers. That person will definitely call the other person a psycho. At least in China currently, there are still very few themes about the future. But these problems are nothing when it comes to Ji Chang's. First, he could get a glimpse of what the future might look like. Secondly, it is undeniable that the development of China in this era is indeed not as good as other countries. In many aspects, it is not that this era is so bad, but that China is not that good in this era. Ji Chang's could have taken the material directly from the living conditions of other developed countries. After mixing it with others, when others asked him, he would probably say that he was exaggerating a bit. In this case, it is quite easy to shoot a future movie starting from the present time. But to capture the bright future of China and the heroine's frequent visits to high-end places, there are still some close-up shots to be taken. It's obviously not good to just shoot close up, far away, or far away. Mr. Jin has read Ji Chang's script and thinks the subject matter is good. Not to mention novel, it looks like it really happened. Ms. Jin went to the crew to shoot, and occasionally came back to stay, and she also talked to him. Something about the crew. For example, Ji Chang's didn't know where he found the actors. He always dressed up to understand the role. Not only was he professional and serious, he also had great respect for the director Ji Chang's. For example, the little girl who plays the young heroine is really good at acting. She may be a little unfamiliar at first, but slowly, her aura comes out. And the crew is really in a hurry. Recently, in order to shoot quickly, the machine has been working almost 24 hours a day, and the actors have been divided into day and night shifts. Try to shoot outdoor scenes during the day, and shoot indoor scenes or night scenes in the play at night. Ms. Jin also knew why Ji Chang's kept holding Kuiju for training. She dared to take turns with him once Kuiju was trained. After all, no matter how divine Ji Chang's is, he can't really work 24 hours a day. Because Ms. Jin would tell Mr. Jin about the crew from time to time, Mr. Jin also knew that the crew was stuck looking for gorgeous close-up shots recently. When filming the more gorgeous scenes in some movies and TV series, they are usually rented. But obviously, Ji Chang's and the others are saving money and don't plan to use this method, so they have been trying to build a gorgeous close-up by themselves recently. Failure is very fast. After all, other things are fine, but you can't build a castle with paper. When Mr. Jin heard this, he became energetic again. Isn't this a timely opportunity that comes to your doorstep? The crew saves money, but he doesn't. So Ji Chang's is a very kind kid. He actually wants to save money even though he is a generous donor like him. Was he saving money for the crew? No. That's to save money for him, the sponsor. As the saying goes, a favor is reciprocated. Ji Chang's was so considerate of him that he didn't want to watch the other person get into trouble. It's time to show up, Jin comes to the rescue. Mr. Jin guessed that Ji Chang's was too shy to open his mouth, so he decided to deliver it to his door himself. He didn't know why Ji Chang's was so thin-skinned. I simply feel that spending money to rent a place is really uneconomical. There is obviously a way to get the best of both worlds, so why spend money? Can't you just save money on other props that require money? He has not forgotten that his current character is a poor student. So the poor students wrote a dozen-page plan and carried it to the expensive hotel where they had stayed before. There are still many expensive hotels in China, and many of them are high-end. That's the one. Hotels and presidential suites are very expensive. But Ji Chang's was not dazzled by the magnificent appearance. Looking at the essence through the phenomenon, there are many hotels in Huaguagui. This hotel is indeed the highest end in the capital. However, the country has recently vigorously promoted economic development, and many new hotels have popped up in the capital, many of which are high-end and classy. Its customer base is already being robbed. Ji Chang's didn't believe that the person in charge of this hotel was not in a hurry. If the person in charge had still thought that he could rest on his laurels, this hotel would not be where it is today. The old way, he directly took the planning document and asked to see the person in charge. Of course, the person in charge would definitely not come out to meet a student like him at first. But Ji Chang's quickly deceived the people who came out to see him. Then, one after another, all the way smoothly. Just like playing a game to clear levels, after defeating the mini-boss, the final boss will come out. Anyway, it's the same thing. Times have changed and nothing can remain the same, let alone hotels. You can guarantee it will be the most luxurious hotel in the capital today, but you can't guarantee it tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. What attracts people in the world will not be eternal, but hotels cannot be constantly renovated like other things. This will not only waste time, manpower, and material resources, but also lose its original characteristics, and finally it will be ruined. They don't look alike. Unless you establish its existence now. A famous hotel where everyone knows that only rich people come to stay. Ji Chang started talking seriously, which seemed quite deceptive. Mainly, what he said is right. The person in charge knows very well that the hotel relies on the comfort and service. In the past, their hotel has always been superior to others, but since the domestic economy gradually began to recover, when the guests have money, naturally, there will also be many competitors emerging. Although there are no hotels of the same level popping up yet, mid to high-end hotels are already springing up like mushrooms after a spring rain. The price of a medium-sized room in these mid-range and upper-range rooms is often about the same as the price of an ordinary standard room in this hotel. One is medium-sized and the other is ordinary. The room is larger, so guests will naturally choose other hotels. Although the most important and wealthy guests have not yet been snatched away, the departure of some ordinary guests is already an early warning to the hotel. At this time, Ji Chang's looked relaxed and his tone was slow and not anxious at all, but for some reason, the words he said made people feel. What he said is true. Let's sign an agreement. I'll help you expand your reputation in front of people across the country. Take the day when your hotel had the highest revenue before today as an example. After I help you expand, every time it exceeds that day, you have to take an extra 1% from the day's flow and give it to me as a reward. This amount of money is really not much. After all, if it can really increase the turnover, the extra 1% of the money as a reward will be really cost-effective. The best thing about Ji Chang's is that he doesn't talk about his plan to promote the hotel right from the beginning, but first quickly explains clearly the various hidden dangers of the hotel. No matter whether he looked like an ordinary student or not, or how young his face was, when he revealed all the hidden dangers that the person in charge had been worried about and even included some things that the person in charge didn't see, the situation had already reached Ji Chang's side. The person in charge hesitated for less than 2 minutes. He cautiously asked Ji Chang's, "If you fail, what will happen to my loss?" Ji Chang's smiled. "Your loss is nothing more than a few days of closure of the hotel. Just calculate it according to the maximum turnover. How many days are used, how many days are spent. If I fail to do what the agreement said in a year, I will compensate you for the loss of a few days." It seems to be a plan that is very considerate of the person in charge. If you succeed, you will make money. No success, no loss. The person in charge finally reached out to Ji Chang's, "I hope we can get the results we all want to see." He feels that it is comfortable to deal with young people. Just ask and you'll get an answer that's foolproof for him. At least no matter which direction he looks from, he won't lose. Young people are indeed more immature. Even if they are capable, they are not so cunning. Ji Chang's also smiled and stretched out his hand to shake it. "Of course. Not bad, not bad. I originally had to spend money to rent a hotel, but now not only do I have sex for nothing, but I can also get a large amount of money every month in the future." Although Ji Chang's doesn't think his plan will fail. But if it really fails, it doesn't matter if he pays the entire amount. When renting a place for filming, you usually rent it at a high price, especially in a high-end hotel like this. Not only does it count as the highest turnover per day when renting. Even if the promotion of the hotel fails, the compensation he pays is equivalent to cheaper rent. What a deal! Both parties held hands and looked at each other with satisfied smiles on their faces. So I waited until Mr. Jin put his. When I arrived at the door of the small courtyard, I was dressed in glittering gold and looked like a qualified donor. I knocked on the door for a long time but no one opened it. It was his perseverance in knocking on the door that woke up one of the boys who was sleeping inside and working the night shift so he could catch up on his sleep during the day. He came out and said, "Brother Zi and the others went to the hotel to film." Mr. Jin, who eagerly rushed to take advantage of him, was shocked. "Which hotel?" The younger brother reported the name of the hotel. Mr. Jin was shocked again. That hotel was the most upscale hotel in the capital, and the prices were not cheap. He felt heartbroken every time he arranged for his partners to stay in the presidential suite. In the end, Ji Chang's actually booked the entire hotel? And I haven't asked him for money yet. Where did that kid get his money? Could it be that there is a new sponsor? That won't work. He is so rich, and he is so close to Ji Chang's. One of the heroines in the crew is still his wife. How can he find a new sponsor? Is he the one who took advantage of him and ran out of money? He has a lot of money. Mr. Jin thought about it for a while, and finally asked with a sour feeling of how many good financial backers do you have? Then I learned that Ji Chang's himself had negotiated cooperation with the hotel. Not a dime was spent. Mr. Jin. The boy went on to say that not only did they not spend a dime, but if nothing unexpected happened, the hotel would also give them money in return. He didn't understand this. Anyway, Brother Zi was very happy, and so was the hotel. Mr. Jin. He had just thought about the possibility that the crew would have a new sponsor, but he didn't expect that it would be a free prostitute. What's more, he even ate and took it, and the other party was actually very happy. Are all the children today so defiant? But isn't Nagasawa a bit silly and naive? How on earth did he do it? Mr. Jin asked his younger brother. Brother, our brother Zi is from a prestigious university, and he is not only alone, but also has several classmates around him, all of whom are top academics. Do you know what top academics mean? He is someone who learns everything quickly. They can't even read hundreds of pages of books, let alone learn to do business. Anyway, in the eyes of academic scum like them, if they can read hundreds of pages of a book and understand the content comprehensively, that is simply the existence of a god. They are so awesome, so talking about free sex is just a gay thing. Mr. Jin suddenly realized. It turns out that knowledge is power. The scumbag Jin, who didn't get very good grades in school, managed to achieve the same mental status as his younger brother. Road. It is normal for top academics to succeed in everything they do. What are excellent people not excellent at? Mr. Jin felt envious in his heart. Don't get me wrong, he doesn't want to be as smart as Ji Chang's, he just wants his daughter to be as smart as others. After all, it is quite normal for Chinese parents to have this idea of I am trash, but my child can definitely be saved. He took a taxi directly and arrived at the hotel. Sure enough, there was a group of people standing at the door, with the machine taking pictures. Rong'an, wearing a women's suit, walked out smiling with several bosses, chatting and laughing in a harmonious atmosphere. Ji Chang's held a small speaker and looked at the screen next to the machine. When he was almost done, he immediately shouted. Okay, Ka-dash. One more thing, this time take a long shot, and act as the waiter, paying attention to the expression on his face. The group of people then went back, and Mr. Jin followed. The younger brother originally wanted to stop him, but when he saw that it was their big benefactor, he immediately put down his hand and said, Mr. Jin. Hey, hello, I have nothing to do and came to see my wife. Mrs. Jin is resting aside. They only have a few days. In these few days, all the scenes about this hotel must be filmed. Rong'an filmed her before filming this one. The younger brother nodded and let the person in. He just looked at Mr. Jin's intently, looking inside, and muttered to himself. Didn't you say you came to see your wife? There are several reasons for always staring at their brother Zi. Ji Chang's didn't notice that the sponsor came to watch the filming, and was still directing, when Rong'an and the others walked over. When they came to the person in front of you, the person standing in that position bent down slightly. Pay attention, it's slight. I don't want you to be like the servants in ancient times. Don't be so mean. Remember what I told you before. You bend down because of etiquette. Your attitude should be elegant, indifferent, and with a little respect. For example, Western etiquette. Ji Chang's looked around, took Kuiju's hat and put it on his head. Look, the posture is not important, the main thing is the attitude. As he spoke, he held his right chest with his left hand, took off his hat with his right hand and bowed slightly, all in one go, soft and beautiful. I don't know, maybe I really think he salutes like this all the time. As soon as I raised my head, that elegant and slightly respectful aura immediately collapsed. Did you see it? That's it? It's not like a bear is bowing his head, nor is he being a thief, let alone being like a palace made in ancient times. It would be bad if he is any lower, tisk. Ji Chang's tisk is always very. It worked. When he threw the hat back to Kuiju, the younger brothers had already taken advantage of this time to practice. Okay, get ready dash. The successful heroine walked through the middle with several bosses chatting and laughing. The waiters on both sides wearing the same clothes bent slightly and lowered their heads when they were about to arrive, waiting for them to pass by and then raised their heads again. The attitude of the hostess and the bosses was very natural, as if they were already accustomed to this kind of service in the hotel, and they walked all the way to the door. Okay, stop dash. Let's move, take pictures of the interior of the hotel. Ji Chang's knocked on his shoulder and turned around to see Mr. Jin, who had arrived at an unknown time. Mr. Jin? Why are you here? When he was caught peeping, Mr. Jin said dryly, I just heard that you came to this hotel to shoot, and I came to see if there is anything I can help with. Not yet. Don't worry. You are the big financier of our crew. If I need any help, can I still be polite to you? Ji Chang's attitude was familiar and close, making people feel like a spring breeze. At least it felt like a breath of spring breeze, but Mr. Jin was a little disappointed that he couldn't provide help in times of need again. It's not like he has never invested in a film crew before. Every time he did, the film crew would come to him in different ways to ask for money. As a result, now that he has invested in Ji Chang's, except for the first wave of money, the other party has never mentioned any additional money to him. Whatever happened, I took care of it myself and didn't bother Mr. Jin at all. But the more he behaved like this, the more Mr. Jin felt that there were too few such good children and he wanted to help. But his attention was now attracted by something else. Nagaze, I heard about your cooperation with the hotel. How did you come up with the idea of cooperating with the hotel? I don't think anyone has done this before. How could Ji Chang's come up with so many new things? How did you come up with it? That must be the result of Ji Baby's mentality of not wanting to spend a dime but wanting to earn it in return. Of course Ji Chang's can't say that. He only showed a pure smile, as if he was embarrassed. It's nothing, I just wanted to save a little bit, so I came up with it. There is an investor dad on the crew, but he actually wants to save money. What does he want? Of course he is just a very nice person. This kid is so good. Mr. Jin was even more moved. He also remembered what he came to inquire about. By the way, I also have something to ask. It's my daughter. She's a bit stupid. I heard that you have good grades. I want to ask if you have anything. The trick? Make people smarter. Ji Chang's was a little silent for a moment. It may be said that Mr. Jin asked this question stupidly, but at least he directly asked the source of the problem and planned to solve it directly by improving his IQ. To say he is smart, the question is about improving his IQ. Recalling that Mr. Jin's only daughter seemed to like sports, Ji Chang's replied thoughtfully, I don't know much about this, but every time I finish exercising, my mind will be extra clear. After all, just after exercise, the brain is in a state of excitement, so it is normal to wake up. Mr. Shuezajan immediately took Shueba's words as an edict. Okay, I understand. He strolled all the way back home and happened to bump into his daughter in the living room, who was humming a song and doing weight loss exercises. Look at this guy bouncing around and sweating all over. This should be considered exercise, right? Mr. Jin was immediately overjoyed and watched his daughter dance happily. After dancing, he said, didn't you say you wanted to play some tennis before? Go ahead, Dad supports you. Real. Miss Jin almost jumped up with joy. She wanted to join the school's tennis club before, but she was accepted. The teachers said she had talent, but her father always felt that it would delay her studies and not allow her to go. Now when she suddenly let go, she almost went crazy with joy. "Dad, you are so kind. I love you so much. Then I will go upstairs to pack up and go to training. Don't worry, I will definitely bring you the #1 player in the game next month." Seeing his daughter jumping up the stairs as excitedly as a monkey who got a banana and disappearing 2 or 3 times, Mr. Jin felt very happy in his heart. Hurry up and be smart. If you are smart, even if you are a gorilla, let alone a monkey, as a father, you will not have to worry about the future of your daughter. Ji Chang still doesn't know that his words have made the atmosphere of the Jin family much better. He has been living and dying at a fast pace recently, grasping the time, and is very busy every day. If Kui Juneng hadn't been there to take over, he might have been unable to help himself in researching the problem. A drug that can prevent a person from dying without sleeping for 24 hours. After the whole crew worked so hard for more than a month every day, getting up earlier than a chicken, working more than a cow, and going to bed later than a dog, they finally rushed to complete the filming, editing, and soundtrack before the start of school in the summer vacation. Then, it was left to Mr. Jin, the big benefactor. Mr. Jin lived up to expectations, and the movie was successfully released 3 days before the start of school. There are very few movies nowadays, and there are also few movie theaters at the same time. Ji Chang's and the others have zero publicity. If Mr. Jin hadn't been a figure in the entertainment industry, it would certainly not have been released so quickly. Ji Chang's had no intention of not promoting it at all. In this relatively simple era, if you want to promote well, you may not have to spend much money. He just printed out some posters and asked his brothers to distribute them everywhere. It didn't matter what pictures were on the posters, what mattered was the words written on them. Some wrote, "China's first movie that teaches you how to do business. Every businessman should come and see it. How a poor girl becomes an excellent entrepreneur step by step." For those who don't know, I'm afraid they think it's a true story. The timing is so clever. It happened to be a time when the country was vigorously promoting economic development, and it happened to be a time when a lot of people wanted to go to sea but were hesitant about whether they should go to sea. It is very normal to hesitate when you are used to a peaceful life and suddenly give up everything to enter a new field and risk everything you have. And just when they were hesitating, a movie specifically about business appeared. More or less, it still attracted a little box office. When the movie was just released, the promotional pictures and the words on it attracted a group of people to watch it. But after watching it, the excellence of this movie will naturally make them feel physically and mentally comfortable, and they will automatically and spontaneously benefit the people around them. A great and beautiful movie appeared, called The Road to Struggle. The news quickly spread, and the movie attendance rate was no longer empty, but more, and soon every movie would be full. Most of the seats were steadily filled. Of course, Ji Chang's cannot just satisfy this achievement, which may seem good in the eyes of others, but is far from enough in his eyes. The biggest bomb has not yet exploded. Just like the name of this movie, the content is that the heroine Kang Xiu was born in an ordinary village. The first person she met who inspired her was a water seller. Every time I go to the town to go to the market, there are a lot of people. Villagers from 10 miles and 8 villages come here to do business. Instead of people from this town coming all the way, even if they bring water, they will drink most of it. A local man in the town prepared water in advance and sold it around. Others followed suit and came to sell water, so a new profession emerged in the town, the water seller. The first person selling water was robbed of his business, so he was not in a hurry. Instead, he bought ice cubes, cut them into identical small cubes, and put them neatly in the covered box. The other people selling water, he sell ice water. Others sell it for 2 cents a bowl, but he sells it for 3 cents. However, ice water relieves the heat in the summer, so a 1-cent increase is not unacceptable, so he still sells better than others. Later, someone else imitated him, and he changed again. Now, he started to buy fruits, beat them into juice, add honey, and put them into bamboo tubes. He hired someone to make each bamboo tube for a penny, with cat patterns carved on it. This time it was more expensive, so he sold for a dime. He also named it Mao Mao Shui. 1 cent to buy a cup of juice in a bamboo tube is still too expensive for villagers. But because many people rarely come to the town, and most of these people bring their children, it is rare for them to come here. My children want it pitifully, thinking that they will only come a few times a year, so I finally gritted my teeth and bought it. As a result, the water seller made a fortune again. And when others followed suit again, he had saved enough money to leave the town and went to a big city to work hard. When he came back, he was already a big boss driving a car. This incident gave the young heroine a great impact. It also had a great impact on the audience. The day after the movie was released, someone was selling cat water on the street, and there were more than one. It seems to be selling quite well. Ji Chang's lay on the balcony and looked down. Seeing the water seller, who was surrounded by children and parents, smiling from ear to ear and holding a bamboo tube with his head down, he also smiled. The first small bomb began to explode. His box office should also explode. The author has something to say. This chapter is today's update. Because there will be an update of Nutrient Solution today, I'm going to update it in advance. The update is estimated to be around 12 o'clock. Lily is free and the fastest update without anti-theft or anti-theft. You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhonmao. Chapter 404. At first, a new movie was released in theaters and didn't get much attention. Even though there are few movies now, at the same time, there are also few people who are willing to spend money to go to the movies. Get rid of those who have no money, those who have money but don't want to waste it, and those who have money who are willing to waste it but don't have time. What's left? This wave of people can't create any spark no matter how much they promote themselves. It wasn't until the second day after the movie was released that a person gritted his teeth and spent money to watch the movie because of the line step-by-step instructions. How do you do business on the promotional picture? He was inspired to learn the operations of the water seller in the movie. I bought fruit honey, chopped bamboo, and experimented overnight to achieve the effect mentioned in the movie. Mix fruit juice with water and add honey, and you can finally get a cup of cat water that is sour and sweet. The seemingly simple process in the movie was actually the result of Ji Chang's and a bunch of younger guys drinking countless versions of juice. During this process, the release ratio was researched and released in the movie without any cover-up, and it was released directly. After all, Ji Chang's broadcast the scene to guide some people to learn. If half is hidden and half is exposed, the effect will not be so fast. The resident who watched the movie also dared to try, and he succeeded in the first attempt. He knew in his heart that he was not the only one who had watched the movie. If he wanted to make this money, he could only make money while everyone was still there. Hurry up when you don't react. The next day, I went to sell many bamboo tubes filled with cat water. Naturally, in such a huge capital, he is not the only smart person. As if overnight, cats were all over the streets and alleys. Everyone unanimously chose the same price as in the movie, 1 cent per bamboo tube. Not only did they get sweet cat water to drink, but after drinking, they also got a bamboo tube engraved with a kitten pattern. Immediately afterwards, people with strong hands-on skills began to try to carve other animals on the bamboo tubes, such as rabbits, puppies, and cows, and finally developed into 12 zodiac animals. The reason why this small bomb is placed at the top is because the cost it requires is too low. The water seller in the movie has already received benefits from selling water, so he has developed from his original independent efforts to outsourcing bamboo tubes and carvings when making cat water. but in reality, people who want to make the same amount of money as him can completely save the outsourcing fee, cut bamboo, make bamboo tubes, and carve by themselves. The juice needs to be watered. So you don't need to buy a lot of fruit, and you don't need to add a lot of honey. The low cost is terrible, and it is spread out into bamboo tubes that can only hold relatively small amounts. For ordinary people, this small business is already considered to be a huge profit. In just one day, these people selling cat water can be seen all over the capital. They appear unexpectedly, and then suddenly leave with a lot of money and contentment. They started asking around. What is this cat water? Why are so many people suddenly selling it? My child insisted on drinking cat water when he came back today. He said other children had it, so I bought it for him because it only cost 10 cents anyway. It tastes really good. The youngest son of Lao Li's family used to not do his job properly, and his brother and sister-in-law didn't look down on him. Today he sold cat water for a day, and when he came home, he bought 2 chicken drumsticks for his nephew to eat. I saw that his sister-in-law's face almost burst into laughter. It seems like within a day, everyone wants to know how to make cat water and can they sell it. People selling cat water? People are getting rich. How on earth do they know? Then, the cat water is from a movie. The news spread throughout the streets. This is a movie specifically about doing business. It's not the previous business, it's the current one. The recipe for cat water is also directly shown in the movie. Another day, there were many more people in the cinema. Some are curious about the recipe and how this movie talks about business, some want to learn about business, and some simply want to see so many people and want to join in the fun even if they don't have money. Naturally, Ji Chang's would not just let cats and dogs play tricks on him. Cat water is just a small profit. For ordinary people, it may be possible to make a fortune, but it also requires physical labor and hard work. After all, it is actually a little better than a normal job. That was just the initial incident of the heroine Kang Su when she was a child. There are many other business cases. Kang Xiu has 2 older brothers. They are not very young and neither of them are very smart. However, they both love their sister and do their best to take care of and raise Kang Xiu. Her eldest brother earned money by carrying bricks on construction sites. When Kang Xiu was 5 years old, she didn't quite understand how hard it was. When she was 10 years old, her eldest brother was carried back because of fatigue. He returned to the construction site after a day's rest. Kang Xiaoming knew that he was struggling for the sake of the family, but there was nothing he could do. She quietly went to her eldest brother's construction site and peeked at his work, watching him carry a load of equipment in such hot weather. There were heavy bags of sand, and he was sweating profusely but could not rest for a moment. When it was time to eat, he couldn't eat outside because the construction site was too far away, so he could only take out the food he brought with him and wolf it down. Kang Su feels sorry for her eldest brother, and she wants him to stop working so hard. She started thinking about it and finally got inspiration from her eldest brother's lunchbox. When the eldest brother came home that day, Kang Su told him his thoughts. If this were any other family, perhaps her suggestion as a 10-year-old girl would not be recognized, but in Kang Xiu's family, 3 siblings depended on each other, and her eldest brother and second brother were willing to devote time and energy to accompany her to try. The eldest brother returned to the construction site, discussed with the workers, and asked them who wanted to order food. His little sister would prepare it and deliver it to their doorstep at a cheap price. Many workers thought it would be a good idea to try it because the price was cheap, so they ordered one. The second brother was cooking, and Kang Xiu helped. When the time was almost up, they put the rice on the cart, calculated the time to set off, and arrived just in time for the meal. When she was shopping for vegetables, she deliberately shopped around. She also agreed with the vegetable farmer that she wanted a large quantity and negotiated a lower price, So the cost dropped a lot. Although the price was cheap, she still made a profit. That's how I got my first pot of gold. Kang Xiu soon became dissatisfied with this one construction site. She began to go to other construction sites with her eldest and second brothers to get reservation services. More and more construction sites began to buy food from Kang Xiu's family. The three of them could no longer support such a large workload. They began to hire people to cook and deliver the goods, so they didn't have to work hard, but they could still make money. The Kang family's life is gradually getting better, even if more and more people learn from their family's food delivery model, because they are the first and the quality is consistently good. It does not bring them much impact. Kang Su can finally stop worrying about her eldest and second brothers. But at the same time, she also began to write in her diary, "I found that I was not satisfied with the current situation. I saw a bigger and broader future, and now is just a small step." This is not greed or dissatisfaction, it is just a natural entrepreneur who has found a path that suits him. She did not devote herself wholeheartedly to business just because she got a benefit. Instead, she began to do her duty of studying seriously, study hard, skip grades, and indulge in reading. I wrote in my diary, "Knowledge is the most precious wealth and the door to wealth. If I want to get more, then I must have the knowledge that matches it." Kang Xiu successfully entered a good university. She read a lot of books on economics and was always paying attention to the news in the shopping mall and the changes in the economic market at home and abroad. At the same time, I also look at the success of some people and the failure of some people who were originally successful. She tried hard to analyze the reasons and imagined what she would do if it were her. Even though she hadn't stepped into the mall yet, she had already simulated it thousands of times in reality. Just as Kang Xiu was slowly perfecting his plan, something happened to the Kang family. Their food delivery restaurant was smashed and robbed by someone who was the most famous and wealthy man in the area. The reason for destroying the restaurant was that he also wanted to do the food delivery business, but the Kang family had been standing in the way. Some people are unreasonable. He has money and some time to toss with the Kang family. He hires people to make trouble in the Kang family's store every day, making the customers afraid to come. Brother Kang's arms are rubbing against theirs. The argument was interrupted, and as soon as the police arrived, the gangsters immediately lay down on the ground. That family is rich and they are not afraid of hard work. Those gangsters want to make money and are willing to go to jail in exchange for it. The Kang family's business plummeted and they were in dire straits. Brother Kang had a hidden illness and was so angry that he was hospitalized. Sister-in-law Kang Xiu had no choice but to call Kang Xiu and tell her about it. This is the first hurdle in Kang Xiu's life. Only then did she realize that in business, you don't have to have competitors only if you become big and strong. If you are not strong enough, there will always be people who will bully you. Next is the routine of a cool drama. Naturally, the protagonist cannot be bullied. Even if he is bullied, it will only make the protagonist stronger. Kang Xiu had been preparing for this matter because he started this matter quickly, relying only on 50,000 principles, step by step, relying on the information and preparations he had been collecting before, and it took only 1 month to capture more than that. 10 times as much money as his family. Just by making a simple game, they succeeded in making the family's funds bubble. They didn't know the identity of this suddenly rising local entrepreneur, and they were still imagining that the other party could help. When they learned that Kang Xiu was going to return to his hometown, they were ready to go. All kinds of flattery. And all the illusions were shattered on the spot when she saw Kang Xiu calling brother to the eldest brother of the Kang family. Of course Ji Chang's will not just teach business. Movies are essentially meant to be watched, even if there are some business ideas and techniques hidden in them. As a movie itself, of course it must be enjoyed by the audience. Of course, the fastest way to promote this movie is to trigger a buzz. And Ji Chang's has hidden a lot of secrets in this movie. 10 explosive points. Each of Kang Su's ideas can actually be applied to reality. As long as people who watch the movie dare to follow the instructions, the rewards and results will be 80% the same as what Kang Su got. In this era where you can make a fortune by doing anything, Ji Chang's personally ignited one explosive point after another. The third day of the movie's release. Front page content of the new daily. Wang Yinghe, a well-known entrepreneur in the capital, publicly expressed his gratitude to a movie. This movie is really strong, and everything about business in it is true. I am very grateful to it for helping me get through this difficult time. Ordinary people make a little money by running small businesses. Name a famous or wealthy person to thank him for making a profit of 30 million from this movie. The effect is still different. After the intensive publicity, this is indeed a good movie, and the final result is obvious. The movie's box office exploded immediately. But when the reporters rushed to interview the director and screenwriter Ji Chang's, they only saw Mr. Jin, who suddenly became rich and confused because the sales of chili sauce went crazy. Is Mr. Jin real? Very confused. How can he make more money from chili sauce than he invested in movies? Isn't this just a bottle of cheap ordinary chili sauce? How did Ji Chang's do it? He got rich again by mistake. It was learned that they wanted to interview Mr. Ji Chang's, a talented director and screenwriter who Wang Yinghe commented was a born entrepreneur with a reserve of knowledge in his mind that exceeded his own. Mr. Jin, he may not be free recently. The reporters all looked at him with bright eyes. Is Director Ji busy with something? We can wait. After all, it is normal for a powerful person like Ji Chang's to be busy. Mr. Jin, then you can wait for summer vacation. Reporters. He is a teacher? The principal. Mr. Jin, no, he is a student. Isn't school going to start now? He has to go back to class. Correct. He suddenly thought of something and stood up mumbling. It seems that he didn't take the homework of his one-day tour of the capital assigned by his school. You guys sit down for now while I go up and look for it. If he can't hand in his homework, he will be criticized. The author has something to say. This month's nutrient solution will reach 60,000 yuan. There is another update, which is the additional update of this month's nutrient solution reaching 75,000. It's probably around 2 o'clock. Let the little angels go to bed first and watch the tweets tomorrow. Lily is free and the fastest update. No anti-theft, no anti-theft. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 405. After the movie exploded, various news outlets have been reporting on it in different ways. After all, from a normal perspective, this movie was named by Wang Yinghe to help him overcome the difficulties in the business and make a net profit of 30 million. The film director was also admitted by Wang Yinghe that he was not as good as him, and this movie was also sealed. All the business tips on this page are true. This in itself is very eye-catching news. From a national perspective, in the movie, Kang Soo-kye has been trying to protect and help her country. The first thing she did after earning a good fortune on her own for the first time was to establish a Hope primary school. She said that China is still developing. It is not the China of the past, nor will it be the China of the future. She hopes that more and more people can make more and more money, because this will prove that China is a great country. Really developed. The state encourages economic development because it understands that a country must revitalize its economy in order to truly prosper. She established Hope Primary School in the hope of cultivating the next generation to be better than theirs. She recruited students who graduated from prestigious schools, and she did not give up knowledge even after she graduated. She transfers funds when a disaster occurs in the country, not only donating money, but also doing her best to help the affected people. There is a sentence in the movie that she said when she met a profiteer that can summarize Kang Su's thoughts all the time. Of course you can make money, and the more you make, the better, but making money and having a conscience can go together. This central idea is exactly in line with the tone of the country at this moment. Nowadays, the country is vigorously developing the economy and encouraging people to join in building the motherland. However, because many people are accustomed to the iron rice bowl, they dare not leave the stable path even if they are tempted. A country that is stagnant cannot develop and progress vigorously. Ji Chang's The Road of Struggle is like when everyone is hesitating, a reliable and wealthy big boss suddenly appears. The big boss takes a shovel and personally shovels out a smoother road, and then starts banging. To encourage others. Let's go. Do not be afraid. I have taught you my experience and skills, and the road has been laid here. By walking through it, we can become people who change the surroundings and even the country. In such an atmosphere, it seems to be a normal thing for the road to struggle to appear on serious news pages and to praise the patriotic spirit of not admitting defeat and daring to fight and bravery shown in the movie. The Chinese people have a special characteristic. Extraordinary letter center. This trait becomes stronger the older you get. At first, the road to struggle was only circulated among young people, who were not interested in doing business and watched the movie as a fun drama. Those who came with the intention of learning Buddhist scriptures carefully took notes, and some even brought notebooks and pens. There is a movie theater that is very spiritual. After they observed that there were many people who came with pens and papers, they opened a special learning session. If you are here to study, then you go to the special study session. The lights are not turned off in that special session, so you don't want to go to the ordinary seats and take notes with a flashlight to disturb other viewers who are simply watching the movie. And with the venue packed with public opinion and perfect scores, the cinema has added some new forces, middle-aged and elderly people. They just came to see what the central government said good movies looked like. The central government said yes, then we must study. Ji Chang's has left the capital, but the impact of this film has spread to various places at a rapid speed. Usually, when a movie becomes a hit, everyone pays attention to the actors and stars in it. But because Wang Yinghe named him, as a well-known entrepreneur, their words still carry a lot of weight, especially Ji Chang's. Not only is the movie well made, but they also did a dirty trick in this movie. The first operation was a chili sauce advertisement that was so well received that Mr. Jin was stunned. Ji Chang's relied on the fact that no one had ever embedded advertisements in movies before. Not only would the audience not find them annoying, but they would also find them fresh, and the advertisements were placed without any disguise. Throughout the whole trip, whenever we were eating, there would be a bottle of Jinshan chili sauce on the table. When the heroine was 5 years old, the family's savings were wiped out because the heroine suddenly fell ill. They had no money to buy groceries and could only eat white rice. The second brother dug out a bottle of Jinshan chili sauce mixed with rice from the kitchen, and it was unexpectedly delicious. The three brothers and sisters sat around the table and had a delicious meal with chili sauce. The 5-year-old heroine also thought of mixing the remaining rice and chili sauce into a pot, then washing the leaves and serving them in a leaf. A ball of rice with chili sauce is given to other children in the village in exchange for helping them collect firewood for the family. Because she is still young, this plot not only shows that the heroine has a talent for business at a young age, but also feels sorry for her brothers who have to work so hard to get home and it is already dark, and they have to stay up late to collect firewood in the mountains. Show how delicious the chili sauce is. Of course, this chili sauce bibimbap is really delicious, as Ji Chang's, who received more than 20 boxes of chili sauce from Mr. Jin and discovered various ways to eat chili sauce with his friends, can testify. This was just the first appearance of chili sauce. After that, workers on the construction site ate it, classmates ate it, and they ate it when they were tired from studying in college. Even when starting a business, there was a boss who wanted to cooperate and couldn't eat, so the heroine just put the chili sauce on it. Brought it? Of course, Ji Chang's will not deify chili sauce that much. The plot he set up is that the reason why the boss can't eat is because there is a big project here that needs supervision. He can't leave, and he is far away from his hometown. My mother is ill and is said to be not well. While he was worried about his mother, he couldn't leave her at the same time. He felt guilty and worried, and couldn't sleep or eat well. The heroine brought chili sauce with her and talked about how she ate chili sauce with rice when she was a child. It was extended to how good her brothers were to her and how hard they worked to bring her up. She persuaded the boss that money is important, but family is more important. In the end, the boss was eating the chili sauce mixed rice with tears dripping into the rice, and said in a tearful voice, "It's delicious." After that, the heroine successfully became the boss's partner and guarded the project for him, while he dropped everything and went back to his hometown to visit and take care of his mother, and saw his mother for the last time. Although the boss was sad when he came back, he was also very grateful to the heroine. He bluntly said that if she hadn't brought the bottle of chili sauce to persuade him, he might have hesitated and missed the opportunity to see his mother for the last time. In that case, he would have absolutely will you regret it for the rest of your life. Finally, Ji Chang's even showed a close-up of the boss with red eyes. That bottle of chili sauce is really delicious. It's like going back to when my mother made chili sauce for me when I was a kid. Ji Chang's really likes Mr. Jin? Who doesn't like a person who is full of sincerity? In addition, he deliberately created a situation where a poor director brings a plan to ask for cooperation but is rejected miserably, and director Kim lends a hand in times of need and gets a double fortune in return. Naturally, he does everything he can to advertise wherever possible. After watching the movie, whether you came to study or relax, you will think of Jinshan chili sauce as soon as you eat. I think of the happy expressions on the characters' faces when they eat in the movie. Think of the taste described inside. They may not be able to afford anything else, just a bottle of chili sauce, but most families can still afford it. Jinshan chili sauce in major shopping malls was quickly sold out. If Mr. Jin hadn't prepared so much stock in a days before, this chili sauce might still have been priced but not available. But the inventory was not enough, so Mr. Jin could only ask the factory to work overtime and buy a new factory urgently. He has an industry under his name. A lot of. But the most profitable thing is actually chili sauce. While Mr. Jin was still thinking, what on earth is going on, how did I get rich again, other industrial companies that Ji Chang's had approached were also confused. Thinking back on what Ji Chang said before, they all turned out to be true. How can this not make people heartbroken? The opportunity to make a fortune should have been theirs, but instead of watching an unknown movie and an advertising model they had never heard of, they just watched their wealth slip away from their hands. This is so sad. As Ji Chang's expected, this matter was still widely reported by the media. Once it was reported, those companies would be sad. The chili sauce may just be an accident. Then the second advertising placement and the rise of Capital Hotel made it impossible to ignore Ji Chang's power. This hotel is a business cooperation, and Ji Chang's is not so sincere, but he still gives enough shots of the sponsor's father. For example, when the heroine came to the capital for the first time, she once passed by this hotel. She was stunned and almost thought such a gorgeous place was a castle, but soon her classmates told her that it was the Capital Hotel. The guests of this hotel are all wealthy people with status and status. The price of a night's room is the salary of an ordinary person for 1 year or even 2 or 3 years. The heroine soon had a goal. Sooner or later, she would enter this hotel and become a member of the people inside. Sure enough, she achieved this goal. When she stepped in for the first time, she understood why this hotel was so expensive. And the expensive place also means that the people who come and go are either rich or noble, so it is a good place to make connections. The second day after the heroine checked into the hotel, she made friends with a big sister. The big sister made a casual investment and made her gain a lot of benefits. She also began to understand the importance of connections in business. Anyway, after watching the whole process, the impression left by this hotel to the audience is that it is expensive, nice, and a top-notch place for rich people to live. Ordinary people would forget it after watching it and sighing that it's really awesome. However, those wealthy people who have just become rich, or people from other areas, will directly remember this hotel in their hearts. When they go to the capital in the future, their first choice will definitely be this high-end and elegant hotel. And regarding the characteristics of this era, some upstarts who are eager to prove their identity find such a place where they can not only prove that they are rich, but also enjoy themselves and make connections. Go. Go immediately. They are not short of money anyway. 3 days after the movie was released, the hotel was already full of guests. People were calling to make reservations all the time. The girl at the front desk was so soft when she answered the phone that the person in charge almost laughed out loud without even dreaming. Before Ji Chang's got the profit from the movie, he got the dividend from the hotel first. The other party regarded him as if he were a golden man, and gave Ji Chang's a large bag of money before he got on the train. After all, the heat is just right. Just for one day, it is a large amount of money that ordinary people cannot imagine. While Ji Chang's lamented that it was indeed the rich who had the best money to make, he simply came to the train to share the money on the spot. The past 2 months have been quite troublesome for him, and everyone has basically lost weight in circles. Although the promised money has been given, Ji Chang's knows very well how much goodwill a sudden surprise can bring. Although I thought about giving out bonuses about this matter, I have been holding back and not talking about it. Now pay directly or in the train. Not only can you get real tickets in your hands, but you can also enjoy the envious sight of other passengers. This double happiness instantly washed away 2 months of hard work. Thank you, brothers. More, I've never got this much money in my life. I can't wait to rush home right now and tell my mom that I'm successful. With this much money, I can give my sister a lot of dowry. Brother Ze is awesome. I will follow you for the rest of my life. The passengers looked at it with envy written all over their faces. I guess if there weren't so many of them, some people might have their own evil intentions. Ji Chang's is not afraid of this situation happening at all. If it does happen, it will be his fault. It was almost done, so he placed the last packet of money in front of Rongan. Here, the heroine's salary. Naturally, Rongan refused to accept it, and Ji Chang's did not refuse her. Put it in your bag, I don't have it. Anyway, let's deceive people and get their money first. It was windy and rainy outside, but everyone sitting on the road back to their hometown was in high spirits and full of happiness. Ji Chang's held his chin up and chatted with Rongan while looking at the scenery. Tell me, do our parents know that we are famous? They haven't paid much attention to the entertainment section, so it's unlikely that they would know, right? If I had known about it 2 days ago, I'm afraid I would have made the call long ago. Rongan also felt that it was unlikely that the parents of the two families would know. They don't like to read newspapers, so your dad only buys some newspapers to read occasionally. The newspapers are not entertainment newspapers, so they probably don't know. Ji Chang's thought of another possibility: we are all so famous. Even if they don't know, others will tell them after seeing it, right? After chatting for a while, the two went back to meet their parents. How should I say, they yawned and fell asleep on each other. And in a distant mountain city, Ji's father had a rest today and was in a good mood. He went to the newspaper office and bought a newspaper while humming a song. Of course he won't buy entertainment tabloids. It's not that I don't pay attention to Ji Chang's and Rongan, but I feel that no matter how hard they try, those two kids can't get into the entertainment newspapers. As usual, I bought a copy of Huaguo Bao, which contained news from the central government and major important events across the country. Although Ji's father was just an ordinary citizen, like many people in this era, He paid great attention to national affairs. After returning home, I took a sip of water, sat comfortably on a chair, and prepared to enjoy some quiet time reading the newspaper. At a glance, I saw a prominent title. The Central Committee commends Ji Chang's, the director of Struggle Road, and praises him as a youth of the new era. Father Ji took a sip of water. Well, this young man of the new era is just like his son. Sure enough, he is very talented in naming. Look, isn't someone named Ji Chang's very successful? So his son will definitely succeed in the future. After doing some research, you feel that there is nothing wrong with the logic. If you gain a son in advance, he will definitely be successful and happy. Then read on. Below are all the central government's praises for this director named Ji Chang's, saying that young people today should learn from his advanced ideas and so on. Ji's father nodded while watching, planning to wait for the brat to come back and let him take a look and learn from it. Look at others, they are also directors, and the central government has named them. Look at that brat again. The reason why the heroine chose Anan, a neighbor, was because Anan didn't want a paycheck. Read on. Also included at the bottom are interviews with acquaintances about why Ji Chang's is so good. It was said by a person named Jin. He said, Nagasawa mentioned to me that his current success is inseparable from his parents' education. His father works in a national enterprise and his mother is a doctor. He is very upright and excellent. Seeing this, Ji's father already felt that something was wrong, but he still told himself that it might just be a coincidence. After all, there are still many coincidences in this world. Until I saw the bottom, Nagasawa's father's name is Ji Adang, which is a very common name in Nagasawa's hometown of Yamashita. Nagasawa said that his father is indeed a patriotic man just like his name. Party people. The name is the father-in-law of Ji Adang. Damn it! He was completely confused. His thoughts also fell into a trance. My father Ji loves the party and works in a state-owned enterprise, my mother is a doctor, and her hometown is Shanxi. Isn't that their home? He looked down at the newspaper again. In the newspaper, the genius director Ji Chang's was named and praised by the central government. Is it his son Ji Chang's? His son was praised by the central government. The author has something to say. This chapter is an additional update after the nutrient solution exceeds 75,000. A total of 17,000 updates. Great or not? Do you really want to reward me with nutrient solution? Good night, Lily. Free and fastest update, no anti-theft, no anti-theft. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 406. Ji's father was still confused, so his employer called him and asked him to work overtime temporarily. This is quite normal. Although state-owned enterprises have always been the favorites in the eyes of Chinese parents, only those who are in them know that there are a lot of jobs in them. It's quite normal for me to call my work unit to ask for overtime while I'm resting. But the good news is that Jifu and his company will still give overtime pay if they work overtime temporarily, so no one is against overtime work. He looked down at the newspaper and touched his head. After confirming that he was not dreaming, he went out in a daze. For some residents of Mountain City, this is just an ordinary day. The weather is ordinary and the work is routine. Although I saw in the newspaper that a director from a mountain city was named and praised by the central government, I didn't take it to heart. After all, the mountain city is so big, isn't it normal to have one or two talents? After reading the newspaper, I exclaimed, this director is from our mountain city, and that was it. But for some people, they were absolutely shocked after seeing that report. The young director in this report is the son of the old Ji family, right? It's 80 percentile. Didn't his son say he was going to make movies before? At that time, many people poured cold water on him and said it was just a fool's errand. Unexpectedly, even the central government praised him for the movie he made. He was so promising. It also talks about Lao Ji and his wife. His wife's name is Wang Yuan. The names match. It's definitely their child. I know about The Road to Struggle. My relatives called me after watching it before and asked me to go and see it. They said it was very beautiful and very inspiring after watching it. I didn't expect that it was actually shot by Lao Ji's son. This how old is the child? How was he raised? Ji's father is actually unwilling to take the initiative to bring up the topic of children in the work. When my son was a child, he was fine, with good grades and good looks. He would take the initiative to talk about things about the child without anyone having to tell him. But things have gradually changed since this child went to college. Even if his grades have dropped, he is still busy with something every day and has gathered a large number of people outside. If it were someone else's family, you might have to worry about your children being misled by those outside. But Ji's father and Ji's mother always vaguely felt that in these brotherly relationships, it was their parents, Zeze, who had the dominant position. Not only does that child hang out with a bunch of people outside every day, but he also doesn't want to stay home. Even when facing parents' advice, they always look like you don't understand me at all. Ji's father was naturally unwilling to mention his son to outsiders. The son can no longer be mentioned, and the daughter is also in need. After all, there are two brothers and sisters in the family. If they only talk about the daughter and not the son every time, the people in this unit are all human beings, and they will definitely see the problem. If he just didn't want to mention it at first, then after the news that old Ji's son collected a large sum of money and took a group of people to the capital to talk about what movies he wanted to make came to the work unit, Ji's father said this to his child. The topic became even more avoidable. No one ever said this in front of him, but he could guess what his colleagues would say. In short, I definitely don't use any good words. To say that his colleagues have a bad feeling towards him and gossip behind his back is definitely not true. It's just that I can't help but spread the gossip. After BA finished what Ji's father and son did, the last sentence must be, Lao Ji Zhen, what a shame, how could I raise such a troubled son? Father Ji felt bad just thinking about it. But today is different. After thoroughly digesting the information that my son has made his mark, he raised his chest and raised his head. Along the way, he felt that the sky was so blue, the clouds were so white, and everything was so beautiful. Facing the greetings from his colleagues, Ji's father also nodded and smiled. He was so lively that it was unlike him. Good morning. Morning. I helped you with your work yesterday. Remember to treat me to dinner. Xiao Chen, your new cup is pretty good, it looks pretty good. In short, I almost didn't put the words "a spring breeze" on my face. And the colleagues who had just gossiped about the topic Ji Chang's was named and praised by the central government naturally understood why he was so happy. They also laughed narrowly. Hey, yo, not bad, not bad. My son was praised by the central government for being energetic. This working condition is like 3 tubes of chicken blood. Old Ji, please tell us how you educate your children. This Nagasawa is really promising. I am a brat who is praised by the central government, not to mention being praised by the central government. I am happy even if he is praised by the teacher. The youngest daughter of Lao Ji's family is called Cai, right? My daughter and his daughter are in the same class. They say they have very good grades. Lao Ji, why are you so good at teaching children? Both children have become talented. You teach them, teach me? This kid is so promising. He really makes you proud. How old is he? Seeing that all his colleagues knew about it, Ji's father felt proud in his heart, but he was humble on his face. He is messing around as a child. Don't praise me. If he knew that you uncles and aunts praised you so much, he would be proud again. We are all parents. Although Ji's father said don't praise, They all knew that the other person must be saying come on, praise my son, praise, 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 don't be polite. So he simply ignored Father G's humble words and continued to praise him. Father G seemed to suddenly become the center of the office. Some asked him how to educate his son, some wanted to meet Ji Chang's, the young director named and commended by the central government, and some at home wanted to go into the entertainment industry and asked if they could learn from Ji Chang's. Father G felt busier than ever before, as well as joyful and proud as never before. Ji Mu's side is similar. Of course Ji Chang's didn't just praise his father. He praised Ji's mother for almost as long as Ji's father. He keeps finding opportunities to talk to his parents in front of Mr. Jin. Isn't it just so that they can be published in the newspaper as parents of successful people? It is much easier to praise Ji's mother than to praise Ji's father. After all, she is a doctor by profession. He has saved lives and helped countless people. Ji Chang's even mentioned an incident that happened before, saying that his mother Wang Yuan was a pediatrician. When he was 12 years old, the kindergarten school bus had a car accident on the way home from school in the afternoon. All the children were sent to the nearest hospital where Wang Yuan was. Wang Yuan was on vacation at the time, but after receiving the news, she immediately returned to the hospital. She was busy at the hospital for a whole day and night before returning home. As soon as she returned home, she fell asleep, and when she woke up, she went to work as usual. She was out of town at the time and could never go back, but she still drove back quickly because she knew that one more person might be able to save a child's life. His parents didn't specifically mention this to Ji Chang's, but he saw it in his own eyes. He was very grateful to his parents for teaching him what responsibility and love are, and he never forgot this sense of responsibility when filming the movie. Otherwise, Mr. Jin is also in the entertainment industry after all. Ji Chang's just talked about it by the way when the two of them were chatting, but it was reprocessed from Mr. Jin's mouth, and it was as touching as possible. It's almost as if he saw it live and added a soundtrack. Compared to her husband, who got the news from the newspaper, Wang Yuan, who has never been in the habit of reading newspapers, found out that her son was in the hospital when the news was in the newspaper. She goes out as usual. Went to work as usual, but as soon as I got to the second floor, I saw several young nurses at the nurse station gathering together to watch something, and chattering while watching. Although Wang Yuan is older than them, we usually get along well with each other. After all, they are all women, and they have more common topics to talk about. What are you looking at? Be careful not to let the director see you. The director of their pediatric department is a relatively serious middle-aged man. He is usually very serious in speech, not only has excellent professional skills, but also has a great spirit of learning. She doesn't care about her own spirit of learning, and she doesn't care about others. For example, Wang Yuan was told by her several times that she cared too much about her family and should read more books when she had free time. Wang Yuan knew what she said was right. Although the young nurses were afraid of the director with a cold expression, she was not afraid. His character is like that, he is a good person and there is nothing to be afraid of. Dr. Wang. The little nurses who were already enthusiastic about her were particularly excited today and hurriedly pulled her over. We are talking about you. Talk about me. Wang Yuan didn't know why. Me? What's wrong? She hasn't met any bear parents recently. Look, are you following me? Why are we hiding this? The young nurses thought she didn't want to keep a high profile, so they all laughed and said, this matter has been published in the newspapers. Even if you don't want to talk about it, you can't stop people from buying newspapers. Dr. Wang is just too low-key. If it were me, I would definitely be shouting everywhere. It's not enough to just yell. If it were me, I'd also give out wedding candies. They were all young girls, and together the nurse station was full of youthful atmosphere. Only Wang Yuan was surrounded by them, looking confused. No, what on earth are you talking about? What about low-key wedding candy, me? Why can't I understand a word? Seeing that she didn't seem to be pretending not to know, a nurse handed her the newspaper and put her finger on the huge headline. Dr. Wang, why don't you know? We all know. Didn't your son tell you? This kid is really stable. A nurse who spoke out suddenly realized that she was about the same age as Ji Chang's, and stuck out her tongue again. How can I say that I am most afraid of comparing myself to others? I am a few years older than Dr. Wang's son, but everyone else is. So good, I just became a full-time employee. Wang Yuan was even more confused by what they said, so she picked up the newspaper and started reading. After reading it, she was even more confused. Is this my Nagasawa up here? Of course, you and your husband's name work. Isn't it all about doing this? Dr. Wang, why don't you know? Didn't your child tell you? Wang Yuan. After being stunned for more than 10 seconds, she regained her language skills. My brother and I knew about him making movies, but we didn't expect. I didn't expect it to be so successful. When Nagasawa called before, he did say that he thought the movie was well made, and everyone else on the crew also felt the same way. He also said that when the movie is released and he earns money, he will buy a car for the family so that his father will not spend a lot of time walking to work every day. He also said that he wanted to buy jewelry for Wang Yuan. How could she not have any jewelry when she was in her early 40s? Wang Yuan and her husband both listened. But no one took it seriously. After all, in their eyes, it would be good if Ji Chang's crew didn't subsidize the production, but it would be unrealistic to think about making money. The two of them were very pleased with the child's kindness. Parents don't expect their children to give anything in return, but if their grown-up children think of them when good things happen, they will definitely feel comforted. It is precisely because of Ji Chang's confident attitude of "I will definitely succeed, parents, just wait for me to make a fortune and become a great director." Ji Dang and Wang Yuan even less believe that this can come true. It's not that they don't trust their children's abilities. It is really. You say you can make a splash and earn 1,000 or 2,000 yuan, but they still believe it. You said you could become a box office bomb and take China by storm. Their first reaction was that this kid really knows how to dream. But now, the newspaper is in Wang Yuan's hands. It was clearly written in black and white on the paper. The movie her son Ji Chang's directed really became a box office bomb. It has great public influence and was praised by the central government. Wang Yuan's hand holding the newspaper almost shook. Is this really my son? Seeing that the person involved was still looking in disbelief, the little nurses who acted as the crowd started to chirp again. Of course it's your son. Did you see what's written on it? Sister Wang, why don't you know? I thought you already knew it. Just now we said you were really good at hiding it. Wang Yuan, the kid only said he was making movies, he didn't say he made such a big fuss. She stopped mid-sentence. Ji Chang said it. But none of them believed it. Even now I have the newspaper in my hand, Wang Yuan. It still feels unreal. Otherwise, she and Ji Dang are a couple. After thoroughly digesting the news, my first reaction was that she was not dreaming. It's not right. She couldn't have such a sweet dream either. No, I have to make a phone call and ask my son. They all picked up the phone and remembered that Ji Chang's called yesterday and said he got on the train and should be home today. She is still on the train at this moment, who should she call? So the hand pressing the button paused and moved to something else. Hello, I'm looking for Ji Dang. After the couple met, Ji's father remembered that he was so shocked that he hadn't told his wife the news yet. They gathered together to express their shock and confusion. Ji's father, how come Nagasawa is so successful? Ji's mother, how come you're out of business? Ji's father, why did you just quit? Ji's mother, Why did you just become successful? After going through it several times, the two reached an agreement. When their son comes back, they will question him. But wait until I put down the phone. The couple, who were each at their respective workplaces, still couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Why is this kid so successful? While many people in the mountain city were busy because of the newspaper, Ji Chang's car finally arrived at the stop. A group of people crowded out of the station and gathered together. The scene looked quite big. Different from the time at Capital Station, this time when others looked over, the boys all looked proud, thinking to themselves, they must be looking at our new clothes. These are clothes bought in the capital. It's normal for everyone to look at them more. Shanxi was the place where they grew up, and the group of people felt like they were returning to their hometown in fine clothes, especially since they had not only the savings of the past 2 months, but also the bonus that Ji Chang's had just given. Ji Chang's has always believed that those who are capable work harder, and behind this idiom, there is also the following idiom: the more you work, the more you will gain. The bonus he gave out was enough to keep these people excited for a long time. Especially, their movie was released and played very well. This also means that they are also on TV and in the cinema. All the younger brothers have appeared without exception. Not to mention those who have some acting talent, each of them has played at least 5 roles. Ji Chang's also found those who had no talent and were not very good at speaking lines and were sent to learn skills and take charge of other affairs of the crew. Just squeeze people in when the opportunity arises. No need to talk or perform, just show your face. After all, this is the first movie that everyone has participated in together, so of course we all need to take photos as a souvenir. Ji Chang's glanced at Rongan, who was carrying a school bag. Even though she had been praised by the newspaper as the most expressive newcomer, she was still the same as before. There was neither impetuousness nor pride. Even after she left the camera, she still stood there without applying any makeup, carrying an ordinary school bag. However, because she is now somewhat famous, she still carefully wore a black peaked cap. Rongan had no makeup and was dressed normally, and with the hat covering her face, people passing by didn't really notice that the heroine of Struggle Road was standing here. Ji Chang's, have you told your parents that you want to come back? Rongan shook his head. I called home before departure and no one answered the phone. I guess they are taking care of my grandpa in the hospital. She would make phone calls from time to time to ask about the situation at home. She also knew that although her grandfather's disease was severe, it was not incurable. The rest of Rong's parents didn't say anything. Did you hear clearly that Ji Chang's was in charge of the crew? After he brought most of the crew from Shanxi to the capital, he only told Rongan to film well and not to go out alone. There was nothing more to say. Rongan, who had always been protected by his parents, didn't notice anything was wrong, but Ji Chang's was keenly aware that something might have happened to the Rong family. This matter shouldn't be too big, but it can't be said to be small. It's probably very troublesome and there's no way to avoid it. Otherwise, they would not avoid Rongan to deal with it. What could it be? Ji Chang's immediately targeted Rongan's 2 cousins. He had not forgotten the news he had learned from Rongan. The biggest reason why Rong's father and Rong's mother relented and allowed their only daughter to take a train to the capital to film alone was because of the 2 gangster nephews. They are all relatives. Even if they don't like each other in their hearts, they certainly can't say it out loud. They can only find excuses to let Rongan leave home. Ji Chang's knew what was going on, so he led the people out of the station and found a phone number to call. Ji's mother quickly answered the phone. Hello, who is this? Mom, it's me. As soon as Ji Chang's voice came out, Ji's mother's tone suddenly became high. Nagaze. Are you here? You damn kid, you didn't even tell me our arrival time. Just wait there. Your dad and I will come to pick you up right now. Ji Chang's quickly stopped her. No, Don't come. We have to have a meal together. Do not worry. Mom, you've gone back to Shanxi and you're still afraid of me? Is it lost? After dinner, Anan and I went back together. After persuading Ji's mother, Ji Chang's asked as if unintentionally. By the way, are Uncle Rong and the others busy? Before Anan got on the train, she wanted to call them and say she wanted to go home, but no one picked up. As expected, Ji's mother didn't notice it and asked cautiously, is Anan by your side? Ji Chang's glanced at Rongan, who was carrying his school bag and looking towards the road. She is at the other end and can't hear me. Mom, do you want to talk to her? Then I'll ask her to come over. No, I'm telling you, don't tell Anan. Didn't her grandfather originally live with Anan and her uncle's house? When your Uncle Rong was working outside, he gave up everything at home because he thought he wouldn't be able to go back to see the old man often. Have property. The two brothers originally agreed that your Uncle Rong would send money back every year, and the old man would ask his eldest brother to support him, and they would share the money equally when he got sick. But this time, Anan's grandfather had more money for the illness, and her uncle had no conscience. Just leave the old man and run away. Ji Chang's understood what Ji's mother said. To put it simply, although Rong's father and Uncle Rongan live in the city and the other in the village, their family backgrounds are actually about the same. Rong's father had accumulated his own savings over the years, and Uncle Rongan had obtained all the land and house by dividing the family. Originally, the two brothers agreed to share the medical expenses equally to treat the old man's illness, which would cause bleeding but not damage the bones. As a result, Uncle Rongan was unwilling to treat me. He did something cunning and ran away with his wife and children while Rong's parents were not at home. Rong's parents called him, but he didn't answer the phone. Later, he finally answered the phone and said that he really had no money. Naturally, Father Rong would not give up. At the beginning, he also mentioned that the old man should follow him to the city and he would support him, but it was Uncle Rongan himself who said that the old man would stay in the village and he would take care of him. It's okay now. Rong's father gave up all the family's property for his father. As a result, Uncle Rongan took advantage of him. When it's time to contribute, he wants to retreat. Nothing in the world is that cheap. The two had a big quarrel and broke up. Rong's father had no intention of covering up for his eldest brother for half a year, and rumors quickly spread in the village. The result may be that they feel that the two families have broken up and there is no need to maintain any relationship anymore, or maybe they are resentful that their reputation has been ruined. Rong An's two cousins found a few more gangsters, and a bunch of idle gangsters hung around the school gate all day long. When I saw a student, I just stared at him and was asked about it. Just say that you are a relative of Rong's father and mother, Rong's mother, and call the police. They really didn't do anything. Her parents have to take care of the elderly, use up their savings, and face pressure from school. Naturally, they are very busy and rarely have time to go home. Ji Chang's listened to the whole story and lamented that Rong An's two gangster cousins were not self-taught. This was called family education. He didn't reveal anything to Ji's mother, he just nodded and agreed to what she said about letting Rong An stay at their house for a few days. As soon as he hung up the phone, he immediately turned around and clapped his hands, still wearing a calm expression. Come on, find the clothes and remaining tattoo stickers that I bought for you to play gang members. Get dressed and taped, let's get to work. Demo, he is the director. Not to mention the gang members, even the 8 immortals in the 8 immortals crossing the sea, Ji Chang's can get rid of them if he wants to. So, the time when students get out of school. Rong An's two gangster cousins stood at the door as carelessly as ever, smiling maliciously at every student who passed by. The students who looked at them quickly ran past with their heads lowered in fear. Seeing this, the brothers around them laughed wildly, making other students even more afraid to go this way. Noticing the fearful looks in the students' eyes when they looked in their direction, They became more proud and laughed louder. Smiling and laughing, they discovered that the students seemed not to be looking at them, but behind them. Later. How dare these little bastards look beyond them to pay attention to other things? A group of people turned around with crazy smiles. They faced about 80 strong men with tattoos on their arms and dragon patterns on their bodies. They crossed their arms and raised their chins to look at them indifferently. They were different in size, fat and thin, but each of them had a strong aura, as if they were full of blood from the mountains of swords and seas of fire. Several gangsters were so overwhelmed by this terrifying momentum that they didn't dare to breathe. They looked at these people in fear. These people have definitely seen blood. They are real gang members. Under the gaze of several people, the tallest man walked out of the crowd and sneered. "Young man, how dare you wander around in our territory? Don't even ask. Ask around, no one in these 8 villages knows that this place is our base camp." Several people, seeing the other party's cold gaze that was full of overbearing indifference and looking at ants, they were almost scared to death. "Yes, I'm sorry, we were wrong, really wrong." They were really about to cry to death, stammering, begging for mercy and explaining. "We didn't expect that your base camp. It's elementary school." The author has something to say. I will update a little earlier today because the author is too sleepy. It's still a day of running around, and I finally settled on a house. I'm so exhausted. After all the fuss about moving, it's done. Woohoo! Kiss my little cuties. Thank you all for the nutrient solution. Good night. Lily is free and the fastest update. No anti-theft, no anti-theft. You are listening to novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, HandsomeMaleLead. Chapter 407. The leader, Xiaohu, was stunned for a moment when he heard what the gangster said. When he came to his senses, he immediately answered the question with a stiff neck. "What? Can't you do that? Can't we all graduate from this elementary school?" As soon as he said this, the other boys immediately cast admiring glances at him. Not to mention, I looked like a very stupid person when I was a child, but he was so able to pick up conversations. After saying this, Xiaohu followed Ji Chang's instructions and took out the thick branch that he had been holding in his hand horizontally, and in front of several gangsters, he sneered and broke it with one hand. "You guys are so arrogant. I just don't know if your bones can be as hard as rocks." Crack! The broken branches were thrown miserably to the ground, and the gangsters turned pale instantly as they watched. "This branch is very thick as a human arm, and it doesn't look like a dead tree. If it is given to them, let alone one hand, even with 2 hands, it may not be possible to directly break." Before they could take a closer look, more than 80 people were already walking towards them in a dark crowd. The gangsters had never seen anything like this before. They were all frightened, their faces turned pale, and they hurriedly apologized and backed away. I'm sorry, we don't dare to do it anymore, please spare us. Let's go right away." They could almost be said to have rolled around and ran away. The 80-odd boys looked at the embarrassed backs of those gangsters from a distance and laughed unceremoniously. "I thought it was so powerful, so I just scared him and ran away." That's right, trash who only dares to bully elementary school students. You're still a gangster. It's really embarrassing to the gangster. This statement has been echoed by many young men who have been gangsters. Ji Changs walked out of the crowd, looked at the people running away in embarrassment, and clicked his tongue. Wrong, and followed him, his face a little ugly. After all, even if she saw him only a little, she wouldn't be able to recognize what her cousin looked like. 2 cousins came to make trouble at the school where her parents worked. It was normal for her to be in a bad mood. No wonder. Brother Nagasawa answered the phone and led people all the way to cremate and bring lightning over. It turned out that he was trying to help their family. Brother Nagasawa, do you think they will come again in the future? Ji Chang's touched his chin. We are here, but they probably don't dare to come. They will definitely find a way to get us away. You go first, I'll take you with me. They have something else going on. Wrong and left a little worried. Of course, when he brought people here, it wasn't just as simple as asking them to pretend to be members of the black society and scare them away. Ji Chang's has many ways to deal with such scoundrels. Aren't they slippery and careless? Are they stepping on the edge of the law and spreading their wings? Ji Chang's gave them a chance to perform. He turned around and looked at the young men, who all had a bit of a performance quality. They had tattoos on them and clothes on them, and each of them had a fierce look. Take off the tattoo and change your clothes. The younger brothers all agreed obediently without asking why. Brother Z, where should we go next? Still here. Ji Chang's looked around and pointed to a small stall. Let's eat here. Do you want to eat in front of the primary school? The younger brothers looked at each other, but after 2 months of getting along with each other, the idea of Brother Z is definitely right. If you think it's wrong, then you must be wrong. This idea has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. They immediately nodded obediently and walked arm in arm all the way to the stall. Not to mention, almost everyone here has eaten in front of the primary school. After all, the school has the most small stalls at the entrance, many of which are delicious and cheap. A group of people sat down tightly. The stall owner was a little scared at first, but when he found that everyone had a familiar face and they were all lowering their heads to remove the tattoo stickers on their bodies, they immediately relaxed again. Xiaohu, Zhao Tian, why are you there? I just looked at it from a distance and thought it was Hisui. I was shocked. The stall owner who came to the sea to set up a stall could be regarded as having watched the young people present grow up. After seeing their faces clearly, he came forward and wiped the table with a smile. What do you want to eat? Ji Chang sat down amidst his welcome, smiled at the stall owner, and said in a complaining tone. Everyone wants Yangchun noodles. Once the chili peppers are cooked, you will have a good temper. Didn't we go to the capital to film a movie before? We just came back today. When I walked here, I saw those little losers bullying the children, so I went over to ask. Ask them. Hey, what are their backgrounds? How come they bully elementary school students, and parents and teachers don't care? He took over 80 businesses at once, and the stall owner was so happy that he turned back to work and chatted. It seems that he is a relative of the teacher in the school, and he came here to look for trouble. The little bastard is very clever. He keeps wandering around the school. When he finds an opportunity, he talks to the children and scares them. To bluff the kids, the school and parents called the police several times, but every time they said they didn't touch a single hair of those children. What else could they say? The road in front of the primary school was not built by the school, so why can't they if others can walk? They did not do anything, and they did not force their way into the school. It is not easy for the police to arrest people. They are really a bunch of bastards. They have done it recently. There are no children in our stalls coming to eat. As he spoke, he even spit on a few gangsters. After all, the tables and chairs in these small shops are placed outside. If some children are brave enough to come to eat, those gangsters will sit next to them and ask for food. They kept staring at the children with malicious eyes while they were eating. If this was a junior high school or high school, there might be students who were fighting with them, but this was just an elementary school. A group of children, no taller than someone's shoulders, who usually mostly play games, could not eat after being frightened like this. There are still people like this. Seeing the anger expressed by the stall owner's grandfather, Ji Chang's was also filled with indignation. There are so many people these days, and they do this. Isn't this a great way to make a fortune? No. Seeing that he also thought those few were bastards, the stall owner suddenly became energetic. In other words, we small shops are all doing business honestly, and we don't dare to go against them. Otherwise, if we open the door to do business every day, it would be too simple and easy for them to do something, and it would not be cost effective. Ji Chang's understands the thoughts of stall owners very well. The most taboo thing for ordinary people when doing business is having enemies. After all, in many businesses, if someone deliberately messes with you, customers will generally not buy it because they find it troublesome. What's more, most of the people who are doing business these days have just started their business, and they always hope to be able to stabilize and avoid unnecessary troubles. In addition, although the country just cracked down on criminals not long ago, in the face of this, they must still be afraid of the murderer. Here, your noodles. The stall owner put the noodles on the table, turned around and continued to choose noodles. I saw the newspaper, you are really making a difference now, the central government is praising you, go home to your family, people must be happy. The younger brothers held back their bragging skills along the way and recharged their batteries, just so they could brag a lot when they returned to their hometowns. Seeing the stall owner hand over the topic, everyone suddenly became excited and started to brag. Ji Chang's picked up his chopsticks and said, it's actually quite difficult for us. Brothers. All the enthusiasm for bragging was suppressed by the sentence. No way. The boss has spoken, but they don't dare to sing the opposite. So they could only nod their heads one by one, yes, yes, that's difficult. Fortunately, Brother Uze has wise leadership, otherwise we would definitely not be able to hold on. Brother Ze, come on, chili pepper. Ji Chang's took the chili sauce from a flattering boy. When he saw that the brand was Jinshan brand, he poured it into the noodles skillfully. You still use Jinshan chili sauce? Yes, people these days don't know what's going on. They say that if you want to eat chili sauce, you have to eat Jinshan. My daughter insists on buying it, so I bought a bottle to eat. Although the chili sauce is not expensive, it was bought with money. He would not put it directly on the table for the guests to eat, but use it for his own use. If it weren't for the large number of people like Ji Chang's and others, he wouldn't have bought any chili peppers in the past few days, and he wouldn't have put them on the table for them to eat. Ji Chang's took a bite of noodles. It seems that his advertising effect is really good. Jinshan chili sauce has become popular in Shancheng City. Seeing that he was eating with gusto, the stall owner asked out of curiosity, do you think filming is hard? I thought it was quite fun. It's hard work. If you don't do a good shot, you have to start over. Sometimes you have to change more than a dozen sets of clothes a day. When you are too sleepy to fall asleep during the night scene, you have to pretend to be very energetic and excited. Hey, I don't even want to remember it. Ji Chang said it was extremely tragic. The facial expressions of the other boys suddenly became strange. Not that he was wrong. Filming is indeed like this. As soon as the camera is turned on, everyone seems to have turned into a top, spinning in various directions. After spinning during the day, it will spin at night, and at night, it will spin in dreams. If a scene doesn't go well, it needs to be reshot. If it's an eating scene that needs to be reshot, that's really bad. Everyone likes to eat chicken drumsticks, but if you eat more than 20 chicken drumsticks, it's a nightmare. But that's the problem. The only thing not included in these tops is Brother Ze. Since cultivating Kuiju, he has to eat and sleep anyway. When it comes to saying I am a technical talent, you are practical, so I can waste you but not. Even his girlfriend Rongan is so busy because of her many roles. After 2 months, her face has become thinner and pointed. So at this moment when Ji Chang's is talking about how hard it is and how difficult it is, The hearts of the young brothers who are really suffering are like hundreds of alpacas running past. Refute a sentence. Ji Chang's was still talking, speaking in a decent manner, as if he had suffered this hardship himself, sighing and wishing that someone would give him the worst award as a director. No way. I have to go back to school in a hurry. I have been in a hurry every day for 2 months. I just finished filming and I was in a hurry to buy tickets and go home. Did you just see it? I didn't even take off my costume. The stall owner listened with great empathy. No business is easy. No, it's not easy. Ji Chang's finished a bowl of noodles and handed over the empty bowl. Uncle, please have another bowl. Hey. Okay. After finally finishing such a big order, the stall owner was overjoyed. If you don't have enough, just tell me and I'll order more. The younger brother ate quickly and finished his meal in a hurry. I've eaten enough, I'm full. As soon as he put down the bowl, he received Ji Chang's death gaze. The younger brother, who has become very familiar with his boss's eyes in the past 2 months, Brother Z, what's wrong? Ji Chang's voice was gentle. You usually eat 2 bowls, isn't 1 bowl not enough? It's okay. This is a big bowl. That's enough for me. After the younger brother answered calmly, he found that Ji Chang's was still looking at him without blinking. Younger brother. Z, Brother Z, did I do something wrong? Ji Chang's nodded his bowl and said, go get another bowl. But I'm full. Ji Chang's looked at him quietly. Kuiju, who was next to him, immediately turned around and said, when you are full, eat slowly. If you are told to order, go and order. But why? Kuiju has a bitch-like temperament, just order what you want. There are so many reasons why. Brother Z must be right. Did he make a mistake? That's really not the case. The younger brother ducked his neck obediently and asked for another bowl of noodles. Seeing him gone, Kuiju looked at Ji Chang's and showed a flattering smile. Brother Z, do you think what I said is right? Well, that's right, not bad. Ji Chang's was very satisfied and glanced at the bowl Kuiju had finished. Are you full? Not enough. Kuiju touched his round belly. He swallowed silently and said without conscience, not enough, not quite enough. I'm going to ask for another bowl right now. Today, the boys under Ji Chang seemed to have suddenly become big eaters. Everyone ordered at least 2 bowls of noodles, but in the end they couldn't eat any more. Seeing Ji Chang sitting there motionless, he could only add more noodles one by one. The slow-motion special effects are just as slow. The tallest one, Xiao Hu, already had 6 bowls stacked in front of him, and he was still snoring the 7th bowl. The younger brothers also vaguely felt that Ji Chang seemed to be waiting for something. But they have just come back, who can wait for them? No matter how much the younger brothers made eye contact, Ji Chang sat there and ate his 2nd bowl unhurriedly. As time passed, a high-pitched voice sounded at the street corner, that's him. It's them. Comrade police, they are the Black Society. Go and catch them. Ji Chang's cooked the noodles and smiled like a villain who had succeeded in his conspiracy. Sure enough, it came. To deal with such rogue gangsters, just scaring them is naturally not enough. Especially when Shenxi just launched a massive anti-gang campaign, it would be normal for these gangsters to think of calling the police if they were unwilling to stop them. Putting down his chopsticks, he turned around and looked at the gangsters who seemed to have a backer, hiding behind a few policemen and showing them proud faces. Comrade police, what's wrong with this? Is it? Several young police officers looked at the group of people sitting here. They didn't have the tattoos the gangsters mentioned, nor did they have any scary-looking black aura. They all looked young and were sitting at a small table. Each person has a bowl in front of him. It looks like just an ordinary citizen eating place. Some people reported that you are members of the Black Society. Us. Ji Chang's immediately showed an exaggerated expression of surprise. How can we be, he said. We don't look alike. Why are you pretending? You have tattoos all over your body, and you still claim you are not a black man. A gangster had the guts to come forward and accuse. Ji Chang's tattoo? What kind of tattoo? Look at the tattoos on our bodies. He turned around and winked at his younger brothers. The boys immediately rolled up their sleeves to show off. Everyone's arms were black, white, and some were clean and unwashed, but no one had tattoos on their bodies. The gangster rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Apparently his relatively shallow knowledge meant that he didn't know there was such a thing as tattoo stickers in the world, and he was completely shocked. How could it not be possible? What we saw with our own eyes belonged to both a tiger and a wolf. We saw it together. Ji Chang still had an innocent and aggrieved expression of how could you have wronged us like this? Why are you telling lies? Just because we stopped you from bullying children, why are you talking nonsense? Are you calling the police specifically to slander us? Several police officers obviously knew about the criminal records of these gangsters. They immediately frowned when they heard this and turned to look at them behind them. Do you know that you are legally responsible for reporting false police reports? These gangsters wandered around the school gate all day long, scaring many children to tears. It was because they really didn't take action that it was difficult for them to arrest people, otherwise they would have been arrested long ago. No one would have a good impression of people who catch children and bully them. No. Suddenly, from the victim to the defendant, the gangsters were stunned for several seconds before quickly retorting, "We really saw that they have tattoos on their bodies. There are so many of them together, and they are all tall and tall. It is obvious that they have tattoos, it's just," he said. Look at that, the tallest man, he is the boss, look at how fierce he looks. Snapped. Ji Chang's looked like he couldn't bear it anymore and slapped the table hard. You guys, it's okay to bully children, but after we stopped you, you actually retaliated and tried to slander us. You also said that my brother is a gangster boss. Our little who is only 16 years old. Are you a human to be labeled like this at the age of 6? Following their accusations, Xiao Hu was immersed in eating and couldn't extricate himself. Xiao Hu, who was slurping noodles, looked up blankly. "Ah. Me. Ji Chang's, Xiao Hu, get up and show your ID to the comrades in the police." Xiao Hu stood up obediently. As he stood up, the necks of everyone who looked at him slowly rose. Several police officers raised their heads and looked at each other with difficulty. They took the certificate and checked it carefully. Is it true? I'm 16 years old. This little brother is growing a little fast. Ji Chang's patted Xiao Hu's arm. This child has grown very fast since he was a child. He was often bullied because of his different height from others. He has not gone to school since he graduated from elementary school. I feel sorry for him, so I keep him with me because I am afraid that others will see how tall he is. Gao Zhuang lied to him and bullied him. He looked at the stunned gangsters again, full of anger. It's this kind of scum that bullies children that we should guard against. Gangsters. How is it possible? This. It must be fake. How can he be only 16 years old? He looks like he is 26 years old. Ji Chang's hugged Xiao Hu's arm and said sadly, "You are still discriminating based on appearance. Do you know how difficult this is for a 16-year-old child? Accept it?" He raised his head and looked at Xiao Hu. "Xiao Hu, are you feeling uncomfortable?" Xiao Hu actually didn't quite understand what they were arguing about, but when Brother Zi said he felt uncomfortable, he nodded obediently. "Yeah, it feels uncomfortable. Did you see it? He's going to have a mental illness. No, I'll take him to see a psychiatrist soon, and you'll pay for it." Gangsters. No, why should we? It's you who are threatening us. Ji Chang's was waiting for the sentence and immediately sneered. Are we next to you? Have we touched a hair of yours? Why do you think we are martial arts masters? Can we beat a cow across a mountain? Gangsters. Why do these words sound so familiar? Then, that's why you came here to threaten us. Ji Chang's was still talking. What's going on? Doesn't the road belong to your family? You can walk but others can't? Can't we just happen to be passing by? And just saying a few words is called intimidation? Then what are you doing to me now? After saying so many words and looking so ferocious, are you trying to kill me? Gangsters. They finally remembered why they felt that these words sounded familiar. Isn't this what they said after they harassed students at the door and parents and teachers called the police? None of them dreamed that the day would come when they would hear the sentence. Their mouths opened and closed, but they never thought of what words to use to refute. On the other hand, Ji Chang's expression changed after Ba said what he said. Ah! No, you guys look too ugly and vicious. As soon as I saw you threatening and slandering me like this, I felt like I was going to suffocate. Please help me quickly. I'm going to collapse. Kuiju quickly supported Ji Chang's with quick eyes and hands. He watched their brother Jias holding his chest and gasping in pain. He did not forget to apologize to the police comrades. I'm sorry, comrade police. Please forgive me. I just can't bear to be slandered. When people slander me, I feel uncomfortable. It seems that I also need to see a psychiatrist. After he finished speaking weakly, he suddenly straightened up and spoke eloquently to a few bastards. You also pay for the psychiatrist, I see. After finishing speaking, he continued to bend down and cover his chest with a look of pain on his face. Others watched the operation with dull eyes and confused faces. The gangsters were so angry. You're obviously just pretending. Who are you lying to? Ji Chang's exclaimed. Anyway, I don't care whether this is true or false. Yes, I feel very uncomfortable right now. It was you who slandered me, which caused my reputation to be damaged and made me feel uncomfortable. You must be responsible. The gangsters almost laughed out of anger at him. They thought they were rogues enough, but they didn't expect that there was someone even more rogue than them. It's just that this person doesn't learn the essence from them. Are you still thinking about having sex? Tisk. When are they taken advantage of? It's okay, we didn't even touch you, why should you be responsible? Ji Chang's became more energetic again. If you don't report false police and don't slander us in front of the police, then you are indeed not responsible for me. But, you brought the police comrades, it's a legal matter, and the police comrades can testify. So since it is a legal issue, it must be resolved by law. He stretched out his hand. Kuiju, bring me my bag. Kuiju quickly came over with his skull bag. Ji Chang's opened the zipper and took out a copy of criminal law. Gangsters. They watched helplessly as Ji Chang's turned to the page he wanted to find. Ah, I found it. False accusation and frame up. Yes, it's you. You asked the police comrades to arrest us. This has already constituted this crime. In addition, you slandered me and caused my reputation to be damaged. I will slowly settle the economic losses for you. Let's look at false alarm reports again. Ji Chang's rummaged through his skull bag again and pulled out a public security management law. Comrade policeman. You are quite well prepared. Ji Chang's gave them a friendly smile. I can't help it. I need it for my career. I basically have all kinds of books here. I bought them with money and couldn't bear to throw them away, so I brought them all back. False police, let me see, yes, detained for 15 days. He closed the book and shrugged. 3 crimes together are quite troublesome, right? What should I do? I'm so busy every day that I don't have time to spend with you. When the gangsters saw what he said, they thought he was going to reveal the matter directly. As a result, Ji Chang's next sentence was, Then I'll hire a lawyer to sue you directly. Gangsters. In their lives, lawyers have only been seen in TV dramas. If I have to tell you my impression, it's probably very expensive. They just called the police and said a few words. Why did they have to go to court? Ji Chang seemed to still dislike him. Not worried enough, we added another one. You remember, you also need to hire a lawyer, otherwise the possibility of losing the case is still very high. By the way, I would like to remind you that if the case goes to court, the one who loses in the end will bear the legal fees of the winning party. Gangsters, why? Ji Chang spread his hands and said, yes, why? Are you saying that you guys are rushing to give me evidence? Do you want me to give you evidence? Originally, there was no evidence for you to do anything bad, but in the end, you insisted? Invite some comrades from the police. Now it's better. The comrades from the police have acted as witnesses. Witness the damage you caused me. If I don't sue you, I'm sorry that you worked so hard, right? Gangsters. Ji Chang's was still afraid that they would not collapse enough, so he said to Kuiju, take out your abacus and let's settle the score. Kuiju immediately took out his shining golden abacus. Brother Zi, tell me. Just now we were planning to rush to discuss the advertising fee immediately, but because we missed this time, it is estimated that the advertising fee will be gone. The advertising fee is 200,000, and you will calculate it as 3/10 of the loss. Then add in the psychologists. There are currently no good psychologists in China. We must go abroad to hire one. They have to pay for the round-trip air tickets and the psychological fees. It is estimated to be $7 an hour. $100. Xiaohu and I are relatively fragile. We have to wait at least 10 days to see if it can get better in the later stage. You can calculate it based on 12 days and 5 hours a day. I am also afraid that my body will have a problem. What's wrong? Do you need a full physical examination? You also need to pay for the physical examination, as well as a lawyer. Of course we have to hire the best lawyer. It will cost about 50 or 60,000, plus. Ji Chang said while Kuiju made an abacus. The abacus made no sound, but it sounded like it was cutting the flesh of the gangsters. How can they afford to pay so much money? If these people are put together, I am afraid that even a few people will not be able to survive in their next life. How about the rest? Let's add it. How much is it now? Kuiju's voice was sonorous and powerful, 145,002. Well, he even made some small changes. After following Ji Chang's for so long, he also realized what Brother Zi wanted to do. After reporting the numbers very cooperatively, he took out a small notebook and pen from his pocket. With a very professional and conscientious attitude, I have already recorded your appointment with the psychologist and lawyer. The physical examination can be arranged today. Is there anything else you would like to add? This shows that his role as the boss's secretary for several days in the play was not in vain. Get on the road. Ji Chang's nodded with satisfaction. With this person singing along with him, looking at those gangsters, it was obvious that they were so frightened that their legs were weak. We don't have that much money. Ji Chang's acted like a black-hearted capitalist. If you don't have money, sell your house. If you don't sell enough house, you can sell land. If it doesn't work, just go to jail. 10 or 20 years will be enough. Okay, let's go. You will be detained for a few days. When you get out, we will start the lawsuit slowly. The gangsters suddenly panicked. We really didn't report a false alarm. It was you who said this elementary school is your base camp. Ji Chang's clicked his tongue. We all went to this elementary school. Now you are bullying our juniors, and why don't you let us say a word to them? Anyway, I have money. As long as I hire a lawyer to focus on suing you, I don't believe I can't let you. These scum of society are in jail. By the way, You reminded me, were you blocking the road just now? Do you know what endangering public safety means? You don't know from the looks of it? It doesn't matter. I have a book here. It's not us. We didn't think about why we came here. It's him. It's the two of them. It's the two brothers who said they had a good thing to bring us and asked us to come here every day. To scare the students, and also said that they would wait until his uncle, if the family can't bear it anymore, they will give you money, and then they will share the money with us. The few gangsters who were called over suddenly panicked. Losing money and going to jail were all beyond their ability to bear. They just wanted to come over and share some money, but they had no intention of getting themselves involved. Tisk tisk tisk. Director Jito was very emotional. Why are these people so useless? Even more powerful moves have not been used on him yet, so they just broke through the defense. But it was not too late to look at the sky. He was too lazy to waste time anymore and looked at the people with a suspicious expression. Really or not? You don't look like good people, but these two look like students. I wonder if they are students who were deceived by you. After the wrong brothers were let go, they were extremely excited. Yes, yes, we are good people. We are great good people. Ji Chang's looked like I'm a magnanimous person and raised his chin to the two of them. Okay, you apologize to me, and I won't care about you too. This was like another bright spot in another village. Naturally, the wrong brothers were unwilling to miss this opportunity and apologized hurriedly. Ji Chang. Zi seemed satisfied with their attitude. Then he turned to Kuiju and ordered, remember, there is no need to sue these two. The three gangsters who were summoned by the wrong brothers were immediately shocked. Throughout the ages, sowing discord is definitely the best way to break up an alliance. In particular, the three gangsters who were called seemed to be innocent of the disaster. They were completely implicated by the wrong brothers. They had to face jail time and compensation, but the wrong brothers were able to escape. Why? Obviously they were the most innocent ones. They were the ones who coveted the fact that his brother-in-law's family was from the city and had money, so they instigated them to come over to harass him and get money. Why do they want the defendant to go to jail, but these two culprits can be fine? Seeing the unbelievable expressions of unwillingness on the three people's faces, Ji Chang's counted in his heart. 3, 2, 1. They asked us here. Why should we let them go but not us? A gangster said with anger on his face, we are the innocent ones. They obviously asked us to come here. They seem to be good people, but at first glance they don't do any bad things. Don't accuse good people wrongly. Ji Chang's fanned the flames. These two seem to be very good-natured, but I am still very discerning. It was really difficult for him to say innocent words to two people with such a vulgar temperament. Fart. Are they innocent? He just stole a cow from Lao Han's family a while ago and sold it for a lot of money. As expected, the three gangsters who were implicated were led to start breaking the news. That's right. He has been stealing since he was a child. He also robbed. He robbed those junior high school students. Yes. He even raped us. When we said we couldn't go, he insisted on dragging us there. It was because he was attracted to Zhao Li and she wasn't willing to be with him. So he dragged us and raped her. Hummed. As soon as these words came out, the whole place fell into silence. Ji Chang's originally carefree expression turned cold, and he looked at the five gangsters as if they were looking at dead people. Especially the other two gangsters who were breaking the news looked at the gangster who broke the news with expressions like you're out of your mind. Gangster A, are you out of your mind? Why are you saying this? Gangster B, did you, come from the police? Gangster C, who broke the news, didn't know what he had done wrong, and looked confused. Aren't we talking about the bad things they did now? It's okay to do bad things, but the problem is, the rape was done by the five of them together. This incident can indeed drag the wrong brothers into trouble, but the three of them cannot escape. In the end, none of the 5 people escaped, and they were all taken away. Ji Chang's watched them get into the car, and when they were seated firmly, he suddenly said while the police comrades were not in the car, "Actually, I was just talking nonsense." Gangsters. Under their disbelieving gazes, he continued to strike, "But even though I guessed that you were brainless, I was still surprised that you actually called the police. Isn't it in vain for us to sit here and wait for you for a long time?" Gangsters. They stayed for a long time before realizing the meaning of Ji Chang's words. What is a dark meeting? What is being falsely accused? What is being evaded by each other and breaking the news? It is all a trap set by the other party. Even when they called the police, it was unexpected by Ji Chang's. You. Seeing the opponent baring his teeth and claws, Ji Chang's easily dodged to avoid it. He clicked his tongue and said with emotion on his face, "I just made it up casually, but I didn't expect you to actually believe it." Sure enough, it's terrible to be uneducated. The author has something to say. It's still a day where the speed is stuck. Good night. Lily is free and the fastest update. No anti-theft, no anti-theft. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, HandsomeMaleLead. Chapter 408. This matter? It was solved so quickly. After solving the problem, Ji Chang's did not forget to step forward and mock him. He doesn't have such a bad taste every time he encounters a similar situation, although 99% of the time he will do it once. But this time, God saw how pitiful Ji Chang's was. Ji Chang's had no intention at first. After digging a hole, he looked at people jumping in, then moved closer and said, "Ha ha ha ha, I didn't expect it. I dug it to trick you. I suddenly fell in and I'm so happy, ha 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 ha. I just didn't expect that by digging a hole, the ugly crimes of 5 people were revealed." The younger brothers have long been accustomed to watching Ji Chang's output or admiring him based on his intentions. After that person took the initiative to reveal his crime, they were shocked and didn't know what to say. They had expected to block elementary school students, rob and steal things. After all, gangsters, people like them who neither steal nor rob, are still in the minority. But it was raping other girls, or 5 of them together. Or is it because the pursuit failed? If they had heard it before, the most they would have said was, "You are such a scumbag," but after 2 months of Ji Chang's teachings, the younger brothers basically have some normal views. They didn't expect that the other party could be so shameless, and they still didn't come to their senses until those people were taken away by the police. What the hell, just because the girl doesn't agree to be nice to him? He's like this, is he still a human being? People who have older sisters at home are the most indignant. This kind of person should be shot. Fortunately, Brother Ze deceived them. Otherwise, I don't know how long they will keep it secret. If I were a judge, I would definitely shoot them. After all the boys talked about what should be the fate of criminals, their mood calmed down a little. Ji Chang said the last thing, "Don't worry, he won't run away after being shot. This is the time to crack down hard. If those people commit such a shameless crime, they will definitely be shot. It's just that my mood is still a little good and I can't get up." Rather than just being happy when a criminal can plead guilty and obey the law, he sees things more realistically and sees more things. For example, how is the injured girl doing now? Even in more advanced modern times, girls are still violated in this way and suffer a lot of physical and psychological pressure. There are even some who are good at the theory of victim guilt. The scum spreads rumors there every day. Ji Chang's has seen a lot, and in this era when the mind is not yet fully open, girls have suffered such things, and in the end they have been hurt, blamed and pointed at, and they are often the victims. Those. He raised a question, they don't seem to have the brains to cover up their traces. How come they haven't been caught by the police? Even with their eyes covered, 5 people, plus voices and whether they have encountered any strange people and things recently. These combinations work together to catch those beasts. Is it relatively simple? But they have been enjoying themselves until now. And if Ji Chang's hadn't deliberately used a trick, he probably would have been able to keep it a secret. Today is destined to be a busy day. Ji Chang still couldn't go home and rest peacefully, so he took a taxi and went to the police station. He usually never fails when trying to get information. It soon became clear why these 5 idiots were always on the loose. The girl didn't choose to call the police. Not long after she was violated, the family moved away. Apparently her family members chose to swallow their anger and cover up the scandalous matter after learning that their daughter had been hurt. If it hadn't been for this gang of gangsters seeking death, which in turn triggered Ji Chang's idea to deliberately set a trap, I'm afraid they would never have been exposed for doing this. Because the person involved didn't call the police at all. It would be a lie to say that she didn't want to seek justice. This was not just a violation. 5 people, one night, her body must have been under tremendous pressure at that time. Who encounters this kind of thing? They don't want to beat the criminals to death. Can return to practical issues. Can she face this? Will the villagers talk about her after it is exposed? Can you stand being judged at school? When falling in love or getting married, will the man mind this? All these caused invisible pressure, forcing her and her family to give up defending their rights and interests. The environment influenced her choice. So, let him change the environment. Accommodating parents and parents is the reason why school is over. Later I found out that those gangsters were arrested by the police. Before they could celebrate and breathe a sigh of relief, they were told by the stall owner that the gangsters were taken away because they offended Ji Chang's. It's the eldest son of Ji Adang's family. Didn't he go to make a movie? He just came back today. I happened to bump into him. Those gangsters wanted to slander him. But he was so awesome. He took out the law book and said he wanted to sue them. It's a mess anyway. I didn't hear anything clearly, and they were taken away. Although you can now do business casually, the period before when business had to be strictly investigated by the government still made the vendors feel a little panicked when they saw the police. Therefore, when the police came just now, the stall owner was hiding in the house to peek at what was going on outside. Nagasawa. Let your parents look at each other. The stall owner thought it was just a coincidence. They had left the mountain city many times and they knew the route from the station to home. None of the routes include primary schools. This kid Nagasawa must have taken a special detour to come here. So what happened? What made him come all the way? Rong's mother was a little touched, and also a little guilty that the adults actually asked the junior to help. His parents must have told him. This child has always been precocious, so it is normal for him to want to help us. Father Rong considered going somewhere else. Why is the police station involved? How old is he? How can he file a lawsuit? The two of them were so busy during this period that they had no time to pay attention to any newspaper news. In addition, because the central government praised Ji Chang's by name, major newspapers mainly focused on Ji Chang's. Regarding Rong An's report, because she was not in the capital, she did not leave Mr. Jin as much as Ji Chang's did. Even if there is information about her in the newspapers, there is not much information. If fermentation is required, it may take some time. For other people who have watched the movie, even if the female protagonist looks familiar, there is still a big difference between makeup and no makeup, acting and no acting. In addition, how many parents leave early and come home late? He almost doesn't stop. Even if someone wants to ask, it's not a good idea to ask when they are so busy. Not to mention honoring my father and mother. There was a lot of chaos going on at home, and they ran over and said, you know, my son has become successful, he is really awesome, even if they were waiting to ruin this 10-year relationship. Friendly, neighbor relations. Therefore, the two of them are feeling. After all, this kid Nagasawa is really sensible. Even if they caused him trouble, they felt very sorry and didn't know if it would affect the other party. Then I started to consider another question. The daughter who was sent out for refuge is back. And the family is in a mess. They have to take care of the elderly, work, borrow money from everywhere, and deal with the two troublesome nephews. They have no time to take care of the family. And will be scared when she goes back. How should I tell her about this? It's not a child anymore, so I definitely can't hide it, and I can't hide it, but I'm afraid that if I tell her, it will affect her mood and then affect her schooling. The couple looked at each other and saw clearly the fatigue and helplessness in each other's eyes. When people reach middle age, they will encounter such outrageous things. They even have a particularly unreal feeling when they wake up every morning, as if all this is a dream. Wrong's mother is okay, but Wrong's father is definitely the one with the worst problem. Why, all of a sudden, his eldest brother turned into such a hateful person. His father and brothers didn't care anymore, and they wanted to suck the last blood from him like a vampire. There are also those two nephews. Father Wrong has this problem. Most men have this problem. They think it is better to have a son than to have a son. Of course, it doesn't mean that he doesn't love his daughter, but when it comes to his two nephews, he always has a look that says, these are the children for the future generations of our Wrong family to look at. Before these two nephews behaved like gangsters, Father Wrong loved them very much. Even though they realized that they were becoming less and less attractive, for the sake of being their uncles, when the two lived in the Wrong family, Wrong's father and Wrong's mother did their best to go out. Hospitality and care. As a result, this is what happened. How can you not feel chilled? But now, the coldness is not even the main emotion that the couple has to deal with, because they have to deal with the hospitalization expenses of the elderly, argue with their brothers, and have negative emotions in the school. In the eyes of their colleagues around them. Strange sight. All this is too difficult. Now there is one more thing. I want to explain all this to my daughter, who still knows nothing, and calm her emotions. The two of them sighed deeply, feeling exhausted. On the way home. When they arrived at the door, they were mentally prepared to see a confused daughter. When they opened the door, they were stunned. It has not been cleaned for many days. The house has been tidied up and is spotless, clean and bright. The smell of food can be heard. There are unwashed clothes hanging on the balcony that they have accumulated these days. There was also familiar laughter and laughter coming from the kitchen. It's wrong of you to do this. You can't do this. It would be too unpalatable. How could this be a dish? Add sugar. How do you know if you haven't tried it? You're wrong. I told you that Xiaohu is very talented as a chef. He told me all this. You don't believe me? Don't you believe Xiaohu? Okay then, let's add a little bit. A little bit is too little. Come on, I'll add more. There was an exclamation, followed by an angry voice from their daughter, too much has been added. If it's too sweet, you can finish it yourself. I'll finish it when I finish it. Is this dish good? I'll take it out. As soon as he finished speaking, the neighbor's son, who had grown up under their watch, came out with a plate of food. He was not surprised to see the two of them, so he naturally said hello. Uncle, Aunt, you are back. You guys sit back first. The food will be ready soon. My parents went down to buy wine. Ji Cheng's attitude was so natural, as if he was the master of the house and Wrong's parents were the guests. The two of them followed his footsteps without knowing it. He walked to the sofa and sat down. He even got them a fruit bowl. Annan and I were shopping downstairs. There was a big price reduction, but we accidentally bought too much. We sorted out a bag and put it on the table. Uncle and Auntie, you can bring it to your colleagues when you go to school tomorrow. I'm going to help in the kitchen first. Uncle, you guys sit down for now. My parents will be here in a minute. After saying that, he turned around and entered the kitchen. Rong's father and Rong's mother. They sat on the sofa in confusion for a long time before they finally came to their senses. No, Nagasawa is the guest, right? When guests come, they should entertain them. How come Ji Chang's is the guest? While they were busy in the kitchen, the two elders hid on the sofa to take some time off. And what is going on? Does this mean that the two families want to have a meal together? Mother Rong is really sorry for herself? This elder is on the sofa. Sitting on the bed, Ji Chang's, who was still a child in her eyes, kept busy. She stood up and went into the kitchen to take over and let the two children come out to rest. Rong and rarely refuted her, "Mom, just go and sit down and I'll do it. I'm such an adult, can't I even cook?" "Yes, Auntie, we have studied a lot of good dishes in the capital. Why don't you go and sit down, otherwise you won't know how to cook these dishes." "Okay. It seems to make sense. But if the hostess rests here and lets the two children work, it still makes Rong's mother feel uneasy." "Okay." Jifu and Jimu bought wine and brought it up. They are little kids, so it's okay to be too active. And they're so old, so it's normal to cook. Lao Ji said, "Yes, we have taken care of them for more than 20 years. Now that they are older, they just cook us a meal. My children, why are you so nervous? You guys just think too much and sit still." "Okay. Okay. Enjoy it." Both of them were angry with Ji Chang's. Ji Chang's confessed that he had bumped into the scene of gangsters harassing students, and he used his toes to wonder what kind of pressure the Rong family and his wife would suffer because of this. If those gangsters continue to harass them and the school cannot expel them, the Rong family will probably be dismissed due to student safety and parents' complaints. To put it simply, if it were another school, they might have been fired. It's just that the principal of this elementary school has worked with them for more than 20 years and has more or less feelings and affection. He did not attack the two of them despite the pressure. But they also know in their hearts that if this continues, sooner or later the school will no longer be able to keep them. Even if colleagues and principals can understand, parents will not allow so many bombs that may explode at any time around their children. Therefore, they are definitely under a lot of pressure. At this time, they need not to be comforted by children, but to talk to their peers. If they don't talk to each other, the two of them will definitely collapse next. Therefore, it is necessary for Jifu and Jimu to appear. After listening to Ji Chang's serious analysis, Ji's father and Ji's mother looked like this, == "What do you mean? It's so true, as if you've seen it before." Ji Chang's calmly took out a psychology book. "I have been studying this direction recently. I need it for making movies. Arrived, so I took a look. Compared to children, adults face more things that make them collapse. Even if children cry and feel like the sky is falling apart, there are actually adults in front of them to support them. But adults are different, they can only support themselves. You can't cry like a child when something happens, nor can you go to someone to cry when you feel wronged. You can suffer pain outside, but when you get home, you still have to force yourself to smile in front of your child. In this way, in the long run, whoever does not collapse will collapse." Both my father and mother were a little moved, but they were only moved because of these words. Even if they accepted their son, who had been throwing a hammer and a stick here and there since he went to college. It's hard to change your thinking all of a sudden even though you have a great talent as a director. For example, my son held a book he had never heard of and talked about psychology to them. Ji Mu is okay, she is a doctor herself and knows something about psychology. She simply didn't believe that her son could use psychology to infer other people just by reading a book. Jifu is relatively simple. His mentality is very complicated now. On the one hand, I am proud that my son is so good, on the other hand, I am worried that Zhongyang will be hurt if his son is so good at such an early age. On the last hand, there is a sense of awkwardness. I am not old yet, but my child has already made achievements, dark rubbing feeling. Now that Ji Chang's was so shameless, he was very rude and laughed. Making movies is just making movies, or should we clearly distinguish between reality and reality? You have some achievements now, but don't be proud because of this, to study this mess. Seeing that his father didn't believe him, Ji Chang showed his hand. He was very calm and said, "Take Dad as an example. Every time he goes home and goes to the toilet for more than half an hour, it's not because he is constipated or because he is addicted to toilet reading. It's just because he is tired outside and doesn't want to face his family or interact with anyone. When people talk, the toilet becomes a small world where he can hide." Ji's mother suddenly looked at Ji's father in danger. "You are hiding because you don't want to talk to us." Ji's father: "I can't understand it that way. I just think the toilet is very quiet." "That's not the case. Don't you want to talk to them?" Ji Chang's continued, "Mom, you always say that my dad has thick hands and always has to wash the dishes every time. I fell down and mopped the floor forever. I did a good job when I was young, but now I am getting worse and worse." Ji's father already had a bad premonition and wanted to stop him, but was still not as quick as his son. "Actually, it's not that bad. Dad just doesn't want to work, but he knows what to do. If you just say that you don't want to work, you will definitely be unhappy, so you will do poorly on purpose so that you have to take over the housework." Ji's father: "Ji Chang's Dad's expression right now is an expression that clearly shows that he has been hit by me, and from his facial expression, I can tell that he must have other, more important things to hide, so he wants to stop me now and doesn't want me to continue talking." Ji's father: "I don't know. I just think what you said is inaccurate. Okay, let's discuss the matter of Anand's parents. They have been neighbors for so many years. When they encounter this kind of thing now, they need our care. How can we delay here? What's the time? By the way, you just said you wanted me to have a drink with Anand's father, right? I'm going to buy some wine now." He turned around to leave, but his arm was grabbed by his wife. Ji Mu smiled gently at him, but her eyes were full of danger. "Sit down first and listen to Nagasawa tell the rest." Ji's father: "Don't do it. This kid just read some books and talked nonsense." Ji Chang's: "Dad, if you don't believe me, I will tell Mom where you hide your private money right now. I already know where you are hiding it." He said that he was about to get up and get it. Father Ji immediately looked nervously at the table. Ji Chang's: "Oh, hide it on the table." As a daily trick, my son walked up to the table and touched up and down. Sure enough, he took out the money from the bottom of the table and hid it in the cracks. At the same time, there was a commentary: "This is also an example, just like when there is a fire, people always hold their most important things and run away. My dad just heard about me. I wanted to get his private money, but he immediately looked at the table to stop me, which in turn revealed the true location of his private money." Ji's father: Ji's mother chuckled: "My private money is worth it." Ji Chang's watched his parents making eye contact, one fierce and the other begging for mercy. Occasionally, Ji's father looked over and condemned him, without any guilt at all. You guessed it? It's so simple that Ji's father has private money. He has been smoking for more than 20 years, and last year he kept coughing. Ji's mother pressured him to go for a checkup, and found that he had something wrong with his lungs. She immediately pressured Ji's father to reduce his smoking. I have never thought about asking the other party to quit smoking. After living together for more than 20 years, who knows? Jifa might be able to smoke less, but quitting smoking directly would be absolutely useless. From then on, Ji's father felt that money was not free. After all, when he had money in his hands, he would definitely buy cigarettes. And a person who has been smoking for more than 20 years has no self-control. How can a person really obey and smoke as many cigarettes as he is told? It is normal to hide some private money to buy cigarettes. It is very simple for Ji Changs to deduce this. After all, in this era, the male heads of many families are almost like Ji's father. They don't have bad intentions, but they definitely have a lot of small intentions. In the end, Ji's father was completely exhausted, and after pitifully handing over his personal money, he went to buy wine with his wife. He originally planned to go to the hospital on his own, but it was obvious that Ji's mother had no intention of letting him go just like that. She planned to avoid her son and settle the score while buying wine. Of course, you wouldn't say that to Rong's mother Ji Changs. When she asked how it would cost two people just to buy a bottle of wine, Ji Changs intervened, "My parents have a good relationship. They've always been like this, right mom?" Mother Ji laughed and said, "Yes, we have a good relationship." In their most ordinary small family, Ji's father has always been in a dominant position in major matters, but Ji's mother will still be angry about this kind of thing, and Ji's father will still feel guilty to please. Other side. After the food was served, Ji's father and Rong's father took a small table to the balcony to drink, eat, and chat. The door was closed. Obviously Rong's father didn't want his children to know that he was broken and fragile in his heart. Ji Changs knew this well and took Rong in to eat and drink. "By the way, Mom, Auntie, we are still very busy when we come back this time. We need to find time to shoot another movie, but this time it won't be in Shinchi. It should be right at school." "Still shooting?" Mother Ji was a little confused. "Hasn't school already started?" "Yes, but the university is relatively open, and now we have learned almost all the things we should learn. The school is also tolerant and should allow us to shoot in the school." Especially when he conceived the new script school as a completely positive character, their school. The principal has always been very smart, otherwise he would not have thought of sending students to work as translators for foreign friends and find jobs for them. Ji Changs was confident that as long as he mentioned his idea to the other party, he would definitely agree. "Originally, Anan school is not far from us. She won't be the heroine in this filming. She doesn't have many roles, so there should be no problem." Ji's mother didn't understand why she didn't let Rong-an be the heroine after filming the movie. Why not let Anan be the heroine? How good would it be for her to be the heroine? You two can still interact with each other. Take care of. Forget it before, now Ji Changs has been in the Central Committee and newspapers, and is a famous director. At this time, Ji's mother always feels that it is not good to not let Rong-an continue to be the heroine. The role is not suitable. Anan is too innocent. This time, the female lead is mainly that kind of long girl who is very gorgeous. Ji Changs couldn't describe the adjectives for a while, so he made an analogy with his mother. "It's like you look like this, Mom. If you look like this, Mom, you know a vixen, right? Just a vixen. She has that kind of appearance and is very beautiful, but some people think that women who look like that are not good women." About to reach 40th anniversary. She couldn't tell whether her son was praising herself or belittling herself. Seeing her strange expression, Ji Changs quickly raised his watch to clarify, "I'm not calling you a vixen. I mean, you look good. Look, aren't vixens the best among fairies? See? Brat." This was a guest at Rong-an's house, and Ji's mother didn't say anything to him. She scolded him and asked, "What movie do you want to make? What is the content? Is it also starting a business?" Ji Changs shook his head, swallowed a mouthful of food, and then said, "Change the subject, this time the shooting is more realistic." Of course, he is a master of drama. Even if it is reality, he still has to work hard to come up with a good ending. This time, The heroine must find a professional actor teacher. Firstly, Annan looks too innocent. Secondly, she is not from a major. The most common way for her to act now is to put herself into the role. Go in, this script is a bit depressing in the early stage, I'm afraid something will happen to her. What subjects, what substitutions, what repressions. The two of them usually don't pay much attention to the entertainment industry. Their mother couldn't understand either. She could only tell that Ji Chang's didn't let Rong An become a daughter. Was it for Rong An's good? Did they all nod? Rong An had some suspicions about Ji Chang's new theme. After all, he told her as soon as he came back that he had done something to those two bastard cousins. They were worse than animals. These 4 words cannot be used to describe them. She could see that Ji Chang's face might not show any major fluctuations, but deep down he must be angry. He also secretly told her that if he had known about this before, he would definitely change his approach and let those people feel how miserable life is before calling the police to arrest them. Rong An found that he liked Brother Nagasawa even more. For the other party's undisguised normal views and thoughts. Although she has not experienced many setbacks since she was a child, she has also encountered garbage people. For example, some people are always disgusting. People will think that the girl who was violated is because she has done something wrong. Because she is so beautiful that men can't help but look at her. Because what she wears is so beautiful. Who told her to love dressing up so much? Because she came home so late, otherwise how could she be targeted? Rong An doesn't like such words. It's obviously those scumbags who are at fault. Why do those people always look for reasons from a victim who was hurt? Why? But no matter how unhappy she was, she couldn't do anything. She herself grew up in such an environment. Her parents had always strictly disciplined her since she was a child. She was not allowed to wear pants that were too short and she had to go home before dark. Before she went to high school, even though he is already 17 years old, he is still being escorted to school. Because the high school students had morning self-study in the morning, they had to get up long in advance to take turns sending her off. In the eyes of many people, Rong An's parents were too careful and doting on their children. But Rong An knew clearly that they were not doting on their children, but they were engaged in the education industry and had heard of many such things, so they were so careful and wanted to protect her. She understands how much parents love their daughters, but sometimes she feels a little confused. Why are girls like them trying every means to protect themselves, instead of people condemning and stopping this behavior? It seems that there is a rule drawn in front of people. There is no such rule in the law, but once a girl passes by this rule and is violated, she is to blame for her own negligence. Why? Rong An lowered his head and looked at. She was lost in thought with the rice in her bowl until Ji Chang's touched her arm. What are you thinking about? Rong An smiled at her boyfriend. Something? I can't figure it out. Ji Chang's is such a cunning and clever person, crossed out. Seeing the confusion and anxiety in Rong An's eyes, and contacting the next person, he can roughly guess what she is worried about and pondering. Is everything okay? If you can't figure it out, just stop thinking about it. Maybe you'll figure it out over time. He didn't say much, just extended an invitation. When the movie we make this time is released, let's go to the cinema to watch it together. Rong An nodded and said, okay. Although she is not playing the leading role, she has high expectations for both director Ji Chang's and herself, having acted in movies. Ji Chang's continued to face the two children who were completely unaware that his children were already together. They were still immersed in eating. His mother suggested, Mom, Auntie, before we made a movie, you didn't watch it if you didn't watch it. This time our new movie is released. Let's go watch it together. Why is it also the work of an and I? As parents, you also have to contribute to the box office. Ever since Rong's mother knew that Ji Chang's had quietly dealt with the two troublesome nephews, She had watched her grow up and her children were so pleasing to her eyes. He immediately smiled and agreed as soon as he was invited. The boss said, "No problem. Even if I am at work, I will definitely ask for leave from your uncle to go and see him." Mother G wanted to know more. "You are the director, you should have free tickets, right?" Ji Chang's nodded, "Yes, but when I get those tickets, I will give them to my neighbors, relatives, and so on. We still need a sense of ceremony in our lives, and we don't need the money for the movie tickets." Ji's mother glared at her son who was talking nonsense. "Why is there no shortage of money? Don't be a famous director and think that he is very rich and wants to save money for anything. Even if there are free tickets, he still has to spend money to buy them. Isn't that a big fool?" Although she tried her best not to show it, Ji Chang's could still see a little melancholy in the other party's words. He had a guess in his heart and asked, "Mom, our family is short of money." "No, it's just that your grandma has been ill recently and has spent a little too much money." Ji's mother didn't expect to hide it from her son who had just studied psychology. She just vaguely said, "You don't have to worry about these things anyway. I won't starve you, but you can't do it outside. Don't spend money lavishly." She is also afraid that her son will become a celebrity after he becomes a celebrity. Before, it was fine. What he did outside was supported by his family, but now the family's money is almost empty. If his son spends more money, if it's like running water, they really won't be able to pay for it. Ji Chang's nodded, "Really? Not short of money? Really, it's just that I don't have as much savings as before. Why don't I believe it so much? Mom, do you want it? I'm short of money. Just tell me, I have money." Ji's mother didn't believe what Ji Chang said at all. In her impression, some celebrities only made money by accepting advertisements, and for their movie, Ji Chang's paid for it at the beginning, while Rong'an didn't even ask for a CENT crew. Even if they are popular now, they are just famous. How much money can they have? The balcony door opened. As soon as the two fathers came in, they heard what Ji's mother was saying. Ji's father and Ji's mother had different ideas, and their faces were a little red from drinking, and they said, "Don't always think that he is a child. He is now old and can make movies. We don't need to worry about him in the future. We should let him know about family matters. Nagays, Dad tells you the truth, the family may still be able to get out the small money now, but the big money is gone, so even if you are successful now, don't go out to treat people blindly, you know." Ji Chang's looked at Rong's father, "Uncle, is your family the same? Why do you think so well of me when I come back this time? It seems like you are all short of money." Rong's father shook his head and wanted to say no, but Ji's father patted his shoulder, "The children are old, and they should be informed about family matters." He said on behalf of Rong's father, "Before, An's uncle didn't give him any money, and he made the family like this. Later, An's grandfather's condition got worse and he needed more money, so their family doesn't have much money now. I'm telling you this not to make you feel inferior, but to stop you from spending too much money just because you're famous. The family is like this now, and we have to work together to overcome the difficulties, you know." Ji Chang suddenly stood up. Seeing his reaction, Ji's father suddenly became sober after drinking a little wine. He thought his son was shocked by the terrible news that the family has no money, so he quickly made up for it, "But you also don't worry, we all have jobs, we just have no money for the time being. As long as we work well, our family will surely get better." However, Ji Chang's did not answer. Instead, he went straight to the sofa and opened Rong'an's pink skull bag. He put his head down and poured out the piles of money inside. "If you need money, tell us. We have money." The author has something to say. It's a shame to move. My house has turned into a garbage dump. Fortunately, I can call a truck to come tomorrow. I hope it can be done in one day tomorrow. I like the study room in my new home so much. It's bright, beautiful, and sunny. It's just perfect for coding. Bahi free and fastest update, no anti-theft, no anti-theft. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 409. To be honest, even though both parents' careers are very glamorous and envied in this era, and their salaries are average or above average, this is the first time they have seen so much money since they started working. Especially, the money was just dumped on the sofa casually. Stack after stack, like stacks of waste paper. But no matter how easy or casual Ji Chang's poured out the money, it couldn't change the fact that it was all money. At this moment, Ji's father, Ji's mother, Rong's father, and Rong's mother all focused their attention on it, and no one made a sound. It's not that I'm not shocked enough, but I'm so shocked that I don't know how to react. In the end, Ji's mother was the first to react. Is this money yours? She didn't say the rest of her words, but anyone could see the "how is this possible, this is impossible" look on her face. After all, compared to children who are always prone to daydreaming, adults have already experienced the beatings of life and the hardships of society. Even in this era where 99% of doing business will be successful, for the two parents, money is still not that easy to make. So when Ji Chang's boasted about the future to his father and mother, telling how much money he wanted to make and what he would do when he earned the money, neither of them believed it. And now, Ji Chang's has really done it. Facing his mother's doubts, he still seemed calm at the moment, explaining in a tone of "I bought a bunch of cabbage today. The money was paid to me by my advertisers. I was busy catching the train and couldn't save it, so I just kept it in my bag." Ji's mother and father still looked confused. "You earned so much money." "Of course, I said I would work hard to make money for you to enjoy." Ji Chang's answer was so natural. Perhaps he was too surprised to see his parents' behavior, so he kindly reminded, "But parents, don't be so happy and stare at the money. Although I earned it, it's not mine now. This is an An's salary, an An's." So this time it was Rong's father and Rong's mother who were stunned. Two poor people, who had to bend down and smile at their creditors while running around for money. Even if they were looked at with strange eyes at school, they didn't dare to resign and say a word to the elementary school teacher. Looking at the money, I almost suspected it was a dream. Although their daughter has always been well behaved and has good grades, no one would doubt that she would not be able to make money and have no future, but she is still in college. After Rong's father was directly stimulated to wake up, he regained some memories. That's not right. An doesn't get paid, but just helps out on a voluntary basis, right? Ji Chang's had guessed that they would do this. He immediately said, "Uncle, you have misunderstood. It's not that An didn't get paid, it's that the crew couldn't pay them at that time. After the crew gets rich, the remuneration will still be paid to An and I grew up together as childhood sweethearts. How could we cheat her in this regard and not give her the money she deserves? But, this money is indeed a solution to an urgent need for the Rong family. But the integrity of Rong's parents and Rong's parents made them feel a little guilty and short of breath when faced with so much wealth. After all, in their understanding, Rong was not paid. Who knows if Ji Chang's took out the money because he saw the plight of their family and found a reason to help them. Uncle and aunt, please stop being so cool. Even a passerby in our crew gets paid. How could we not pay the heroine? If you don't believe it, ask An. If it wasn't specially given to her, why would it be in her bag? Pretend." Ji Chang's looked at Rong, turning his back to the parents and winking at her. Rong understood what he meant. She didn't want the money until she knew what was going on at home. After all, being able to play the heroine for the first time and learn so much knowledge is equivalent to getting her own salary for Rong. What's more, when she went there, She agreed not to ask for help from the film's salary, but now she said it back, she always felt something was weird. But that was before I knew the dilemma at home. Now, knowing that her parents are struggling for money, she naturally cannot refuse in front of them. She also smiled, and the comforting emotion was conveyed from her body. Brother Nagasawa is right. Previously, Brother Nagasawa said that the crew had no money to pay, so he owed it first. When the movie is released, according to the heroines, some are paid for their work. That's right. When I hire a stranger, I have to pay a lot of money to them. I can't stop paying an just because I have a good relationship with me. What kind of person would I be? The two juniors sang in harmony, and the faces of the four parents slowly showed expressions of belief. Rong's father and Rong's mother showed some shame on their faces. After all, from their point of view, whether the house is in a mess and they need to use money from their daughter's job to save the house, or the money was given by their neighbor's son who they watched grow up, they are a little ashamed. Ji's father and mother quickly joined Ji Chang's camp. They were as happy as if they were the ones who got the money. Hey, that's great. With this money, you don't have to worry every day. Yeah. You guys have been exhausted these days. Now that Anan is making a living, you can finally breathe a sigh of relief. So as I said at the beginning, raise a child for old age. Don't always think that Anan is a child. You have to take care of her. Today's young people are all amazing. With Ji's father and mother's persuasion and congratulations, the slight frown and panic that had lasted for many days on the faces of the Rong family's parents gradually faded away. Rong's father looked a little embarrassed. The relationship between our two families shouldn't require money. It depends on what you said. Ji's father laughed and patted him on the shoulder. Didn't you listen to what Nagasawa just said? What he said makes sense. How can you be generous to outsiders, but stingy to your own family? The truth. Anan earned this money with her own ability. You should be happy to enjoy the blessing of your daughter. Ji Chang's nodded. Yes, if the movie didn't have Anan, it would definitely not be so successful. Rong's father and Rong's mother knew their good intentions in their hearts. They gradually relaxed their bodies. Rong's mother rubbed her hands and stood up. I'm going to wash the dishes. I just sighed and couldn't eat well. I'll cook a few more dishes so that everyone can eat more tonight. Ji's mother knew that she felt she was getting help from the Ji family, so she also smiled and said, okay, I'll give you a hand. Father Ji pulled over Rong's father who wanted to say something else. Then let's continue drinking. I didn't drink from you just now, so I'll continue drinking this time. The scene seems to be the same as before. One pair was busy in the kitchen and the other was drinking on the balcony, but the atmosphere was greatly relieved. Rong-an sat on the sofa, listening to her father's laughter on the balcony and her mother's jokes in the kitchen, and the smile on her face became more natural. She turned to Ji Chang's and thanked her seriously. Brother Chang's, thank you. If Ji Chang's hadn't taken her to film and paid her, she wouldn't have known what to do if something like this happened, and she could only watch her parents fall into anxiety and walk under tremendous pressure. Thank you for what? What did we say before? Thank you. If you really want to thank me, just listen to what I just conceived. Script. Ji Chang's caught his little girlfriend's young man. As a qualified director, of course he would not just quit after making some achievements. After all, even if he restarted filming, Kuiju was from the same school as him. When the time comes, everything will be left to Kuiju. Give him the right to direct, and give him the treatment of a director. Ji Chang's will just lie down comfortably and give guidance from time to time. Rong-an nodded obediently. She was extremely grateful when she saw Ji Chang's, who was talking about the idea of the new script to her. How gentle does it take to change the subject just for fear that she will feel ashamed? Brother Nagasawa was so nice to her. She actually thought before that the other person didn't want to expose his relationship with her. It was really inappropriate. During the happy conversation between the two parents, Ji Chang's gradually perfected the entire script in the company of his loyal audience Rongan. After perfecting it, he made a quick decision: okay, let's get ready to start shooting. Let me see which day has fewer classes. It can be combined with the holidays. I still have to find time to go to the capital. No better than the first time, he had neither fame nor money, so he had to rely only on his obedient but baseless subordinates. This time Ji Chang's can almost be called a golden starting point. He was able to produce such a hit result in his first movie, even praised by the central government. Even if his second movie has not been released yet, what is its subject matter? I am afraid that it will be regarded as a past by actors who have squeezed their heads the way up. Ji Chang's doesn't have a bad feeling about actors wanting to climb up. No normal person wants to stand out and shine in the circle to which he belongs. Anyway, he can do whatever he wants, as long as it looks good and doesn't delay his filming. Therefore, not long after Ji Chang's return to campus life, he took the time to return to the capital. It's not that he has to be in the capital to find suitable actors, but he still has something to do. He wanted to find the pair of brothers who believed in their loyalty to their original owner wholeheartedly, but were stabbed and abandoned by the original owner. Because he deliberately wandered around the area according to the previous time, Ji Chang saw them within a few days. These poor brothers were in the most embarrassing moment. The younger brother is sick, and the elder brother was defrauded of all his money. They have no job, no place to live, no money, and can't even buy medicine. It was at this time that the original owner helped them with purpose, and gained the loyalty of the two of them for half a lifetime. Until death, they all died for him. Only a teenager. Ji Chang's looked at the boy in front of him who was rummaging through the trash cans, trying to find something valuable to sell. It is actually not appropriate to describe the other party as a boy, because although he is young, he is actually as tall as a man or as big as a horse, which is even more exaggerated than Xiao Hu looks like. At least Xiao Hu is just more mature and taller. But this boy is full of tendons due to long-term labor and brick moving, coupled with his extraordinary talent. With the strength exceeding 99% of adults and the mental age of a teenager, he couldn't blame the original owner for taking a liking to them at a glance and treating them as his bodyguards. No matter how strong they grow, it can't change the fact that they are just children. It started to rain lightly, but the other party didn't notice it at all, or maybe he noticed it but thought it was more important to rummage through the trash, so he continued searching carefully without raising his head. Ji Chang's walked over, and while the other party was looking for garbage, he fell forward quite exaggeratedly, and fell to the ground in an exaggerated manner. Ah! His mediocre and careless acting skills can still fool a child with a mental age of only 10 years old. The sturdy child turned around subconsciously following the sound, and saw a young man in a shirt sitting on the already rainy ground. He was covering his legs and screaming, looking like he was in pain. At this time, the porcelain had not yet flooded. The child was stunned for a moment, and then ran forward without hesitation. "Are you okay?" He stretched out his hand to help, but the next second he extended it, he hesitated and froze in mid-air. Although the garbage in that trash can was not too much and not dirty, after all, it was the hand that had just turned over the garbage. How could he touch it? However, while he was still hesitating, Ji Chang's climbed up the pole and grabbed his hand. "My legs, I can't move my legs very well. Help me up." "Oh. Okay, okay." The boy was stunned for a moment, and then his desire to save people took over. He didn't think about it, and quickly focused on helping Ji Chang stand up. "Are you okay? Can you walk on your own?" Ji Chang's pretended to move his legs and said with a grimace, "It still doesn't work. Young man, can you take me to the hospital? I'm afraid that something is wrong with my legs after falling. It's still raining. What can I do alone?" The boy obviously didn't realize that there were people in this world who could lie without blushing. After hearing his cry, he quickly agreed. Okay, then I'll take you to the nearest hospital. He was really stupid and sincere, and he didn't even ask for money for help. Without hesitation, he helped Ji Chang's move forward. He just happened to have to go to the hospital to buy medicine, he thought, just consider it a drop-in. Ji Chang's acted as if he had broken his leg, limping and leaning on someone else, and arrived at the hospital with difficulty. The boy carefully let go of his hand and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that he was holding onto the railing. Comrade, I'll leave first. Well, let's go, thank you, young man. Ji Chang's watched the other party's footsteps hurriedly, and his back quickly disappeared from his sight. Everything happened next. One of the boy's former co-workers found out that there was a good job nearby. Not only did the job include food and accommodation, but the salary was good, and he was also willing to send his employees to school for further studies. As for what school to go to, it all depends on how many tests you can take and your age and situation. He advised the boy to try it. This company allows you to advance your salary. Isn't your brother sick? If you can apply for the job, you can advance your salary and take him to see a doctor. The boy is actually timid at heart. At this age, his only skill is construction site work. Applying for a job in a serious company was impossible for him in the past and now. After all, he had neither academic qualifications nor ability, so why should they admit him? But his co-workers kept encouraging him, and he had never been able to find a suitable job. Looking at his sick brother, he gritted his teeth and found his best piece of clothing. The year-end reward given by the boss at a construction site last year was, wear a suit that's a little tight. This suit is very cheap, and the materials are also cheap. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell at a glance that it is just a style bought at the wholesale market. But for him, it is the clothes he can best use. He nervously recited the words in his mind. He was also worried that he was too young and people would not want him, and he was also afraid that he would leave a bad impression if he looked too fierce. After tossing and turning all night, I couldn't sleep well. I brushed my teeth nervously several times the next day, and then I followed the address given by my co-worker and found it with trepidation. That's a very bright company. Forgive him because he has no culture. After thinking for a long time, he could only come up with this adjective. The company is located in the building on the far left of a busy street in the capital. It is said that this is called an office building. The company rented the top 3 floors for employee offices. The boy didn't understand this, but his co-workers told him that such a company was already very powerful. Renting it 3 times in one go is so courageous. It is precisely because of the good strength and good treatment that there are many competitors. He saw beautiful and elegant professional women, middle-aged men who looked serious and capable at first glance, and young people who had just graduated from college and were curious about what they were looking for. But they all have one thing in common: they are well dressed and have confidence on their faces. Only boys. He carefully shrunk his relatively strong body to prevent himself from scaring others. He looked down at the cheap clothes on his body and felt a little inferior in his heart. Especially when you look at other people's slender and white fingers, and then look at your own stubby, rough hands, you can see that they are used to hard work. He was a little restless. I even began to regret that I shouldn't have listened to my co-workers and thought I could try it myself. From the moment he was born, his life has been at the lowest level, with his parents, living environment, and getting along with others. In his eyes, those glamorous and confident white-collar workers were as unattainable as the clouds in the sky. But today, he actually had the courage to compete with the clouds for positions. Do not overestimate your own capabilities. He lowered his eyes and exhaled nervously, thinking that he might as well run away now. But reluctant to give up. Even if you are at the bottom, how can you not long to become the kind of person you envy? There was just no time, no money, everything weighed on him and his brother, and they had to give up their deepest desires again and again. But this time, you have already arrived, do you still want to give up? The boy told himself, just this once. Just this once. Try this one. If it failed, he would never think about it again. Go to school, learn knowledge, sit in an office, never think about it again. With the torment in his heart, someone called his name and asked him to come in. After entering, he memorized his resume verbatim, and mustered up the courage to say that although he had little knowledge now, he would definitely be able to do his job well, and he was very strong. What kind of tiring work was there in the company? You can leave all the chores to him. His clumsy and naive words made the few leaders sitting across from him laugh a little. But no one bore him any ill will. Everyone can see that he is sincere. But what the company needs is not sincere employees, ability is the most important thing. He saw the expressions on their faces. Disappointment gradually colored his eyes. The tall boy bowed slightly, like a stray cat that strayed into a place he shouldn't have entered. He bowed and slowly turned around to ask for help. Quit. The door opened at this time. He saw a young man walking in. He looked familiar. Because of his excellent appearance, he recalled his identity without much thinking. It was the comrade who fell down on a rainy day. The interviewers who were sitting upright stood up to say hello, and shouted to the young man affectionately and respectfully, "Director G. Why did you come here in person? We're almost done with the interviews here." Ji Chang's glanced at the child who looked at him stupidly, and picked up the resume on the desk of his nearest subordinate. He smiled at the other person who was still standing stupidly, "You go back first." His friendliness and kindness attracted the attention of his subordinates. After all, although Ji Chang's established the company only a short time ago, in order to quickly consolidate his position in the minds of his subordinates, he used some rather harsh methods. The whole company knew that although their chairman, who looked to be in his early 20s, looked like a little prince, he was actually ruthless in his work. 3 of those who dared to cause trouble on his territory and wanted to deceive him because of his youth are now in prison. And Ji Chang's has never concealed that he has no plans to play with his subordinates. The game of affection between boss and employee has always been to come and go with a cold face. Bonus time off isn't a problem as long as the job is done well. If the work is not done well, don't get away with it even if there are 10,000 reasons. But now, he smiled at a candidate. The interviewers looked at each other and no one dared to say a word. Ji Chang's took the initiative and said, "The one just now was good, please stay." "Oh. Sure enough, there is something." An interviewer boldly asked, "Drg, what about his salary and normal treatment?" "It's fine as long as it's normal, but arrange for him to improve his academic qualifications." Ji Chang's put down his resume, "Find someone to take care of him, and he will be an intern for 2 months." "Oh." Interviewers understand instantly. The other party might be a relative of Director G, so he nodded and let him in, but he didn't give him any special treatment. It's just that Ji Chang's didn't show anything special about the other party. But the smile he put on when he walked in was special enough. The interviewers looked at each other and felt confident. They won't support each other, but they won't watch him being bullied. After all, this is someone who was let in by the old dong himself, so what's the point of being bullied? So the boy didn't wait long, he waited. Got the news that he was admitted. He immediately thought of Ji Chang's smile at him. Although boys are always easily fooled, it is not because he is hopelessly stupid, but because he is too trusting and has too little experience. He could still tell that none of the interviewers liked him at that time. But they kept him anyway. Is it because of that gentleman? Even though he couldn't believe it, he still vaguely realized in his heart that the other party would definitely take action when he entered the company. He just helped. The gratitude in the boy's heart cannot be described in words. He didn't know what to do, and he didn't see the other person very often. Even if he did, he didn't dare to come forward and express his gratitude. His internship life is routine. Perhaps in the eyes of other interns, internships are very tiring, with little pay and a lot of work, and everyone in the department can do whatever they want. But to the boy, it all seemed so wonderful. He was assigned to a double-room dormitory. It is said that the dormitory was too small. Although it was a double room with 2 beds, it was still too crowded for 2 employees to live in. So the lucky boy was assigned to this dormitory with 2 beds but only 1 employee, him. After asking if he could bring his family members, he also placed his younger brother here. He works very hard every day. The person who led him taught him to do more things for others, but don't just do things. He should steal from others while doing things. What he learns is his own. So he began to study hard. He had thought about studying before, but he had never experienced this in his life or the people he had come into contact with before. Even if he wanted to study, he didn't know where to start. It's different now. The employees in the office were not stingy about giving advice to this diligent intern who had helped him to some extent, lending him books, and one enthusiastic colleague even made a reading schedule for him. As if he had found a treasure, he would read the book carefully according to the table after thanking the other person. When he encountered something he didn't know or couldn't understand, he would shamelessly ask others for help and work harder to express his gratitude. Soon, he established himself in the office. Interns are paid, so he cautiously went to the finance department with an uneasy feeling and expressed that he wanted to advance 1 month's salary. The salary was approved. He took his younger brother to buy good medicine, bought a small pot for his dormitory, bought some things for cooking, selected good dishes, and cooked them in the dormitory that night. He picked up dishes within his ability and called over his colleagues who were free to treat them to dinner. Colleagues who knew his age lamented that he was so happy, doing so much work every day and still being happy, as if nothing could make him unhappy. He just smiled stupidly, but he was thinking in his heart. Be happy. Because all the people he met were good people. Although the good guy Ji Changs didn't seem to pay much attention to this intern whom he personally nodded and pulled in, he had actually been secretly observing. After I was sure that the other party was adapting well and not being bullied, I slowly felt relieved. In half a year, he will send the other party to school in the name of the company. Although he is a bit older, many older people have recently begun to study hard, and presumably the students in the school will not find it unacceptable. It's even simpler for his younger brother. The salary paid by the company is enough for his tuition. Ji Changs had no intention of letting them be bodyguards and thugs by his side like they did in their previous lives. No matter how much they look like adults, it can't change the fact that they are just 2 children. It's not that they don't want to go to school. It's just that life doesn't give them the right to go to school. It can be seen from the memory of the original owner that if they had a choice, the brothers would naturally want to go to school and grow up normally like ordinary children. Rather than being regarded as a gold medal bodyguard and a god of steel because of his overly muscular appearance. Internally, these are just 2 children. After settling the 2 brothers, Ji Changs continued to look for his heroine. Fortunately, he had left a deep impression on the principal by outwitting liars before, and his grades were good enough, otherwise he wouldn't be able to take frequent leave to work in the company. Yes, of course this company couldn't have been created specifically to house the 2 brothers. To be precise, why can't he take care of these 2 children and develop the company at the same time? Being a talented director is not the safest thing. It's the happiest thing to be a talented director who can invest in himself. Rather than praying for others to invest in him, Ji Chang still prefers to be confident and able to sweep the film market without anyone else's investment. Then a company is essential. Of course, after the company is completed, if there are investors holding money and begging him to accept the investment, he will still accept them. The company was completed and the momentum was built. Ji Changs began to announce that he was preparing for the next The movie needs some characters. This is what casting means. As soon as this news came out, those actors who had already made achievements were relatively stable. After all, Ji Chang's was too young, and it was only his first movie that became an instant hit. No one knew whether his development was unstable. They still cautiously maintained a wait-and-see attitude. It's different for those little actors who don't have much fame. Although Rong-an didn't accept any interviews because she was in school, one movie alone was enough to make her a goddess in the eyes of thousands of boys. In this era where most female characters in movies are gentle and miserable, female characters with tough qualities basically appear in anti-war films. It's still rare in business war movies. To be precise, even business war movies are rare. A domineering female CEO who is smart, kind, and willing to learn, and never misses a key moment. With such a fresh image, coupled with Rong-an's beautiful appearance and acting skills, it is normal for him to become famous. Actors will not be the first to think that her popularity is related to their acting skills. They only saw Ji Chang's turning a student who was still in school into a goddess with countless fans. Even if Rong-an did not accept the advertisement and only had some posters, those posters quickly spread all over the country and became idols hanging on the walls of countless men and women. So, this audition was quite lively. But precisely because of the excitement, too many people came, which made it more time-consuming and difficult to filter. Ji Chang stepped forward and summoned Kuiju. Kuiju. Even though he was nurtured, cultivated, learned a lot of knowledge and made a lot of money, he gradually realized how cunning his brother Zi was. Brother Zi, I can't do it. It's better for you to do it. I've never auditioned before. During this period of time, he almost broke his leg, and Kuiju was no longer easily fooled. He noticed vigilantly that during this period he was always running around and never stopped. As for Ji Chang's himself, he only visits the company every day and never misses 3 meals a day. The most disgusting thing is that he goes to get a massage on the 1st, 3rd, and 5th, goes swimming on the 24th and 6th, and even carries a deck chair to bask in the sun on Sundays. No matter how blind Kuiju is, he will never really feel that Ji Chang's is as busy as himself. This time he made up his mind not to do anything else. He did it all by himself. If we want to do it together, it's definitely not possible for me to do it alone. Ji Chang's was very sad and heartbroken. My brother will actually wake up. What do you mean? Do you think I called you here just to ask you to help me work? Is this the kind of person I am in your heart? Kuiju. Yes, that's right. Seeing the "do you still want to lie to me now" look on his face, Ji Chang sighed. Hey, forget it, it seems that you took what I told you before. What do you need to do to be a good director? You have to learn everything you have to do, and you can't miss even the smallest step. Completely forgotten. Think about it for yourself, there are so many directors in the world, who can't I find? Now we don't have any money. I can find anyone who can do it for me by just spending money. But I still looked for you. Why? I looked for you. Kuiju was immediately confused by Ji Chang's rhetorical question, and subconsciously asked, why? Ji Chang's clapped his hands, because I want to train you. If I didn't want to train you, what would I do? Leave all the important things to you. If I didn't value you, would I delegate all the power to an audition that is so important that it can affect the life and death of the crew? I wholeheartedly want to train you to become a famous director, but you speculate on my good intentions like this. You are really... He sighed, showing a helpless expression. Kuiju. He had noticed something was wrong a few times before, and Brother Zi had deceived him in the same way. Don't think you can fool him with the same moves. Brother Zi, please stop talking. If you really want to train me, can't you just stay by my side and work with me? What are you doing? I'm working here while you're swimming and sunbathing over there. Ji Chang's face suddenly looked hurt. Do you think I'm swimming and sunbathing? Where do you think the crew got the money to start filming? Is it possible for us? If we don't do anything, gold will fall from the sky. When I go swimming, I go to make friends with the boss I swim with. If I don't get to know them well, why should they give us money? I'm basking in the sun. Is that basking in the sun? That's because I'm too fair. When I go out, people look at me and think I have no authority and they won't believe me. That's why I went out of my way to tan myself a little bit. Ji Chang's tone was particularly sad and angry, as if Kuiju had slandered him for murder and arson. Do you think the sun is so easy to bask in? Every Sunday I have to lie there motionless and let the sun shine. The sun is shining directly on my face. It's so hot that I can't hide away. Do you think I'm being lazy? Are you willing to let you go with such laziness? Kuiju, is that so? Ji Chang's looked at him with disappointment on his face. Otherwise, would I still be lying on a chair, drinking juice, basking in the sun, reading a book, and saying that life is so beautiful? What do you think I, Ji Chang's, am? A human being. Flustered by his disappointed eyes, Kuiju quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Brother Zi, I was wrong. I misunderstood you. Don't be angry. Ji Chang stared at him. Kuiju's voice became softer and softer, and his head lowered lower and lower. Then he sighed, forget it, why should I care about this with you? Ah, just pay attention next time. Unexpectedly, he was willing to forgive himself. Kuiju was overjoyed and nodded ecstatically, thank you, Brother Zi. Brother Zi, you are so kind. You go to the audition, I have to go to the sun in pain, eh? Why can't I tan? Looking at Ji Chang's with a distressed face, Kuiju Hui left with guilt and sympathy for him. He only had to audition in the room, but Brother Zi had to bask in the sun so uncomfortably, and he still blamed Brother Zi. It was really inappropriate. After confirming that Kuiju was gone, Ji Chang's walked into the room and pulled out a chaise longue, lying on it leisurely, putting on his sunglasses, holding a book in his left hand and juice in his right hand. He took a sip. Ah, life is wonderful. The author has something to say, this story has come to an end. Good night, Lily is free and the fastest update. No anti-theft, no anti-theft. You are listening to novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 410. Ji Chang's finally chose the heroine that he liked the most. This is a relatively unknown actress. Although she is only in her early 20s, she has been in the entertainment industry since she was a teenager, so she can be considered an old person. It just means that you have been around for a long time. Doesn't it mean that you have been around well? Nowadays, the aesthetic preference for female protagonists is like Rongan, who is beautiful and gorgeous, or she will play a vicious female supporting role, or else she will play a goblin. Anyway, basically there is no positive role. So the actor had a miserable time. She is really too beautiful. If she were to play a vicious supporting actress, people would be afraid that she would take away the charm of the heroine. But if she were to play a passerby, they would have to deliberately act ugly. It was okay when I was a teenager, half a grown-up, even if I looked more gorgeous, I was just a child. No one would say anything. But as she got older, her life became less easy. This audition was originally just to audition for a villain role as usual, but when Kuiju saw it, wasn't this the extremely beautiful and gorgeous appearance that his brother Zi wanted? He hesitated for a moment, and then handed her another script under the uneasy gaze of the other party. Try this. Then after she tried her best to perform, she looked calm and could not tell anything. When today's audition ended, she immediately ran excitedly to Ji Chang's, who was getting a massage, to express that she had successfully completed the task. Although Kuiju is easy to deceive, easy to coax, and silly. But Ji Chang's has taught him for so long and still believes in his judgment. As a result, actor Jo 11 got her first female lead role in her life. She couldn't believe it herself. After all, Jo 11 originally just wanted to audition to be a cannon fodder, but unexpectedly she fell from the sky and became the heroine. She didn't even dare to dream of such a beautiful thing. Ji Chang's didn't think about how the heroine was happy. He has been thinking recently. The filming time for the second movie should be longer. By then, the audience attracted by the first movie will probably have dispersed. Let's do some publicity. I always feel it's a bit wasteful. Isn't there any cost-effective and effective way to promote it? While Ji Chang's was thinking about it, someone started acting like a monster. Compared with Jo 11's excitement, those who also wanted to win the heroine role but failed to win were not so happy. It would be okay if he lost to someone of the same type as him, but he lost to Jo 11, a little-known passerby who could only be used as cannon fodder after being around for nearly 10 years. Then the mentality is very different. Especially those who had financial backers and wanted to get this role but were turned away by Ji Chang's, are even more resentful. At this time, the entertainment industry was even more chaotic. Although the country had severely cracked down on it, it was just cleaner than before. Many people still maintained the old concepts and believed that they could still do whatever they wanted as before. I couldn't get the role I wanted, and I felt I had lost face in front of a new director, so I naturally wanted to express my anger well. Ji Chang soon saw attacks on him in some newspapers. In fact, calling it an attack is not very appropriate. To be precise, it is a contemptuous prediction. The newspaper didn't say anything about his first movie. After all, it was a movie that was praised by the central government. No matter how much they wanted to express their grievances, they didn't dare to go against the central government. He just expressed his view in an attitude that seemed to be observing. For example, the results of the first film were very good, but the young director was too young and ambitious and became arrogant. In order to borrow the momentum from the first movie, they even accelerated the progress, hastily selected actors, and prepared for the second movie with a non-serious attitude towards the movie. Although the filming of the movie has not started yet, I can't imagine how tragic the final ending will be. After all, with such casting and such a rush, what good work can be produced? The whole article seems to express concern for Ji Chang's and incomprehension for his hasty actions, and also contains a bit of care from seniors to juniors. Not a single curse word was written, but every one of them was talking bad words. Kuiju was almost furious. Chinese people are the kind of people who want to go in and worship when they see temples and Taoist temples, and they are willing to worship any gods. If they are effective, they are the manifestations of bodhisattvas. If they are not effective, they are futile and superstitious. They hadn't even started filming the movie yet, but this guy was here with the attitude of, "Hey, you guys are going to get cold. What should I do if you get cold?" I'm so worried. It would be strange if he wasn't angry. Especially although the other party acted like I'm just giving advice out of kindness, Kuiju knew that the old guy was attacking them because one of his granddaughters came to audition for their crew. During the audition, there were not many. He worked hard to show off his acting skills, but he didn't explain how many scripts he had read. Instead, after finishing the performance, he confidently said, "My grandfather is XXX. When I find out, I will come to your production crew to audition." He also agrees very much and hopes to get the role of the heroine so that everyone can live in harmony in the future. Kuiju was confused at that time. He didn't understand why this person stopped performing for a short period and then said some strange words. He went to ask Ji Chang's. Ji Chang's immediately gave the answer, I heard that there are some people with intellectual disabilities in the entertainment industry who often talk to themselves. Maybe you met them by chance. Kuiju believed it without any doubt. Although I sympathized with the other person because he had an intellectual disability and had to run out to work, he wanted to choose a heroine. Of course, he couldn't sacrifice aesthetics just because of sympathy, so he regretfully gave up the opportunity to do good things for others. As a result, Kuiju finally understood after being sprayed all over by this XXX. What did the granddaughter mean when she said that before? It meant that she wanted to join the crew through her grandfather's relationship. So he didn't understand even more. If the director were her grandfather, Kuiju would still understand. After all, grandpa takes care of her? How normal is her granddaughter? But the problem is, no one on their crew knows XXX at all. After all, they are a bunch of grassroots people. Ji Chang's taught Kuiju a lot of things. He was so busy that he couldn't spare any time, so naturally he couldn't remember who the famous directors are today. Of course, even if he knew, he would probably say, even if your grandfather is very famous, does he have anything to do with us? Who is your grandfather? We have never seen him. If you pay some sponsorship money, maybe we can give you a cannon fodder role. As for the heroine, don't even think about it. No matter how much sponsorship money is given to the heroine, as the core of the movie, she still has to choose a good one, not a rich one. So Kuiju was very angry when this somewhat famous director acted strangely to vent his anger on his granddaughter. He ran to Ji Chang's and said, I can understand that everyone wants to use the back door. If I have a back door, I also want to use the back door to get a good career. But if I can't use the back door, I will just treat people as their own enemies too. It's so shameless. What bothers him the most is, they wanted to use the back door, but they didn't give us any benefits. They didn't succeed and they still want to be angry. Is not that right? Ji Chang's particularly agreed with Kuiju's words. Who is this person? Just go through the back door. He doesn't want to give you a dime, and he doesn't even mention the resources. He just gives you a name. What's wrong? He heard his family's name. Can I become an immortal in the future? Kuijuru seems to have got a chicken mother. The little chicken boy nodded in agreement. Isn't that true? Brother Z, you think the same as me? The two of them got together and cursed this incomprehensible old man. Kuiju was very happy to have Ji Chang's support. He immediately had the courage to confront this person who jumped out of nowhere, and said excitedly, Brother Nays, what should we do next? Ji Chang's didn't even think about it and said directly, of course I will fan the flames immediately and try to find a way to make him scold even more. Kuiju, okay. Let's just, The poor young man looked confused and looked at Ji Chang's with almost disbelief in his eyes. Why? Shouldn't you scold him back? Ji Chang's understood Kuiju very well. After all, not everyone can become an old fox after a short period of study. You still don't understand. In the entertainment industry, the most important thing is fame. As for whether this name has a good reputation or a bad reputation, it actually doesn't matter sometimes. Even if we are scolded by people all over the world, as long as we can turn the situation around, there will be as many people supporting us as there are people scolding us. Kuiju. He felt that he could never keep up with his brother Jia's, so what? Isn't that famous director very famous? He is lending us his ready-made fame. Ji Chang's issued an order, go to a reporter we are familiar with, treat him to dinner, and ask him to do this. Kuiju actually still doesn't quite understand. But he has a very valuable quality, which is that he firmly believes that Brother Z is right. If Brother Z is wrong, it must be because the world is wrong. So he went out to work anyway. When the reporter was called out to eat, he thought Kuiju wanted to fight back. After hearing what he said, his eyes first turned confused, then turned into realization, and finally looked at Kuiju with a look on his face. Tisk, 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 I didn't expect that, you look like a thick eyebrow, but you are actually a bitch. Kuiju. The two of them had gone out for several meals before for promotion and interviews, so they were familiar with each other. He did not hide it and said directly, actually, I don't understand either. It's just that our director told me to do this. What do you think I am doing? I am the most straight-laced person, and I am not the kind of person you think. It would be okay if he didn't add the last sentence, but if he did, it would make him look particularly unworthy of a beating. The reporter continued to tut. Okay, okay. Okay, you are the most straightforward and upright, but you still pretend to be like me. Kuiju. I'm not pretending. What are you talking about? The reporter laughed ha 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 ha, and his tone was quite perfunctory. Okay, you are not pretending, you are the best person in the world. Of course, he didn't think Kuiju was serious. He just thought that this young man who was an assistant director at such a young age was just joking deliberately. After all, although this matter is a bit difficult to handle, as long as you have been in the entertainment industry for a long time, you can roughly understand Kuiju's plan after listening to what he said. So, there is nothing to pretend to be innocent. I felt that my relationship with Kuiju was progressing well, and the other party actually started to joke with me. The reporter was very happy and took him to drink some wine. Kuiju, who always felt that something was wrong and wanted to explain, drank and became dizzy. I can't remember what's wrong, and I can't think of an explanation. The next day, the famous director who thought, it's your blessing that my granddaughter with such a big name condescends to be an actress in your small crew, but you are so arrogant that you don't give me face, learned about Ji Chang's. The assistant director of their crew invited a reporter to dinner. Gee, I guess I asked reporters to clarify. Are you anxious now? How could you be so arrogant when you looked down on someone so much before and didn't even give him face? The famous director didn't feel that he should panic at all. After all, even if Ji Chang's was praised by the central government, in terms of popularity in the entertainment industry and the audience, he, an old man who has been immersed in it for many years, is naturally better. Ji Chang's behavior can only be regarded as a desperate struggle. No one will believe his words. Even before the filming of the movie started, he was told that this is a bad movie. He was just waiting to see this young man who was arrogant and disrespectful of his predecessors lose completely. As a result, the newspaper published it, and the news in it agreed with the famous director's words. It says that the famous director is a master who has shot many famous movies. Naturally, such a powerful person has already developed his own skills and kung fu. Before the filming of a movie has even started, but during the preparation period, you can tell through clues that the movie will hit the streets and hit the hearts of the people. This exactly shows the power of a famous director. All in all, it takes a long chapter to take stock of the famous director's previous works, how awesome they are, and what awards he has won. Then, it's a big chapter showing that the famous director has such a sharp vision and determination that this film has not even been released yet. The movie that hasn't started filming will definitely be too cold, so everyone must not go see this movie by then. If such a famous director says that this movie is not good, then he must not be able to do it. The famous director felt something was wrong as soon as he read the newspaper. His status was held up too high, and what he said was as if he completely believed that those who didn't believe it were fools. But although he feels that he has a high status and reputation in the entertainment industry, after all, he is still only an upper middle class person, and there are many big bosses above him. And this newspaper seems to say that he is the most awesome person in the entertainment industry. This is so eye-catching. Especially when it says at the end, because, XXX said that this movie that hasn't started filming yet will definitely not be good, so we must not watch it then. In this case, even the most famous director in the entertainment industry would not dare to say it. The famous director understood almost immediately what Ji Chang's and Kuiju were doing. They did not refute his words, but used Poxia donkey to follow his words and brag, which would make him enemies. It may also cause ill feelings to some passers-by. After all, if you say, "This movie is very good, let's watch it together. I highly recommend it," then maybe someone will buy it. But if you say, "This movie is terrible to watch. Although it hasn't started filming yet, I can already predict how bad it will be. People who watch this kind of bad movie will definitely be fools," then there will definitely be a group of people called him a fool. What the hell are you doing? We can watch it or not if we like. Is it your turn to point fingers? You are so sure of yourself even before you are photographed. No one believes you even if you say you have hidden secrets or grudges. If it were just this newspaper, the famous director might just feel aggrieved and angry because he was tricked by Ji Chang's. But soon, the second and third copies appeared. Although the contents are different, they basically change the soup without changing the medicine. They are all saying that the famous director XXX saw through his powerful eyes that the movie that has not yet started filming is a big bad drama. Who is the director of this bad drama and who is the leading actor? I am really curious about what it is like. A movie will be considered a bad drama before it even starts filming. By the way, a friendly reminder, although auditions for this movie have begun, the script given by the crew is only a partial script, and the complete script has not yet been leaked, and the famous director XXX has never worked with the crew. Although no one in the newspaper said, the famous director doesn't know anything. I just blindly make judgments, but they all praise the achievements of famous directors in large sections, but anyone who can read will probably have such an opinion after reading it. You are a director, and we believe you when you say the movie is bad. But you haven't read the script, and the movie hasn't even been shot yet, and then you say, "Tisk, even though the movie hasn't been shot, I don't know the plot, but I just know that this show is special, rotten." What's up? Is there something wrong with your brain? When newspapers began to join in the fun, curses and disdain for the famous director gradually spread. Some newspapers were afraid that the incident would not be big enough to be lively enough to write about, so they copied some letters from readers into their newspapers. All of them insulted famous directors and felt that they were simply unreasonable. Some people even doubt whether the famous director has Alzheimer's disease. One can imagine how angry he would be when he saw the contents of these newspapers when he felt that he had made his mark and had a high status in the entertainment industry. But now, there are only two roads before him. First, give in and immediately apologize to the public, saying that he did it unintentionally and hope that everyone can forgive him. Second, one road leads to darkness. I don't even think about it. How could a person who wanted to take revenge because his granddaughter failed to audition for the heroine of another crew choose to bow his head and apologize? He decisively chose a path to go to high he. So, the second statement came out. In it, he wrote very seriously that he was not aimless, but gave correct suggestions to an immature crew with evidence and experience. Anyway, the evidence of "I criticize you because you really have problems is not because I'm talking nonsense" has been listed. Although most of them are fabricated and imaginary, it is enough to fool a group of people. The famous director thought with confidence, he knew why Ji Chang's did what he did, but it was a pity that young people were still young and had never thought that in this world, one cannot speak without evidence. If there is no evidence, he can make up evidence. He was confident that Ji Chang's must be very anxious right now. However, the fact is that Ji Chang saw the second statement and had a wish-fulfilling smile on his face. Took the bait. Okay, we can start to refute. He ordered Kuiju to write an article immediately. "No, you are talking nonsense. We are a good movie, we are definitely a good movie" was published in newspapers. Kuiju went to write obediently. The famous director got such a result and was even more satisfied. Tisk. He knew that the young man was so restless. Seeing that the other party was so eager to refute proved that he had a kind of joy in playing with people, so he slowly and unhurriedly wrote another rebuttal to the other party's rebuttal. The two sides started a literal war under Ji Chang's intentional or unintentional push. This quarrel caused Ji Chang's to confirm the release date of his movie after filming. When it was about to be released, the newspaper that they knew well and had published remarks by famous directors and Kuiju published another article, which roughly meant, for more than half a year, the editors have almost watched the two sides quarrel. Now that they have been arguing for so long, they can finally wait for a result. It is really exciting. I don't know who will win in the end after all. They have been arguing for so long. Even some foreigners know that two directors in our country were arguing over whether a movie that has not yet been shot is a success or a failure most of the year. This may be the most successful marketing of this era. For more than half a year, the directors on both sides have been at war with each other. One moment, one has the upper hand, and another moment, the other has the upper hand. Anyway, it never stops. Now that the results are finally coming out, can the melon-eating people who have been chasing and arguing for more than half a year not want to see the results as soon as possible? Especially after more than half a year of development in China, the economy has taken off at a rapid pace. Many people have spare money in their hands and are no longer as reluctant to go to the movies as before. On the day Ji Chang's second movie was released, the theater was full. Reporters who had been prepared for the movie randomly selected several viewers to ask why they came to watch the movie. The answer is always the same: we want to see if the movie is good or bad. Anyway, they are all a group of people who eat melons. In addition, where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. In the literary arts that have been going back and forth for more than half a year, many readers have divided camps unconsciously. Part of me thinks what the famous director said makes sense. Part of me thinks Kuiju is right. Now that the result has finally come out, they are more anxious than anyone else to know whether they are on the right side. The famous director who had been fighting for more than half a year was jet-lagged when he saw the news about the first day of the director's new movie was released. I don't think I'm blind. When he read on, he saw clearly that the reason why a movie with little publicity could become so popular was because of the scolding between himself and Kuiju. After that, he was immediately confused. After being stunned, he also started to think about it. Every time he wanted to give up, Ji Chang's side could always arouse his competitive spirit with various gestures, making him pick up the pen again and start spraying again. Previously, a famous director felt that this was the other party's own way of seeking death. But now it seems that the two little brats Ji Chang's and Kuiju are clearly using his name to build momentum for their new movie. It was too late for the famous director to understand Ji Chang's sinister intentions. Under Ji Chang's financial offensive, many newspapers wrote similar reports the day before the movie was released, intentionally or unintentionally hinting to readers who have been following the serialized feud for more than half a year, "Dear, it's time to watch the finale." Many readers just entered the cinema. Unlike watching other movies, when they sat and looked at the big screen, their hearts were full of expectations, but this expectation was actually extended by curiosity about which one is right. But when the movie started, the mentality of watching the excitement and not taking it too seriously gradually faded along with the plot of the movie. It turned into anger. Yes, angry. Ji Chang's film this time tells the story of what a beautiful girl faces after she suffers a terrible incident. He didn't play out the plot directly from the beginning, but spent 15 minutes to lay out the girl's character. She was born in a small village, which was a bit patriarchal. Fortunately, her parents were not like that. They loved her as much as they loved her brother. The brother and sister grew up happily. The girl is very talented in humor. She can always think of many jokes that others can't think of. Sometimes she will take her brother's pen and paper to write and draw because of a sudden joke. Draw and write down these inspirations. Her character is very lively and innocent. When her brother in adolescence borrowed a pornographic book and read it secretly, She accidentally found the book and asked her brother what it was. He made up a random "this is nonsense" about martial arts secrets. The girl believed it and asked, "Do you practice every day?" "It turns out that you go to the woods every day to practice martial arts secrets. The grove is the secret base of my brother and his friends, where they often play war games. Brother is facing his age." My sister, who was 3 years younger than me, huffed and had to admit it with a blushing face. When his sister expressed curiosity and wanted to see it, he could only go to the woods and do a random set of punches. So, when her mother accidentally dug out the little book, the girl who was helping her clean the room explained very kindly, "These are all moves. My brother practices them in the woods every day." Mother was shocked. She looked down at the moves in the little book, then looked at her daughter and asked, "Are you sure?" The girl vowed, "I saw it with my own eyes." Mother almost dropped the book in her hand in shock. She was panicked and worried, waiting for her husband to come home, and immediately pulled him and muttered. The man of the house was also shocked. He stammered, "No, no, how old is he? And I haven't seen him playing with girls. My daughter saw it with her own eyes. How can it be false?" The couple discussed it all night long, ranging from why their son could be so precocious to not knowing which family the girl is from to the child. Note, what if the girl is pregnant? She is still so young. Well, what is extending into the girl's belly next is a grandson or granddaughter? Could it be twins? When the audience was amused and laughed several times, the scene changed and it was daytime. The couple went to catch an adulterer. They hid quietly, and sure enough they saw their son coming to the grove as if waiting for someone. The two of them waited, and finally a passing grandma who was a salesperson arrived. When they saw their son raising his head and talking to his grandmother, the two were completely stunned. They stood there dumbfounded, and kept saying, "Oh God" and "Oh God." After being discovered by his son, the father reacted first, picked up a stick on the ground, and chased and beat the other person. The whole village. The loyal sister stepped forward to help, but ended up being unhelpful. When she saw her running out and shouting to her brother, who was running desperately, "Brother, run first and I will help you stop Dad." Then while running, she stepped on a moving stone and threw herself forward, just in time to crush her brother. The whole cinema burst into laughter. How sweet and funny it is in the front, but how cruel it is in the middle. Living in such a lively family, my sister grew up quickly. She is still so innocent and lively, but at this age, she has already understood what the little book was. She looks very beautiful and gorgeous to the point of being attractive. Her mother would often. She was worried about her appearance. She felt that her daughter was too beautiful and did not look like the daughter of a good family, so it would be difficult for her to get married in the future. The girl didn't quite believe what her mother said. She likes her face very much and thinks, "Is there anything wrong with me being good looking? Is it possible to judge whether a person is a good person or a bad person only by looking at her appearance?" The girl still studied seriously and went to school. After holidays, she came back to help her parents share the housework and farm work. She was about to take the college entrance examination, so she stayed up late to read more days. The notes in her room could almost fit into a chair. Then, on her way to help her mother go shopping at dusk, she was forcibly dragged into a wheat field by a drunkard and violated. The girl resisted desperately, but she could not resist the opponent's strength. She screamed and called for help loudly. Someone heard the noise and rescued her, and she immediately called the police. The drunkard was arrested. This was originally a nightmare for the girl, but then an even worse nightmare came. The girl often looked at her strangely when she went out, and people in the village began to talk about her. Some people said that the man who assaulted her had a wife. He still did such a thing even though he had a wife at home. If she wasn't so beautiful, how could he be so confused? Also, some people said that they always thought she looked like a vixen, and that she would seduce men with her appearance. Others said that many young men in the village liked her in the past, but she ignored them, but now she has turned into a broken shoe. Some people say that a girl has to dress up every day. She dresses so beautifully that she can't blame others for staring at her. Some people say that girls are not good things. Otherwise, why wouldn't she go home when it's almost dark? If she only goes out during the day and hides at home at night, nothing will happen. Some people also say that she wears too little and even wears a flowery skirt. If others don't violate her, who will violate her? All kinds of comments came down on the girl. She couldn't understand, even though she was the victim, why didn't anyone blame the man, but instead put all the malice on her? At first, she would argue and quarrel with others. But after too many times, she began to feel confused. She no longer told jokes or went out. Instead, she shut herself in the room and curled up in the darkness with her knees in her hands. When her father came to persuade her, she asked, "Dad, am I wrong?" When her mother came to coax her to eat, she asked, "Mom, am I wrong?" Her parents cried and told her it was not her fault. The girl asked again, "Then why? Everyone is blaming me?" Why didn't they blame the perpetrator, but made various comments about her as the victim, and finally made a statement, "No wonder it was her." Seeing this, the audience was all filled with anger. Especially the female audience, as women, they have suffered such oppression to a greater or lesser extent, but some people are aware of it, and some people are not aware of it. This is the first time that a movie has expressed it in this way. Witnessing the girl's simplicity and liveliness, optimism and cheerfulness, seeing her kindness, her well-behavedness, and then facing what happened to her, they just wanted to crawl into the movie and beat up those idiots. The entire cinema was filled with a tense atmosphere, and everyone was holding their breath. It was unbelievable that such disgusting people actually existed in the world. But when I thought carefully about the fact that there are many people like this in reality, I became even more angry. Fortunately, Ji Changs didn't make this movie just to make them angry. My brother, who was attending college outside, got the news and rushed back. He pushed open the door, let the sunlight shine in, hugged his pale sister, and told her firmly, "You're right, it's them who are wrong. Don't listen to what they say about men and women, and girls should be like that, otherwise it will be your own fault if you get hurt. You let a robber go to their house to rob them, and then tell them that you shouldn't have 3 meals a day. The robber will only know when he sees you eating well. You know? You will rob only if you have money, so it is not the robber's fault but your fault if you are robbed. You can see if they curse or not." The brother left the village with his sister. On the eve of the college entrance examination, he told the other party seriously, "They are garbage, so in order to stay away from these garbage, let's go to a good school and live in a normal place, okay?" The girl finally picked up the pen again. Although she was affected, her grades have always been good and she was admitted to the school of her choice. The whole family left the small village. Next, the girl met many people. Those people are normal. After they hear similar things, they will be very surprised and say, "Why would anyone think like this? Only animals will blame the victims, right?" But if it is a small village, it is understandable. After all, those people are generally very tired and hard-working. If they don't do well themselves, then they can't see others. They attack their victims, all. It's something I want but don't have. Ugh, it's so sour. Why in the world is there such garbage? Together, these friends gave the people who took the lead in catching the victims a name, sour-mouthed dogs. Next is the career line that Ji Changs is good at. The girl started writing a book. The first, the second, and more books were published, and she became a best-selling author. And when she went back to visit her grandfather's grave, people looked at her and began to fawn over her with a smile. Her brother kept a cold face and kept these people away. So, These people watched the beautiful car drive away with expectation and longing. Some of them began to regret what they had said, and some felt that the other party was too stingy. But when he discovered that some of his soy sauce had been borrowed by his neighbor, the villager who had just blamed the girl for being stingy started yelling at her at home. The movie slowly ended, but there were still many people sitting in the audience who had not calmed down. Even if the girl got a good ending, the unspeakable anger just now still lingered in their hearts. Special right now? I want to find someone to punch me twice. If 2 punches don't work, 1 punch will do. In order to vent the anger in the audience's hearts, Ji Chang's immediately introduced the famous director with whom he and Kuiju had been arguing for more than half a year. Come on, let's take a look at this director. Famous director. When he knew that Ji Chang's movies had some plots that made the audience angry, he gloated. Then he was completely at a loss. No, it's normal for the plot of Ji Chang's movie to make people want to curse and vent their anger. But the question is, why do everyone come to him to vent? Never mind his business. The author has something to say. Good night, Lily. Free and fastest update, no anti-theft, no anti-theft. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 411. Ji Chang's proved with his strength that the success of his first movie was not due to luck. This young man, who is only in his 20s, does have an amazing talent in directing. If his first movie made people happy and could learn something from it, then the second one made people cry again. Laugh again, and when the crying and laughing are over, start to think deeply. There are a lot of great people in the movie. For example, a eldest sister who came from nothing and worked hard got divorced. She and her husband broke up peacefully, and the 2 of them took turns raising the children. The heroine thought that divorce would mean that they would never see each other until death. People will still make appointments to take their children out to eat together. The heroine, who had just stepped into society at that time, felt very surprised. The eldest sister smiled and told her that the 2 divorced not because of conflicts, but because they found that they were not compatible after living together for 3 years. They also tried to work together for the sake of their children and move closer to each other, but it really didn't work out, so after making a careful choice, they divorced. Unlike this marriage, which can maintain a good relationship even after divorce, another aunt in the company is also divorced, but her divorce is more ugly. The man cheated on her during the marriage. During the divorce, he fought for her property and her children, forcing her to give up her property for the sake of her children. That was 10 years ago. Now she has a successful career, a house, and a car. The children are also smart and obedient. When the heroine was studying with the other party, the man ran into the company and made trouble, still trying to use the child to manipulate his ex-wife as before. But in the past 10 years, this aunt has been studying non-stop, suffered a lot, and gained a wealth of knowledge. She is no longer the ignorant person who didn't know what to do after being frightened and threatened a few times. When the other party was making trouble, she just watched with cold eyes, occasionally irritating him with words, and then deliberately asked people to put valuable things in the man's hands. When the man became more and more agitated, he got up and smashed things, and then immediately called the police. Based on the value of that thing and the tough attitude of the aunt, if a man goes to jail, he will have to sit in jail for several years before he can be released. The marriages of these 2 people are different, but they are all different from what the heroine learned about marriage since childhood. It turns out that a woman is miserable and helpless for the rest of her life even if she is divorced. It turns out that the police also manage household affairs. In the heroine. In the past, the police generally did not care about matters at home. For example, people in the village used to talk about a little daughter-in-law in a mocking tone. The little daughter-in-law was from the next village. She married a relatively wealthy family in their village. They moved together not long after the marriage. Town. It turned out that her husband was not a good person and would hit and scold her. She was beaten, and someone told her to call the police. However, the police called the police. At first, the police took care of her, but then they just made peace with her. I meant to criticize verbally. The village woman who said these words said in a mocking tone, "It's really embarrassing. I can't control my husband and make trouble outside. If I were her, I might as well find a rope and hang myself." The heroine hesitated and asked the ant, "Aren't you afraid that the police will not care if you call the police?" The ant was very sure, the police will definitely take care of it. Whether it's the domestic violence you mentioned or anything else, as long as the other person hurts me, and I call the police as a natural person and another natural person hurts me, the police will definitely take care of it. As for the situation you mentioned, why don't you ask the woman if she had stopped her when the police came to arrest her several times before? She told the heroine that many people think that calling the police for domestic violence is useless, but in fact it is useful at first. However, most women who have been called to the police for domestic violence will retort and cry after seeing their husbands arrested, shouting to forgive the other person. There are even those who bite back at the police, saying they arrest people indiscriminately. As time went by, the police became more cautious. As long as they have household chores, they will handle them carefully to avoid getting fishy for no reason. But if the person who reports the crime has a tough attitude, regardless of his wife, husband, or the identity of his ex-wife and ex-husband, the police will still arrest him. The ant didn't understand very well. Some people regard calling the police to arrest and violently assault their husbands as a way to scare them. They never thought that the more they make loud noises and small raindrops, the more unscrupulous men will be. Meanwhile, the only people who can protect them are pushed further and further away. The heroine thought about this sentence for a long time after she went back. Later, she called her mother and found out that the little daughter-in-law regretted it every time she called the police. The number of times has increased. Once the police heard that it was their family's problem, even if they came to the door, they would not want to arrest people as they did the previous few times. These things are just a microcosm of the many things she has seen. Has she seen it in the workplace? Less sexist. When the partner heard that the negotiator was a woman, he put his hand down on the other party's lap at the wine table. The second-generation rich lady also placed her hand on his and gently picked up his fingers. Then used force to break it off in the opposite direction. With a scream, the partner entered the hospital. The second-generation rich lady sneered and took the heroine away. She told the heroine that this kind of thing is very common, and the heroine must think of it if she encounters it. Ways to protect yourself. Of course, it's best not to use her method. After all, she has parents behind her and is not afraid of offending others, but the heroine has to worry about this. So, work hard. They cannot change the fact that some men discriminate against women in the workplace, taking women as exchange resources as a matter of course, and thinking that as long as good-looking women rely on their looks to get ahead, they are stupid. But they can take advantage of the fact that the country is now opening up the same opportunities for men and women to work hard. Make money yourself. Do you want to work hard for a high position? As long as their status was high enough, no matter how hard those snarky dogs forced Lili from behind, they would still be able to trample them under their feet. The heroine is studying silently. Unfortunately, she always sees a lot of unfairness. Fortunately, she has many people around her who are willing to help teach her and support her. Viewers were divided when watching these clips. After all, Ji Chang's is really good at filming frustrating plots. He has a little trick. First, take a picture of the good side of the person being bullied, and then pull out a cannon fodder to trample and humiliate this good side, which will make the person's teeth itch and want to rush in and beat the person. But Ji Chang's doesn't know how to keep being aggrieved like this. He usually doesn't hold back for more than a few minutes before he immediately strikes back. At this time, because they hate each other very much, the audience will feel very happy. Even though I feel better, I still feel resentful about the past grievances. Because many people have encountered such things in their lives. Maybe they just got angry and passed away. But when I see all this from a third perspective in the cinema, the feeling is different. Being used by some bosses, the beautiful girl gritted her teeth and looked at her with contempt. I was made a disgusting joke by some male colleagues in the office. When I got angry, I was told that I was too stingy and couldn't afford to play with my fists. Are you being laughed at because you work too hard? It's like a career woman sneers. There are also some respects. He respects every normal person around him and has his own correct views. He is not willing to discuss some obscene topics with some garbage men about the people around him, so he is isolated and regarded as an alien man. The heroine has had many bosses, and one of them is a male boss who graduated from a very good university. His parents are well educated, and he has been influenced by this since he was a child. He is very protective of his subordinates. When he went to the toilet once, he heard someone from the next department talking about one of his subordinates in an obscene tone, saying that the other person looked innocent, but in fact, he just changed his boyfriend. Two people, privately they don't know how dissolute they are. He also said that she always looked at him with a look of dissatisfaction in her eyes, maybe she was thinking of throwing herself into his arms, but it was a pity that what he disliked the most was that he didn't like her. A clean woman, if the other party has never been in love, maybe he would be happy with it. The male boss punched him in the face right after he came out. He knows every one of his subordinates. The person that person was talking about was the youngest and most innocent girl in their department. She was a bit timid because her first boyfriend was a scumbag and she was very repulsive to men. She is usually very familiar with her male boss, because this naive and somewhat silly girl believes that since she has a boyfriend, she should keep a distance from other men. The male boss didn't express any objection, but when he fought with other people over a subordinate with whom she had a normal relationship, the heroine thought he was extremely handsome. He also said a particularly classic saying. When I punched you in the face, I was looking at you. Do you think I wanted to throw myself into my arms? This matter was not a big deal, and the other party also knew about it. It was embarrassing for me to brag and talk behind my back, and I was too embarrassed to call the police. It was also at this time that the heroine realized that there were men with normal views. At a party, the other party said something to her. Most men actually know from the bottom of their hearts that women's contributions and unfair treatment in the family are unfair, but they choose not to see it, not just to see it. If you don't meet me, you will tell them that this is normal. Actually, the reason is very simple, because they have vested interests. As long as women are exploited, they, as men, will benefit. There are also some people who sincerely feel that women are inherently inferior. Such people generally have little knowledge or experience. They don't know what politeness is, and they don't know. People have such a thing as a brain. It's like a frog sitting in a well looking at the sky. Because he can only see such a big part of the world, he stupidly thinks that all women in the world should give way to men. He also thinks that as long as he is a man, no matter how tall they are, no matter how ugly they are, no matter how educated they are, how low their wages are, how bad their personalities are, women will fall in love with them one after another. He concluded, generally, we call these people Pushin. It means that you are so ordinary, ugly, and uneducated, but you are still so confident. Don't worry, right? Men in circles with generally better culture and background despise such people. If you work hard, as long as you come into contact with the circle if it's high enough, this kind of garbage won't be able to reach you. Ji Chang's deliberately let the male supporting actor say this. He also knows that male superiority and female inferiority are deeply rooted. Even with the current reform and opening up, women can hold up half of the sky, but in most cases, women still work hard in the fields, and at the same time, they also have to take care of the housework at home. It seems that everyone tacitly agrees that housework should be done by women. Even if everyone goes to the same job and gets the same salary, women still have to cook the food, wash the clothes, and take care of the children. The current improvement in women's status is mostly due to the hard work of many women. He now jumped out and said, "Men and women are the same, we want equality between men and women." No one can listen. It will only attract some female viewers to become his true fans. But what if he reveals that the higher the status and culture, the more distinguished a man respects women? He does not favor boys over girls, nor does he prefer which side. Instead, he talks about matters based on performance, and the more uneducated he is, men without IQ are on the contrary. Because they have not learned knowledge from sitting in a well and looking at the sky, they will hold on to the message that their male identity is a treasure. The situation is different. Ji Chang's knows very well that the most common chain in this world is contempt. It's like those who have houses despise those who don't have houses. Those in good communities look down upon those in ordinary communities. Families whose children have good grades despise families whose children have poor grades. And now, he has personally constructed a chain of contempt. Now is the time for the country to vigorously promote the policy of gender equality. In China, the words of the country are the direction in which everyone should move forward. In the past, people who may have just had a general impression of what to do in private could do it, but now things are different. After the movie is broadcast, Ji Chang's will be rubbing his hands openly and secretly. People who are culturally patriotic are linked to the idea that they are equal and do not favor boys over girls. At the same time, he stepped on the man who was generally convinced, saying that everyone believed that such men were uneducated, and brainless. They were not only stupid, but also ridiculously stupid. Next, not surprisingly, many people will automatically and spontaneously stand on the side of both are equal. After all, if they support this, it means they are educated and open-minded, right? It's an antique. A man whose normal outlook on life does not favor boys over girls and thinks highly of himself will despise a man who sits in a well and looks at the sky and is confident. When this chain of contempt is formed, it will naturally happen that more and more men will pretend to be equal to men and women in order to stand on the side of political correctness. When this kind of behavior becomes mainstream, and there is another unsociable person, there will naturally be a group to target him. Ji Chang's has used this trick many times, and it always works. It's the same this time. This movie has a high box office. People who entered the theater laughed and cried, and finally came out with clenched fists. Some men in relationships are in trouble. My girlfriend came out of the cinema and asked very cautiously, "You don't know how to be convinced, do you? Don't tell me that your thinking is also so old-fashioned and self-righteous." What else can the man say? Even if they have some small ideas, they are still in love, but they don't dare to speak out. I can only stand on my girlfriend's side and vigorously criticize those generally convinced men in the movie, as well as those trash who are arrogant and pointing fingers at the victims, and finally assure me that I am definitely not such a person, my conscience. That must be great. Many newspapers have begun to publish content about Ji Chang's movies again. This time, I can only praise but not criticize. Otherwise, Ji Chang's film this time is in line with the mainstream of national policies. Some old-fashioned people really don't like these contents. After all, they themselves are the cannon fodder characters in the movie. When watching the movie, they always feel like they are being scolded and beaten. They sneered at the movie. Dolly criticized, "What kind of bullshit is this?" It was blindly filmed by a young man in his early 20s. So many people were deceived and blinded to watch it. What the hell are they talking about in the show? A married woman actually wants to work in a bar, and her husband actually supports her. If I were her husband, I would definitely divorce her immediately. Is the secretary careful? I reminded, boss, her job is bartending, nothing wrong with her, right? Nothing? She's already gone to a nightclub. A woman like this is just a loser. What kind of good thing can a woman who goes to a bar be? She's probably looking for a man to keep her. Doesn't the secretary look great? The city where they are located is developing the fastest, and there are many bars. At night, some men and women will go to the bars to hang out. So the question is, why do men go to bars just to have fun? If a woman goes to a bar just to be dissolute, doesn't she become a good woman? The boss was still furiously typing, call the editor over here. I want him to write an article to scold Ji Chang's, a little kid. He dared to shoot such deviant content. I really don't know. The sky is high and the sky is high. What? Women are free to wear short skirts and expose so much of their legs, right? Is it just for men to see? The secretary looked down at her professional skirt, and her face turned completely cold. Seeing that the other party handed her a document and told her to go downstairs to deliver it, she took the document and threw it directly in the middle-aged fat man's face. I'm just wearing short skirts because they look good. I'm happy to see you. You're such a convinced newspaper owner. With such a low-level, disgusting, convinced boss like you, this newspaper office will go bankrupt sooner or later. Silly bitch. I don't want to serve you. Go to hell, I'm wearing a short skirt just to show you. You don't want to pee and take a picture of yourself to see if you are worthy. After she finished speaking, she didn't want to look at the other person's shocked and furious expression, but strode out directly. Facing the surprised looks of her colleagues, she calmly packed up her things and left the house without looking back. Small newspaper. When she walked to the door, there was a girl she had a good relationship with who wanted to persuade her. This time her attitude was very firm. You also saw his attitude towards women just now. He tried to attack me several times before, but I avoided him. At that time, I felt so embarrassed that I didn't dare to tell anyone, but New Life said yes, wasn't it me who did the wrong thing? Why should I hide? He looks like a leper. He is stingy and stingy every day. He wants to deduct his salary. He wants to take advantage of me every time we go out for dinner. If you look down on women so much, why do you want to make unspoken rules for me? Staying in the same office with such a common man, I'm afraid that one day he will think that I like him to rape me just by looking at him. Okay. I'm leaving. Anyway, where can I go with all my skills? Everyone can find a job, so be careful. This girl was obviously very resentful. Before she left, she didn't forget to expose the disgusting things her boss had done, and by the way, she incited others. When she stepped on the high-heeled shoes and left aggressively, there was an unprecedented silence in the office. The men are okay now, after all, the boss has not violated their interests. The women couldn't help but lower their heads in thought. After all, the secretary was right. The boss of their small newspaper was indeed unfair. With the same level of work, they would only promote men. In the past, although they were dissatisfied, they would not say anything. After all, everyone did this, but when they raised it, they seemed too fussy. But now? Yes, they are also capable people. Nowadays, there are companies running everywhere. Isn't working there a job? Why should they go to such a place where it is not fair to think that they are inherently inferior? A girl who usually has a neat and free-spirited personality quickly packed her things and left the office without even saying hello to her boss. Those who are able to work in newspapers basically have two jobs, and she doesn't have to worry about whether she can find a job by herself. The other girl also stood up. The girl next to her finally made up her mind when she was about to leave. Wait for me, let's go together. A male colleague in the office couldn't sit still. The girl who finally decided to resign was the one he liked. He couldn't sit still for a while. After thinking about his boss's usual stinginess, he still stood hesitantly. Got up. I'll go with you. By the time the boss recovered, there were only 2 male subordinates left in the entire tabloid office. He almost fainted from anger on the spot. Is that Ji Chang's crazy? He is a man himself, but he actually speaks for a woman. And are these girls planning to rebel? He actually resigned just because of one movie. What a bunch of lunatics. Facts have proved that Ji Chang's is not only good at talking, but also has a strong ability to stir people's hearts in movies. Once his movie is released, within a month and a half, the probability of female employees leaving the company due to dissatisfaction with their boss's discrimination against women increases significantly. It can only be said that Ji Chang's chose a very good time to release the film. Nowadays, everything is in dire straits, and countless companies, large and small, are emerging. As long as those who have the ability, they will be popular wherever they go. At the same time, the divorce rate has also increased significantly. At first people still didn't realize it was because of the movie, but there are forums at this point. Although there are still relatively few people using it, it still represents some of the voices of the masses. A reporter who discovered this started to collect data, conducted interviews everywhere, and finally produced a report. Because of this movie, countless women chose to divorce and leave their jobs. This title shocked the party. But it has to be said that it is very eye-catching, and the content is indeed true, so the sales volume is still very good. It is written directly in it that the young director who once made a popular movie in the North and South released his second movie. The movie was a hit, and the number of people who went to see it was packed. But that's not the point. The point is that after the movie was broadcast, there were more than 3,000 people who chose to divorce and leave their jobs because of the movie. Just looking at the known data, there were more than 3,000 people. And this still does not include the results of unknown data. The reporter conducted interviews with some women and deeply analyzed the reasons why they chose to divorce and leave their jobs after watching the movie. They found that most of them can be summed up in one sentence: in the past, they felt that the unfair treatment they suffered was normal. Yes, because every woman around them is suffering from such unfairness, but after watching the movie, they understand that unfairness is unfair. There is nothing normal, nor is it normal. Because everyone is doing it, I have to do it too. That is all nonsense. For example, Ms. Wang. She has been married to her husband for 5 years. During these 5 years, they both worked in the same company, with the same salary, and their commuting hours were basically the same. But in the past 5 years, she cooked the meals, took care of the children, and did the housework at home. She took off every piece of her husband's clothes and threw them on the bed. She had to wash and fold them for him. Okay, put it away in the closet. After she got married, she rarely returned to her parents' home, but her father-in-law and mother-in-law had always lived in the house they bought together. She had to work in a hurry every day, cooking for the family and washing the dishes before going to work. After get off work at noon, I was in a hurry to come back and cook and wash the dishes. It was still the same at night. When her father-in-law was sick, she took time off to take care of him before and after running, making soup, and accompanying him. Will my mother-in-law help take care of the children? Before this, although her daily life was very tiring, every woman around her had been through this, so she never felt anything was wrong. Until I watched the movie directed by Ji Chang's. There is a loving couple in the movie. They all graduated from well-known universities and just graduated from. Got a marriage certificate. After getting together, the two of them worked in the same unit and received the same salary, so they allocated household chores after discussion. One cooked and the other washed the dishes, and one swept and the other mopped the floor. The children will take turns taking care of each other, and both parents must also be filial to each other. Some people say that the man in a young couple is stupid for letting his wife take care of her parents. The man was very surprised, since she can take care of my parents because she is married to me, why can't I also take care of her parents? The other person also asked how he could do housework. The man was even more surprised, why don't I do the housework? We earn the same amount and contribute the same to the family. If the housework is left to her, she might as well not get married. Yes, it's better not to get married. I've earned the money, taken care of the kids, done the housework, and I have to take care of your parents, so what's the point of marrying you? Could it be that I got married just to make sacrifices for others? Just to get your salary as much as mine? But with your salary, how much can you spend on yourself and your parents? It's enough to spend it all. After discovering this, Ms. Wang suffered from insomnia all night. She didn't just think about it and wanted a divorce. She still had feelings for this family, so she chose to have a frank talk with her husband. But the other party sneered at this, thinking that women only do housework. When she tentatively suggested, "How about I resign and do housework full-time," he immediately said, "That's not it, okay? If you resign, we will lose half of your money every month." Then Ms. Wang understood. What her husband wants is not a wife, but a nanny who can give birth to his children and take care of him and his parents for free for a month, but who can still make money in return for doing his job. So from Ms. Wang's perspective, what will she lose if she gets a divorce? Nothing will be lost. Because her husband only earns enough money to spend on himself and his parents, the family's expenses have long been reduced to using only Ms. Wang's salary. After the divorce, not only would she not lose anything, she would even be able to free up a lot of free time to relax. Because in the future she will no longer have to take care of her employer and her employer's parents. So the marriage died. There are many Ms. Wangs in China today, and the reporter only chose Ms. Wang as the author. This is an example, but the description in the newspaper is very detailed. It is so detailed that many women like Ms. Wang did not get divorced because of the movie, but got divorced because of this newspaper. For a time, many men complained. They complained about movies, newspapers, and Ji Chang's. He said that this man had seduced his good wives into divorcing them, that those women seemed to be possessed by evil spirits, and that Ji Chang's would do anything to make his box office look good. Ji Chang's just laughed. At a party in the circle, when he was ridiculed by a man, he poured the water in his hand directly on the man's head. The other party was furious and vowed to ban him so that he would not be able to survive in the circle. As a result, within a month, this high-ranking man successfully went bankrupt. Ji Chang's company was displayed in front of everyone for the first time. It was also at this time that people who felt that their interests had been violated and wanted to settle accounts with the culprit remembered that his first movie was praised by the central government for his entrepreneurial thinking. He was a born entrepreneur, but he chose to make movies. Ji Chang's did not make those things just because he was good at making movies. It's because he is good at those things. In addition, this is an era where as long as you have the ability and luck, your company can expand rapidly. He used this short time to create a behemoth. With the perfect business thinking foundation from the first movie, he actually didn't. What do people think is wrong? Yes. Of course, he can directly deal with the people who hit him, but for those who can't even touch him and can only say some sarcastic words, Ji Chang's can't personally slap them in the face. After all, those people were not high enough and could not meet his people at all. There is a reason why those people jump over the wall. The treatment that I have always enjoyed suddenly disappears. Whenever I make any remarks, I will be looked at with disdain. Ask. Why do you think that women should support their husbands and raise children? They make more money than you do. You don't think so? Are you sure? What do you mean by a woman who drinks? Is she a good woman? It's a business entertainment. Is it the same as a drunkard like you? You don't know how? You're pretty sure. Wow, the idea that men can go and women can't go is really unique. Are you sure? When the mainstream that I have always enjoyed changes to another mainstream, I know it will be very uncomfortable. Some men just can't stand it. Well, they noticed Ji Chang's intention and thought it was a conspiracy specifically targeting men. A report quickly issued a condemnation, saying that Ji Chang's was deliberately leading women to deal with men. Once a man does something that is not to their liking, women will attack him with ordinary conviction. It's so shameless. Disgusting. Absolutely. The person who issued this condemnation is still very confident because Ji Chang's has just been interviewed. In the interview, Ji Chang's made it clear that he is a cultural person. Generally, even if someone offends him, he will not hold grudges. He was full of confidence. Anyway, Ji Chang said he was a cultural person. If he dealt with him, he would immediately make the matter public to the world and let everyone see Ji Chang's true face. When Kuiju came to ask Ji Chang's what to do with this report, Ji Chang's asked him to wait for a while, took out a pen and paper and wrote something down. The next day, many newspapers published a short story from Wenji Nagasawa. The background of the story is in a forest. There are white rabbits and black rabbits living in the forest. Some black rabbits were greedy for the white rabbits who were good at finding food, so they began to try their best to make up some rules and lies to trap the white rabbits. They first said that it was too dark outside at night, and the white fur on the white rabbit was very conspicuous and would be easily hunted. Therefore, for the safety of the white rabbit should not go out at night. They also said that the white rabbit should not be so white, but should be gray, otherwise it would be hurt because it is too beautiful. Finally, he said that white rabbits are inherently weaker than black rabbits. They cannot run as fast as black rabbits, so the white rabbits just look for grass at home, and the black rabbits just go out. Day after day, the white rabbits gradually got used to staying at home. If some white rabbits do something that violates the rules, they will attract the condemnation of the black rabbits. A white rabbit was too hungry and went out to look for food at night and was killed by a black rabbit. Her family wanted revenge, but the black rabbits surrounded them and kept saying, "It's the white rabbit's fault, who let her go out at night." The family was very hurt, but the black rabbit killed her. Shouldn't it be the black rabbit's fault? No, it's white rabbit's fault. But why do you still say she was wrong when the white rabbit was killed? Because that's the rule, because everyone all think so. White rabbit's family could not get justice and could only leave sadly. Then one of the white rabbits left her fur gray, and the other black rabbits swarmed over and tore her apart, saying, "It's your fault, it's your fault. If it wasn't you who didn't dye your hair, we wouldn't have hurt you." The friend of the white rabbit cried, "But she is only at home, she did not go out." That's her fault too, because that's the way the rules and morals are. This has always been the case. Until one day, a passerby passed by this small forest. He was surprised to find that the white rabbit was regarded as a lower-class rabbit by the black rabbits. He not only had to work hard but also endured scolding every day. He asked, "There are obviously the same number of white rabbits and black rabbits. Why can the black rabbits treat the white rabbits like this?" The white rabbit told him, "Comrade, it's like this. We white rabbits are born not to run fast, and there will be hunters outside who specifically hunt white rabbits, so the status of black rabbits is higher." "Why do you think so?" A passerby was surprised. "You are both rabbits. You both have 4 legs and a tail. It's just that the color of your fur is different. You can run just as fast. And how can the hunters outside kill rabbits? Look. As for your coat color, you are obviously the same in their eyes." The white rabbits were shocked. With the encouragement of passersby, they tried to run, and found that it was really the same. They run as fast as black rabbits. And the hunters didn't kill them because of their coat color. They were so excited that the white rabbits no longer obeyed the black rabbit's slaves, but told them that everyone is a rabbit, so whoever finds the grass will eat it in the future. The black rabbits were angry. They roared in anger and asked, "Why? You white rabbits were born to serve us honestly. Who told you to go outside?" White Rabbit said, "Because we are the same. This is the truth. It is the truth that everyone outside knows." Hearing this, the black rabbits screamed, "The truth behind ghosts, this is obviously a conspiracy." The white rabbits were confused. "Why do you think this is a conspiracy?" The black rabbits were confident and said in unison, "Because that's what we did before." At the end, Ji Changs wrote from a third perspective. Black rabbits for slave white. The rabbit made up a truth. After a long time, even they themselves were convinced that it was the real truth. Stupid, brainless, and uneducated black rabbits, especially the one who just wrote a scolding comment about me, I hope you will recover from the mental hospital as soon as possible. Sincerely praying for you, Ji Changs. As this report came out, the man's face turned green with anger. As the named Black Rabbit, unsurprisingly, he will be despised by people with the word Black Rabbit throughout his life. Did he hate it so much that he had to rush to Ji Changs and yell, "Don't you mean you don't hold a grudge? Then write a damn story." Of course, he didn't know that Ji Changs did not hold grudges. After all, he had revenge on the spot. The author has something to say. Good night. Bahi free and fastest update, no anti-theft, no anti-theft.